I'd like to call the meeting to order. If everyone please have a seat. Or
On your agenda, it is.
see a few people still coming through the door. Okay. First order of business is an invocation by Kelly Matson, CareNet Minnesota. Would everyone please stand, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, good morning. Good morning, council members. In 1 Timothy 2:1, he gives us 4 very important things to do on a daily basis, and I brought the word with me so you know that it's coming from him and not from me. And it says, I urge you, first of all, to pray for all people, to ask God to help them, to intercede on their behalf, and give thanks for them.
Amen.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, first of all, we give you thanks for getting us up this morning, for putting our feet on the ground, and getting prepared for the purpose and plan that you have for us. So, dear Lord, I pray for each person in this room, and I ask you to bless them. Whatever they've come here with, dear Lord, I ask that you just pave out that path. I urge you to, again, bless today's proceedings. And I also give thanks for each person that's in this room. They represent something so incredibly important to you. So we lay all these requests at your feet, both spoken and unspoken, and it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, welcome everybody. Next item, are there, Sherry, any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are 2 changes to today's agenda, starting with the consent agenda under financial management. Item 25, FEMA funding agreement modification, Hurricane Irma, DR 4337. Resolution R-19-059. The 4th revised attachment A and the background discussion were updated to reflect additional funding being received for the following projects. Cat G, countywide parks and recreation facilities, Cat A, debris removal time period 1, and Cat A, debris removal time period 2, increasing the amount payable under the agreement to $13,552,259.70. Additions to the consent agenda. Under the administrator is item number 45 being added. This is a letter to Governor Ron DeSantis requesting support of legislative appropriation for the 44th Avenue East Extension Project. And the request is to authorize the chairman to sign a letter to the Governor DeSantis requesting support for a Manatee County project in the FY 2019-20 state budget. Those are all the changes.
Thank you very much. The only other item is, again, at 1:30 today, we have a time certain to discuss the status of the Confederate monuments. Next item is Employee of the Month, and I think Tammy is going to, or maybe Charlie.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Charlie Bishop, Director of Property Management. It's a beautiful day here in Manatee County. I'm pleased and honored to introduce Leah Harper as our Employee of the Month. Leah came to us in October of 2016. She's another shining example of how the internship program is a success here in Manatee County. Leah started out as an intern, as a GIS analyst, and again, she was hired full-time in October of 2016. She's just a wonderful asset for the county and property management. I'm so proud of her. We're joined with her husband, Matt. We're fortunate to allow him to join our family also, because Leah was known as Leah Vargas not too long ago. It's sometimes difficult to call her Leah Harper. But so proud of her and some of the things she's accomplished in the last few years. And I'm going to introduce Diana Robinson, her manager, who's going to tell us a few things about that.
Thank you, Charlie, and good morning. Leah, congratulations on being selected May Employee of the Month. We're all so very, very proud of you. Manatee County is fortunate to have many brilliant, creative, ethical, and fun young professionals who work within our government. I always strive to recognize staff for any of their accomplishments, but the original idea of submitting Leah for Employee of the Month actually came from more than one employee for her efforts on a damage assessment app that would be used. It's been actually tweaked since that time, but it will be used after events. So that was one of her greatest accomplishments. And she's currently working with the Peril of Flood Act grant, created a map of our areas that could potentially be inundated from flooding and or sea level rise. But I thought about words to say today, and this one kind of came to mind. Leah is a good hacker. Don't panic. Don't panic. She's not going to take over the internet, but the term hack can also mean a clever way to solve a complicated problem. Leah loves games, and she challenges herself all the time to solve those complicated puzzles, or rather problems. She's, in addition to the Peril of Flood Act, she had created a survey benchmarking story map using Esri's crowdsourcing. This was selected to be presented at the Esri User Conference, and it's still used by staff today, surveying staff. She also created a story map of surplus properties to give citizens a visually and spatially pleasing way to view county-owned properties available for purchase. However, one of my favorite projects that she worked on with Brenda Rogers and local farmer Cully Rowell, and I know some of you are familiar with him. The project started with the 1940s map of Manatee County's agricultural history. Mr. Rowell was concerned that our county's young people didn't know really the history about the farming in the county. But he also had the vision to know that there were tools, technology that we could use to, for the younger people to see that, and older as well. So Brenda knew about our GIS team and actually approached Charlie, and, well, the rest is history, Manatee County history. So there are many great things, and I could go on and on, Leah. But a lot of people submitted endorsement letters, messages to me when they knew that I was going to be putting in this application. Leah definitely demonstrates the ACE philosophy. She's a critical thinker. But I'm just going to read a quote from one of those messages that was submitted. While Leah has many positive qualities, cordial, organized, hardworking, and communicative, to name a few, her willingness to learn and experiment is what sets her apart, and it is something we should all work to emulate as the county continues to address an array of challenges. And that really does sum up, because she will jump in there and try it. So Leah, very proud of you.
My honor and my distinguished to give you this Employee of the Month plaque for the month of May 2019.
Yay.
If I can just say, this is it's such a great honor, and it was really humbling, and I felt a little attacked in the meeting room when everybody stormed in, and I had no idea what was going on, but it was really sweet, and I have to say that I work with amazing people, and I love what I do, and because of those two things, it makes every day fun, it makes every day exciting, so, thank you.
Yay.
Next.
Yeah,
Commissioner Benak.
yeah.
Hang on.
I just wanted to say I had the opportunity to see and hear Leah's presentation on the peril of flood, and it was fascinating. I had no idea that we were working on this project and the detail that was going into it and the importance of it. And I was so impressed, and I thought, oh, who is this young lady? And so I'm so glad to have had the opportunity to see what you're doing. It's remarkable. I understood at least 50% of what you were saying. But it's amazing what our young staff members are doing and how they're preparing this county, including all the cities. And I was really impressed. I'm glad we have some representation from the cities, because you were saying you could share all of this technology with other folks in the region, and the entire region is what you were saying. And so you're such a benefit to our entire region. So I just want to say thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leah's husband, for showing.
The next item up is the Transit and Fleet Florida Public Transportation Rodeo results, I believe.
Oh, that's a fun one always. Play the month, okay.
Need to get a few buses moving back and forth, I guess.
So good morning, I'm Matthew Case, I am the Fleet Division Manager, and it is my honor to represent the Fleet Administration and introducing Dan Mersch and Kevin Bell. They actually represented the BOCC Fleet in the FPTA technical competition. We have one other gentleman, Mike Ruth, who is also the runner-up for Florida Mechanic of the Year. He was not able to attend. He is actually traveling out of county doing the PDI on our new transit buses that we're getting ready to receive. So we're very, very excited. So every year these guys get better and better. Coming from the maintenance end, I actually worked and participated in these events. Very technical, you're timed, you got people watching you, you got state people, you got federal people. It's very exciting, but it's tough. It's very hard. These guys are handling real-world situations in a timed event. We run these buses hard all day. We work on them hard all night. That's what these guys do every day. I'm very excited. They did a great job, and I'm honored to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll introduce Mr. Bill Steele here. Thank you.
Well, first, I don't know we were clear. This is Dan, Kevin, Mike couldn't be here, but they're awesome. We appreciate all the hard work they do. It's really a triple crown rodeo that we have each year. It's the transit coach, it's paratransit, and it's fleet. So my role is actually to work the course. I did it with Jim Egbert and Kevin Sheeran, who's here, our superintendent, also Steve Roberts. Three of us were course experts, and then we had Steve working as a judge. You know, it's an awesome team. They did awesome work. You probably don't know this, but to get here, we have to go through a regional rodeo. The winners of the regional rodeo represent us around the state. And for those of you who served on Tabarda, we actually had a 5-county regional rodeo for the very first time. So we had Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Sarasota, Manatee. So one year, we're going to host this with a bunch of agencies, and that's probably right around the corner. But with that, I'd like to introduce Kevin Sheeran and talk about our participants in this year's rodeo.
Good morning. We had two operators compete in the 2019 Jacksonville State Rodeo, and our newest employee, 23 years old, our youngest by a long shot, actually came home with Rookie of the Year award in the big bus competition. Hey. Kevin's been with us about a year and a half. He's doing a really good job. He's can-do, will-do employee. He drives all modes, transit, trolley, para, whatever I ask him to do, he does. So he'll be here for a long time, we hope. But yeah, he was Rookie of the Year this year. Also, our other driver here, Alex, behind me, he was actually third overall in the road course. Actually won multiple awards. He won Best Written Test and also Best Pre-Trip Inspection Score. So he actually won 3 awards. So we came home with 4 awards. We haven't won this thing yet, but we're getting close. But yeah, they're both great employees. Alex actually is a driver, but he's helping us with dispatch. He's doing handy bus scheduling now. He helps us train drivers. He does everything we ask him to do. So he's up and coming superstar. But thank you for honoring us today.
Thank you.
All right. You may wonder some days why I let those guys talk first and why I talk last, but it's about a team point of view. I like to show off how much these guys care about their crews, and that's what they're doing, is they're showing off their crews. And what I want to say about all of you is how much they enjoy working for the county. I mean, they see it as a career. They see it as a profession because they're professionals at what they do. And we appreciate them for all they put in and care for the county. And it is the only work group in Public Works that you'll ever see in shorts.
Oh, yeah, that's right, we let them.
So we do mention that, but while by an org chart, we're 2 different divisions here, but we're part of one department, and they work in the same building down there. These guys know each other. The fleet keeps the vehicles on the road, and they just have worked into a good relationship down there. and we're very proud of what they do. The youngness does make some of us feel old on any given day, so things are changing and things are progressing as we go along, but we appreciate everything. You guys got anything you want to say? You got your opportunity.
Speak now.
But we appreciate the recognition, and thank you for giving them the opportunity and supporting them on what is very good training to continue doing great things on their jobs that they do.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Whitmore has a comment.
Chad, what some of us know, but for the public, because it's in your presentation, it's not real clear. Explain exactly what you do at the rodeo and who you are against and what this, I mean, I know we've gone to the state before, but explain to them what you do when you're participating.
It's basically an obstacle course. There's about 15 different obstacles. There's 4 to 6 judges on each obstacle, and it's a very, very tight course. Our buses are 102 inches wide, and they literally give you like 103 to make it through. And you're also under a time limit, so everything has to be done within 7 minutes. So you have to kind of walk the bus through all the obstacles, but then you have to speed up to get to the next obstacle. There's also written tests, there's pre-trip inspections, they accrue points all the way through, but we competed against everybody in the state. Recently, we did the Battle of the Bay, which was against Hart, PSTA, Pasco, Sarasota, and Devin actually finished second in that overall, so that was his first rodeo. But yeah, it's a tight competition, and a lot of the guys get to practice a real lot. We just started practicing because we've got a new facility, so these guys are able to practice more, but some of these guys are real good. So to win this thing would be really hard, but to get third place for us is really good.
And actually, to show that you can park with 1 inch to spare is pretty good as a transit driver. But the test, like what would you take in a test in this?
It has to do with like Florida state regulations as far as drivers, bus drivers, what they're capable of doing, the legal statutes, all that stuff. So they're tested on that.
Thank you.
And the pre-trip inspection is actually testing the bus because we carry human beings. You have to make sure your bus is safe to take out your people today, so they get tested on that. They have to find all the things wrong, and they get points for it. So all the points added up at the end, and then they hand out the awards. There's 2 divisions, actually 3 divisions. We compete in 2, big bus and really handy bus. So we did good in both.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very nice. Commissioner Ball.
Just wanted to say, I've heard people say many times it's not their first rodeo, but to come in like you did, and that it's fantastic. We're so proud of you.
It's amazing.
It's real easy to sit up here when we have employees like all of you that make us look good and make the county look good. So thank you. I'm very proud.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great job. Great representation of the county.
We'll try to share a video. Bill thinks we have some video of part of the competition, just so you can see some of the action afterwards. Maybe we'll post it to the website as well.
Perfect.
That'd be great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next item is a presentation on National Economic Development Week. And I see Ms. Lopez coming down.
Our partners.
Good morning. Jerry Lopez, Director of Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity. And we're here today to celebrate economic development. We have an economic development party going on. We have so many of our friends in the audience to come help us celebrate Economic Development Week. So Economic Development Week was created by the International Economic Development Council in 2016 to increase awareness of local programs that help to create jobs, advance career development, and overall improve the quality of life. The IDC is a nonprofit organization with members that serve economic developers. There's more than 5,000 members all over the world, and they offer professional development, accreditation, research, and advocacy. And both Karen Stewart and I are certified economic developers through the IEDC. So the purpose of this week is really to champion the work of economic development professionals, to share some of our success stories and information about the programs and services offered by a whole variety of organizations, many that are here today to help support support us. So overall, for Manatee County, the Economic Development Division was started back in 2008, and the basis for our current incentives programs was adopted in 2009. So the county has been doing this for 10 years and has incredible success. But overall, economic development is a group of policies, programs, and activities that I said help to create and retain those jobs and ultimately facilitate that growth. So in our economic division, we are a team of 7 dedicated professionals who positively influence our process. And we do a lot of things. We act as analysts, catalysts, gap fillers, advocates, educators, visionaries. We play a lot of roles. So I always like to say that economic development really is a team sport, and the team behind me does an incredible job. It's led by Karen Stewart, our economic development official, and our staff includes Bruno Kapasinskis, who is our business resource manager. We have our 3 redevelopment coordinators, Ivan Groom, Che Barnett, Jeff Ryan, and our administrative assistant, Deidre Green Larkins, and also supported by our fiscal staff and our community development division as well. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Karen, that's going to give you some more specifics about this week. Karen?
Thank you, Jerry. Good morning, board. Karen Stewart, staff. There is a PowerPoint. I'm not sure why it's not showing, but
Here it comes.
excellent. All you have to do is ask. And there you go. I need to advance it a little.
Here to make sure it goes smooth? Or?
Yes, thank you. And if we can advance it to the slide where it says ACE, then I'll get started. We're focusing on our partnerships and our friends and the people that we work together every day for economic development in our community. And I am really blown away by the turnout that we have here today. When focusing on partnerships, collaborations, and strong relationships, we must look to the county's own departments first. Economic development work is dependent on these internal partners for project scoping, site information, and rapid response permitting. I offer my personal thanks to the dedicated professionals who provide assistance and information in support of economic development. Because here at Manatee County, we're all economic developers. Now I'd like to introduce Sharon Hellstrom, the President and CEO of the Bradenton Area Economic Development Corporation, which is the lead economic development organization in Manatee County as identified by Enterprise Florida. The county and the EDC work together seamlessly to support location of new companies and for business retention and expansion. Sharon?
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you, Karen, for that very nice introduction. So I am so happy to be here to celebrate Economic Development Week. First of all, let me say how much I appreciate your support as a board. You guys get it. Some counties don't get it, but I have to say our board here understands strategic economic development, and we are extremely appreciative of that. Also, as an organization, we have just an outstanding working relationship with the county's Economic Development Department, especially with Jerry Lopez and Karen Stewart. We couldn't do what we do if we didn't have their support and collaboration. I'm often the spokesperson, which kind of makes sense, but I have people that are boots on the ground, and I think I need them to come up here and stand behind me, or next to me, I should say. And I want to introduce each of them to you because I don't know that you all know them. So first of all, the only guy on our team, but Max Stewart, who's our Director of Global Business Development. So he's the guy out there that is communicating the message about this area being an amazing business destination. So traveling globally and domestically, putting that good word out about the good news about business in Manatee County. Then Lauren Cratch. Lauren is our director. Where are you?
Behind
Oh, there she is. Director of Project Management and also Director of Expansion Projects. So, you know, there's a lot of buzz about new companies that we bring to the area, but as all of you know, our established businesses, the ones that have invested in this community, are extremely important to us because 90% of the new jobs that come to this community come from our
established businesses, and Lauren works with them when they look to expand their operations and create more jobs. And then Elizabeth Quartz, one of our newest employees. Elizabeth is manager of our established business program. She is out meeting with companies on a weekly basis to understand any kind of challenges or opportunities that we have with business climate. Extremely valuable position to us. And then our very newest employee, Kirsten Lovett, is our event coordinator. So she helps keep us all organized and getting to where we need to go, especially me, on a timely basis. The work we do could not be done without collaboration. As I mentioned, you guys support us, the county's department supports us, but behind me are numerous individuals that support the work that we do. We have representation here from CareerSource Suncoast, the Workforce Board, that our businesses benefit from their work. The Chamber is here, Jackie's here representing the Chamber, Mayor Poston is here, the City of Bradenton. Palmetto I don't think is here, but they're awesome too. We couldn't do this without everyone's support. And I just wanted to share with you some of the impressive results that we all have achieved together. So since 2009, the EDC, along with all of our partners, have completed 147 projects, either relocations or expansions. That's really good. Along with that, we're projecting over 6,000, almost 7,000 new jobs through 2026 for this community. From those jobs, we're going to realize $2 billion in wages from the direct and the indirect jobs that result from those direct jobs, and targeting a $900 million capital investment in this community. So those are great results. I think we need to give our hand to all of us. And I will tell you, based on the current activity that we are seeing within our organization, the sky's the limit. So we're very excited about the future. Thank you again for all your support. We really appreciate it. I just have a few more words. I do want to salute our workforce partners who are here today, advancing career opportunities for citizens and ensuring a skilled workforce for our local companies. Anthony Gagliano is here with CareerSource. Sharon already mentioned what their focus is, and I'm sure they're familiar to all of you. I also want to give a shout out again to Manatee Technical College, who are always working with us to stand up programs for businesses that are locating here, working very closely with companies in the community for talent. They were also, as you know, awarded one of the first Florida Job Growth Grants alongside of State College of Florida, and Lee Kotwicki from State College is here today. They received a $3.6 million grant to establish a Center for Technology and Innovation. We also work with numerous business organizations and on committees and initiatives that support economic development. The Manatee Chamber is here today. Jackie is representing. They are celebrating National Small Business Week alongside of this Economic Development Week, featuring activities that support small businesses. Today, they'll be accepting a proclamation for Small Business Week right after Economic Development. And then later today, they're hosting a public relations and marketing seminar for small businesses. And tomorrow, they will host a headliners luncheon featuring a panel discussing the secrets of small business success. Later in the week, the Lakewood Ranch Business Alliance, and we have Dom DeMeo, their CEO, their new CEO, here today. They'll have a ribbon cutting for Sarasota Memorial Hospital's new facility on Thursday. And the chambers work with us each and every day for our small business expos, our business walks, and our business preparedness expo as well. We also work with various community organizations to promote economic development and bolster the business community. FPL, Ray Dowling is here, is integral to our team, providing help with rapid response and bringing power to our businesses. In addition, business recovery planning with FP&L is crucial to our community in the event of business recovery. In April, Scott Campbell with the Small Business Development Center established an office in county government right here in the REO department, working alongside of our economic developers as a place for local businesses to access their services. These include growth acceleration, international trade, government contracting, and business continuation. You all know Spark Growth. I don't know if Sarah and Stan are here, but tonight they're holding an event called Cultivating the Entrepreneurial Climate at the Manatee Players from 5 to 7:30 p.m. We also enjoy an excellent working relationship with Manatee Sheriff's Office. Now, you might not realize it, but our Sheriff's Office, they're economic developers too. Lieutenant Andrews is here, and his team participates in business walks, forums, and other activities to provide technical assistance to businesses. And it's very important, and the business community really appreciates it. Sharon mentioned that the City of Bradenton Economic Development Team is here today. We're very pleased to have Mayor Poston, Carl, Jesus, and Karen with us. And tomorrow we'll join them as they adopt their Economic Development Week proclamation. So we have a lot going on this week, and we're very proud of it. On to international economic development. You know, we work together with Port Manatee, the international trade hub at the port, and Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. We've hosted numerous inbound trade missions, participated in outbound missions, and we are fortunate to have the trade hub as a soft landing place for companies from outside of the country that would like to locate here. And finally, Sharon mentioned some of our results, and these are our county-based results, so they're very similar. But since 2009, the Board of County Commissioners, thank you very much, has adopted incentives in the amount greater than $13 million. These performance-based incentives are for targeted industries, and we have currently more than 90 active projects. So we're very busy. We project more than 6,000 jobs to be created over the next several years. And as economic developers, we facilitate the creation of high-quality jobs. We develop vibrant business communities and improve the quality of life where we live. So for our last slide, I'd like to say that we invite you to share the information presented today on social media, and we invite you all to an open house on the 3rd floor in the Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity Department, which will be going on until 1:30 today. And next, we'd like to move on to the proclamation whenever you're ready.
Oh, I forgot there was one.
Yes.
Who's got it?
How about if we do
sorry.
this? How about if you just stay there for a second?
Yeah.
And we're
All right.
going to move.
I move we have read proclamations.
There we go.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Trey, seconded by Commissioner Benak to accept all the proclamations. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Approved 7-0. And the first one up is the economic
Oh, it's you. Keep going.
People are tired of standing?
We don't tire.
No.
You don't, no.
Yeah.
It's a proclamation. Whereas the International Economic Development Council is the largest professional economic development organization dedicated to serving economic developers, and whereas the International Economic Development Council provides leadership and excellence in economic development for communities, members, and partners through conferences, training courses, advisory services and research, in-depth publications, public policy advocacy, and initiatives such as the Accredited Economic Development Organization Program and the Certified Economic Developer designation. And whereas economic developers provide economic well-being and quality of life for their communities by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas economic developers stimulate and incubate entrepreneurism in order to help establish the next generation of new businesses, which is the hallmark of the American economy. And whereas economic developers are engaged in a wide variety of settings, including rural and urban, local, state, provincial, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, universities, and a variety of other institutions. Wow. Whereas economic developers attract and retain high-quality jobs, develop vibrant communities, and improve the quality of life in their regions. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 6th through the 11th, 2019 shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Economic Development Week in Manatee County, Florida, and commend the work of all economic developers in Manatee County, recognizing the importance of the profession in advancing career opportunities and improving quality of life. Adopted with the quorum present and voting the 7th day of May 2019, signed by the Chair, Stephen R. Johnson.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. I'll let you start calling off the-
Okay, we have some commissioners that want to make comments. Commissioner Whitmore?
Well, Karen, 2009, I was here when everything crashed, and our unemployment at that time was, it reached up to 12%. I think it's like 3.2 or 3.3 today, so great job. I was here when Karen was put in charge of this department, and also when we started EDC. And Sharon was brought down, and the county decided to fund it. Our goal then, and Gwen Brown was our chair then, was Jobs Now. We had a meeting at the convention center, and hundreds of people came from the business community, and they said, you know, we really need to step up, try to hire locally if you can. We got to get our people back to work. And that's when Ed and others, we as a board, released some of our reserves to do projects that have been going on so we could get our employees and our residents back to work. Return on investment sounds invaluable, what we've just talked. We've brought Air Products. I don't know how involved some of you were, but the Pink Hotel, that was a great project that actually some commissioners here didn't support because we had to share that parking lot behind. Feld Entertainment, the Benderson project that's coming, that's going to bring 800 more jobs that, with a 3.2 unemployment, hopefully we can find 800. We don't know what it is yet, but it's going to be coming very soon. Mayor and Carl, business, always have been, business supportive. The multifamily that you're building now, thank you. And also that Chateau 13 that you built downtown, if you don't go at 5 o'clock, you can't get in. And it's booked until like 10 o'clock every night. So you're doing a lot of good things. I heard something may be happening with the former Ford dealership, and something may be coming real soon on that so we can redevelop there. There's a lot of things happening, and it's because all of our governments, Mayor Groover and the hotel, I mean, we're all really working together. And so I just wanted to thank you, all of you. Karen, thanks for sticking in there. It's been a rough few years, and our results are 3.2 or 3.3 unemployment, which is below the national average, so thank you.
3.2. That's great.
What is it?
3.2.
3.2.
Okay, well, I knew it was one of the two.
Commissioner Serbia?
Oh, thank you. I'm so impressed when I look out at this group of people because I have had the pleasure of working with many of you over the years, and you are all just so excellent and have done so much to help diversify our economy and attract and bring and help, you know, local businesses with high quality jobs. And so I just want to say thank you. The work you do is so important, and we really, really appreciate all of your efforts. You know, Commissioner Benak leaned over to me while you all were talking and said, you know, Kirsten is...
I was going to ask her to come up. I'm going to embarrass Kirsten and tell us who her parents are.
Because we were around when your name was chosen. We remember when your parents were talking about what they were going to name their daughter.
Come on, Kirsten, tell us who your parents are.
My dad is Robert Schmidt. Worked here for a very
Bob
long
Schmidt.
time.
Oh, cool.
She's
Oh,
also a
yeah.
newlywed.
And
Yeah,
she has
well, that's
another-
why I asked Misty. I said, did she get married? And Misty's like, who? And I said, Kirsten, you remember Bob and
I was
Schmidt's
like,
daughter? And
Drawing on her name.
and she was shocked. And I said, yeah, that's Bob Schmidt. So sorry, some of us were there when you were born, you know, the mother. So sorry.
Did you also know she was the first baby born in Lakewood Ranch?
Yes, I did. I didn't know that. I wondered if
I
it was
didn't know that.
Oh, my gosh, good
She's
girl.
been an awesome hire too, by the way.
Oh,
Great job, everyone.
spot to live down now.
I'm a little partial to her for some reason. I don't know.
May not live
And
there.
moving. Commissioner Baugh, you had something you wanted to
Yes, you know what? We cannot get by without economic development. Both of my elections I've been in, it was based on economic development. I remember coming to this county the first time that I was thinking of running and meeting with Karen Stewart. And, you guys, y'all have it down pat. You're a well-oiled machine. And we see the results all the time in all of your activities and everything that you do. And again, you know what? Carol brought up the convention center. I was there. I got up and spoke about how we needed jobs in Manatee County. And the Pink Hotel, she mentioned that as well. I remember, I don't know who voted against it.
Joe and Robin
Oh.
and Michael.
Well,
And Michael. Michael, too.
Michael Gallen? Oh, he's
Yeah.
not, no.
Sorry, I think he
Well,
did too.
at any rate,
That one.
you look at it today,
Not that I remember that stuff.
yes, she does, trust me, and then some.
Have a good memory.
Some of it she comes up with, but it's always good.
That's usually right.
The Pink Hotel, what a great thing. We look at it today, and then we look at something that's blocking my view of the water now, this new hotel that's being built, and the rooftop bar that it's going to have, restaurant. I mean, there are so many great things happening in Manatee County. And, I know that the port was mentioned, and you all know, there's been a lot of great things there, and there's about to be even more. So just a big hooray and a big thank you for all that you do. And somebody mentioned Lakewood Ranch. Okay, there's a lot going on there, too. Anyway, thank you all for everything you do.
Yeah, we really appreciate your entire team, all of you folks coming down to celebrate with us a lot of the accomplishments and what we have to look forward to. So we know it's a team effort. Thanks for everything that you do. Like Vanessa, I was first elected in 2012. We were at the peak of our unemployment cycle at that time. I don't think people realized that it took that long through the recession to actually totally decimate our workforce. But we certainly have come back, and we know what a challenge it is. We appreciate our educational partners because we need to have very quick, and they're very quick, folks at MTC and USF, in creating the programs that we need to provide the employees that we need. And it's only because of the communication that you all facilitate. So just want to say thank you. And then Kirsten, sorry for embarrassing you, but had to call you out. So thank you all, and let's have a great Economic Development Week and go forward and do more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Small business.
Okay. Next up, on the same roll, small business.
She does look like Bob Carey.
This is really an honor for me to present this proclamation on small business. Just a couple of facts that some people don't realize, I don't think. 99.7% of the businesses in America have less than 500 employees. 98.2% have fewer than 100. So I can tell you from experience that when you're a small business, generally the owners put their own money into running that business, make the down payment they need, the contribution to get it started. I can tell you, I remember the day years ago, and I'm like every other small business. Sometimes, you're responsible for that payroll. You write those payroll checks, and you have to make sure the money's in there first to cover your employees. It's not easy. It's not like, you're just a shareholder in a company. I mean, you are out there and responsible, and you get nailed from time to time. So owning a small business is not easy. And there's about 627,000 new businesses that open in America every year. But at the same time, 595,000 of them close. So it's tough. It's a tough world for small business, and yet we have so many wonderful entrepreneurs in this country that don't mind the sacrifices they have to make, and a lot of times they're actually successful and make a lot of money. So talk about jobs. That's where it's at. It is an honor to have Jackie standing next to me and the others in the, oh, we're back there. God didn't tell me. Okay. I'll go ahead and read this.
Whereas the Manatee Chamber of Commerce, with over 90% of its approximately 2,000 member businesses and organizations consisting of small business, is focused on building partnerships and providing business development resources to our small business community. And whereas America's progress and growth has been driven by business leaders who think big, take risk, and work hard. Boy, I can vouch. And whereas from storefront shops that anchor Main Street to high-tech startups that keep America on the cutting edge, small businesses are the backbone of our economy and the cornerstone of our nation's promise. And whereas small business owners are passionate entrepreneurs who care deeply for the communities in which they live, work, and play. Whereas we support small business, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture. And whereas because of this country's 28 million small businesses create nearly 2 out of every 3 jobs in our economy, we cannot resolve ourselves to create jobs and spur economic growth in America without discussing ways to support our entrepreneurs. And whereas every year since 1963, the President of the United States has issued a proclamation announcing National Small Business Week, which recognizes the critical contributions of America's entrepreneurs and small business owners, and highlights the programs and services available through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies. And whereas Manatee County government supports and joins in this national effort to help America's small businesses to do what they do best, grow our local economy, create jobs, and ensure that our communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County that May the 5th through May the 11th, 2019 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Small Business Week in Manatee County, Florida. Signed by Stephen Johnson, our chair. And one more thing. It's only fair to say that I can tell you I've lived in several different areas and I've been involved with several different chambers. Manatee's is truly the best ever. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd love to share a few words of thanks on behalf of our chamber membership.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Madam Administrator, and staff. On behalf of the 2,000 members of the Manatee Chamber of Commerce and their 68,000 employees, of which you heard from Commissioner Baugh, the significant majority are small businesses. We thank you for the critical partnerships that exist with Manatee County government and with many of the partners that you saw just a few minutes ago in declaring Economic Development Week. I think we need to petition our federal government and agencies to separate those 2 weeks so we can celebrate for even longer, because we too cannot do the work of growing small businesses in our community without partnerships. And so we are deeply appreciative of you honoring Small Business Week. I'll share with you as well that your Chamber of Commerce here in Manatee County will be celebrating its 130th birthday this summer. I think about the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of business leaders who have partnered in ways to make our community continue to grow and prosper. And so it is a complete honor for me to have reached my 23rd year with our Chamber of Commerce, and so we look forward to a bright future. If you can join us this week for any of the celebrations that we'll be hosting, Karen covered a few of them. Today we've got a great seminar to help small businesses with public relations. Tomorrow we will be hosting a luncheon in which former Small Business of the Year award winners will be sharing the secrets of growing and helping their small businesses succeed. On Thursday we will celebrate Small Business Night with the Bradenton Marauders, and that certainly is open to the public as a celebration of our small business community for that game. And then on Friday, the community, and in particular small businesses, are welcome to join the Chamber either at our Lakewood Ranch office or our temporary Bradenton office right here on Manatee Avenue, temporary for 2 more months, to celebrate. Just drop in for coffee and donuts from 7:30 to 9 and get some networking in and celebrate, again, the importance of small business. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for this proclamation.
You certainly are well deserving of it, no question about that. Commissioner Whitmore has a comment.
Jackie, your new building is going to look fantastic. I drove by it again this morning. The parking garage in Bradenton, you would never know. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And I wanted to agree with Vanessa. Until 6 years ago, you know, my husband had a he was a physician, so he was a small business owner, and his overhead was 90% as a surgeon. And a lot of times he'd go, "Am I getting paid this week?" And a lot of times I would say no. We paid all our employees health insurance the full price, and that was rare. But we know what it's like. So it's very hard to make it as a small business. And she's right. There's a lot that don't. But your success, I think you're one of the highest memberships in the state for chamber members, correct?
We're the largest in the Tampa Bay area,
Tampa Bay area. Okay, so I can't wait to see the new place. It looks absolutely beautiful, and thank you for hanging in there for 23 years. Good girl.
Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you too. As somebody who grew up in a small business, my father had his own small business, and I grew up in that environment. I know exactly what it's like to have up years and down years. And then, of course, and when you are participating and become an owner in a small business and you have the opportunity to see that small business grow as the business I did, and then have it be cut in half during the recession, you do understand a little bit about the ups and downs of small business. So I do want to appreciate that. And one of the most exciting things, my son-in-law is works for a startup business out of Sarasota, and they just sold that business like we did at Wilson Miller. And that is really just a wonderful time when you can see the fruits of your labor become something different. But it's also very scary. So thank you for the support that you give small business. I know that they depend heavily in many ways on the chamber, and you're able to provide them a lot of resources that some of the larger business have access to, but small businesses don't. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie.
We'll look forward to seeing you this week. Next is Law Enforcement Week.
Kevin's not coming, huh?
Is anyone, are the rest of y'all coming? Probably should.
He's got a standby guard.
Yes,
He's got a
standby
guard.
guard.
He's working.
And that's the importance of us acknowledging Law Enforcement Week. My family has a history of being a part of Manatee County Sheriff Department. My uncle worked 30-plus years for Manatee Sheriff Department, and one of the things when I run into any of the deputies, they always bring stories about his legacy, and I'm very appreciative of that. On a personal note, every time I see someone from the Sheriff Department or Bradenton Police Department or Palmetto, I always tell them thank you. And the reason why I always say thank you, it's very important to understand that they're laying their life on the line. They're separating themselves from their families, and their job is to protect us every day and to make sure that our kids are safe, our streets are safe, and I will not walk by one of them without telling them thank you. So every time I see the sheriff, I always make sure I acknowledge some of the history of a family, and I ask him how's Dad doing, and that's one of our former sheriffs, Charlie Wells, because there's so many different things in the family and the community that I know the Sheriff Department and him and his legacy continues on. So here we are. Proclamation, Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida. Whereas, bring that up a little bit, throughout the history of our country, law enforcement officers have played an essential role in safeguarding the lives and liberties of citizens of this country and have aided in providing a safe and secure environment in the community. Whereas it is important that people throughout the community understand the problems, the duties, and responsibilities of law enforcement officers, and the members of those agencies recognize their duty as public servants to safeguard life and property. Whereas law enforcement officers in Manatee County have sacrificed their lives or good health in the act of protecting citizens of our state. And whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the calendar week of each year during which such date occurs as Police Week. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 13th through 17th shall be known, designated, and set aside as Law Enforcement Week in Manatee County, Florida, encouraging all residents to reflect upon and observe with appropriate ceremonies the law enforcement officers, past and present, who by the loyal devotion to their responsibilities have established themselves as preservers of the rights and security of all residents, and especially to remember those officers who, through their courage deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duty. Adopted with a quorum present on voting this 7th day of May, 2019, Board of County Commissioners, Stephen R. Johnson. I will also say next week on the 16th, we have our law enforcement memorial, and we will be discussing some other things because God has blessed me to be the keynote speaker, and I'm looking forward to it.
Good.
Thank you.
As I'm sitting here listening to the economic growth in this county, I can't help but think what the part law enforcement plays in that. If we don't have a safe community, businesses will not want to come here because residents will not want to come here. So the men and women of law enforcement, some of which are here today, do a great job in assisting in that, and I just felt like it tied together very well. My name is Captain Tom Porter, Manatee County Sheriff's Office. I'm also the president of the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 70 here in Manatee County. FBI statistics say that as of May 1st this year, 31 officers have been killed in the line of duty in the United States. Yeah. While that number is down from last year, and we are happy that it is down, we're not happy with one. One is too many. So we are going to take this opportunity on Thursday, May 16th, to not only honor the officers that were killed in Manatee County, in the history of Manatee County, but also those officers killed across the country. The service starts at 9 a.m. at Bradenton First Baptist. Mr. Bellamy has agreed to be our keynote speaker. We're very excited to have him. Good. And we look forward to seeing all of you there. And we'd like to also offer the invitation out to anybody in the community. It's open to the public. We had a great service last year, and we look to build on that this year. Thank you.
Great.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much. Hold on, Mr. Vanessa we have some people that would like to shed some wisdom with you.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm glad you say what you did about economic development, because I was going to say that, you know, I think sometimes that we tend to forget that as this county grows, so does your responsibility in the lives that you're out there to protect. I can tell you that also, you know, sometimes you hear in the county that, you know, well, you know, yes, law enforcement's there, but it's really designated the same as the rest of the staff, and it's not the same. It's not the same by a long shot. You guys take your lives into your hands every single time you go on a tour of duty. You know, it's scary with what's been going on in this country. I pray for you guys every day, and God has blessed us so far. But you know what? It's important that you have the tools you need to be able to do your jobs effectively, to protect all of us. And that's what your job is. And God bless you for even wanting to do that. Sometimes I wonder, with all the negative comments that you hear and so forth, and yet you still choose to serve. So this is Law Enforcement Week is just a wonderful thing in our county. And God bless you for what you do.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Servia.
I also want to say thank you very much for the work that you do, and just share that at 5:30 this morning, one of my neighbors was having a very big problem, and I called 911 to help that person. And before I got off the phone with a 911 operator, one of your deputies was there. So that's so wonderful that we can rely on you guys to protect us when we need help, and thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Next is Girl Scout Leadership Week.
should have got that one.
Huh? Girl Scouts that come down too.
Oh, the 2 Girl Scouts. Yeah, you were on the board.
I'm a lifetime Girl Scout.
Yeah, I
Just so
know.
you know, I am a lifetime Girl Scout.
I know.
And we were talking about leadership, and this is the way good leaders are made. Ray, you want to come join me? Proclamation, Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida. Whereas, with more than 100 years of experience, Girl Scouts brings a wealth of knowledge to programs that deliver girls cornerstone experiences with benefits that last a lifetime. And whereas Girl Scouts unleashes the girl, go-getter, innovative, risk-taker, and leader in every girl, preparing her for a lifetime of leadership. And whereas Girl Scouts combine time-tested, research-backed methods with exciting, modern programming that speaks to today's girls and is designed to cater to the strengths of girls' leadership development. And whereas Girl Scouts offers girls 21st century programming in science, technology, engineering, and math, otherwise known as STEM, the outdoors, entrepreneurship, and beyond, helping girls develop invaluable life skills and take the lead early and often. And whereas, as the world's premier leadership development organization for girls, Girl Scouts welcome girls of all backgrounds and interest who want to develop the courage, confidence, and character to make the world a better place. And whereas, the Girl Scout Gold Award, the highest and most prestigious award in Girl Scouting, calls on Girl Scouts in grades 9 to 12 to take on projects that have a measurable and sustainable impact on a community by first assessing a need, designing a solution, completing a project, inspiring others to sustain it. And whereas, during May, more than 600 local Girl Scouts will be recognized for their individual leadership accomplishments at the annual Young Women of Distinction Awards ceremony. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 20th through the 24th, 2019, shall be known, designated, and set aside as Girl Scout Leadership Week in Manatee County, Florida, and the board applauds the Girl Scout movement and Girl Scouts of Gulf Coast, Florida for providing girls with a safe, inclusive, all-girl space where they can hone their skills and develop leadership abilities. Adopted with a quorum present and voting the 7th day of May, 2019, signed by our chair, Stephen R. Johnson. And this is Ray Dowling, and one of the best things that I ever did was talk her into being on the Girl Scout board.
Thank you, Betsy, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to represent the Girl Scouts here. I, for the last 4 years, have been the board president of the Girl Scout Council, which is 10 councils in our area. Like Betsy said, later this month, we'll be recognizing the Girl Scouts of this area, and I will tell you, Girl Scouts in Manatee County are flourishing. They're everywhere. They meet in all kinds of spaces around our county, and we're so appreciative of the support that we get from you all as a commission, from the community as well. And I don't know exactly if any of the girls were from Manatee County, but I will tell you in the most recent cookie sales that we had within our council, we had 7 girls that sold more than 5,000 boxes of cookies.
That's a lot of cookies.
So there's a lot of cookies that are bought in our community, and that helps support the Girl Scouts as well. One other thing, we have Camp Honeyhana, which is here in Manatee County, which brings a lot of Girl Scouts throughout, not just our council, but other councils as well. And one final thought, in 2020, next year in October, will be the National Convention of Girl Scouts that will actually be held in Orlando. But it will be the first time that a national convention, which is held every 3 years for GSUSA, will be held in the state of Florida. So thank you all very much for this proclamation. All right. Thanks, Judge.
Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ray, I just want to say I buy those cookies every year, and I can't resist it. You know, if whatever Publix it may be that I'm stopping into on that day, I'll buy the cookies, and unfortunately my waistline is showing it. But in any event, happy to support.
Thank you. Who else still has cookies in their freezer?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all buy them and put them in our freezers as well. And since I am still here, can I just say earlier in the presentations, you recognize the transit people, and as a customer of the transit organization within Manatee County, They are awesome. I put my son on the bus every morning at 7 o'clock, 7:10, over at the Sam's Club, and they are always there. They drop them off. It's all good. Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thanks, Ray. Okay, next is Drug Court Month.
Mr. James,
All right.
there's Adina.
Oh, Mrs. Shorty. what?
Getting older, I feel
See
like
her.
I'm a grandma. I've noticed she's been coming since she was a
We
baby.
have to get you on camera. You look so pretty.
And Tom.
So cute. That was Janae's best friend.
So we've heard some great proclamations this morning, and unfortunately, drugs are a big challenge to some of the things we're celebrating, to law enforcement, to small business. But I'm so proud to read this proclamation because there are ways of addressing drug addiction and drug use, and so thank you very much for being here today. Whereas 2019 marks the 22nd anniversary of the Manatee County Drug Court, and whereas drug courts have been restoring lives and reuniting families since the first court in 1989 and continue to contribute to safer communities across the nation, and whereas since 1997, the 12th Judicial Circuit has had more than 1,170 graduates who demonstrate that the Manatee County Drug Court, with its 83% success rate, has significantly improved substance abuse treatment outcomes and substantially reduced drug abuse and drug-related crime, and has done so with less expense than any other justice strategy, and fewer than 20% of Manatee County Drug Court graduates recidivate. There has also been a total of 76 drug-free babies born during this period, saving taxpayers more than $20 million to care for these children. And whereas the drug court movement has grown from the original 12 courts in 1994 to a national organization of 3,057 operational drug courts and 3,882 problem-solving courts as of December 2016. And whereas Thursday, May 23rd, 2019 is designated as the day Manatee County Drug Court celebrates National Drug Court Month, and the promise of recovery and restored hope to drug court graduates and their families. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 2019 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Drug Court Month in Manatee County, Florida, to honor the practitioners and participants who make drug courts work and to recognize the significant contributions that the Manatee County Drug Court has made and continues to make in reducing drug usage in our community. Adopted with a quorum present and voting the 7th day of May 2019, signed by our chairman, Stephen R. Johnson. Congratulations.
Say thank you to the board for your support. I have a few people here today. Dina, she's pretty much a regular. But I also have a couple of more graduates. I have Marjorie Mann, who graduated in 2002, who's now part of the peer mentoring support group who's doing it in drug court right now with us. Good. And I have Brent Crow, who's working with the survey company, who's doing very well. So I'm going to let them speak, and then I'll close it out.
Good.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and be a part of. Thank you, Alfred. I just want to mention that I am just grateful to Drug Court for giving me the opportunity to begin a lifestyle of recovery, to overcome the obstacles that were before me back then. At this point in my life, I am a peer recovery specialist. I work for First Step of Sarasota. I am a recovery specialist with the peer-to-peer program here in Manatee County under Joshua Bennett, Robert Piper, and our director, Patty Reese. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to give back to the community, and that was only afforded to me through Drug Court, through Judge Owens, who is an amazing man who recognized the potential in me and literally came down off of his bench and put his arms around me with tears in his eyes and asked me what did he need to do to help me, and then did what I asked him to do. So I'm grateful today for that, and just grateful to see so many other people given the opportunity to change their lives through this program.
Hi, Commissioners. I just want to say thanks to Drug Court. If it wasn't for Drug Court, I wouldn't be where I am today. Own a home, have a son, don't do drugs anymore, which is a good thing. I work with y'all's GIS department and your infrastructure department, actually the hotel that's going up, the new city center parking. I work for ZNS Engineering, do the record drawings. It's a good life, and if I wasn't for Drug Court, I wouldn't be here, so thanks.
Hi.
Hi. I like your kitty ears.
So, thank you. So this is Devin. I think it's very important for us to continue coming, and we've been here for multiple years since I graduated. I think it's important for you to actually see what Drug Court has done. When I was using drugs, parenting wasn't something I was considering. I didn't believe it was in my cards. I had other ideas of what I wanted to do with my life. And then I got pregnant while I was in drug court. And it's because of the work that I did while I was in the program and while I was pregnant, and that I was offered the ability to do while completing it, that I am now a parent. We're doing extremely well. I work for Centerstone now as a therapist. I've been able to use the things that I've learned and kind of filter those back out into the community. It gives me a unique perspective because I did it already. From the criminal side with all my charges and parenting and severe drug use, it's easier for me to kind of attack some of their core beliefs and show them how they can make it too. So thank you for having me here, and thank you for supporting Drug Court, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the services offered here in this community. Thank you.
Good, Adina.
Thank you, goodbye.
I'd like to say to the Board of County Commissioners, we really couldn't do this without your support. Jane Roseborough didn't come over today, but she's the Vice President of Community Alignment at Centerstone, but she's an important part of the program as well, because Drug Court is a collaboration. Court administration is like the face, but we don't do this alone. We also do this with the Public Defender's Office, State Attorney's Office, Centerstone. Even First Step is a part with the peer mentoring, Department of Corrections. So we all come together and we try to do what we can and do what's best for the people in the program. I'd like to say that the State Attorney's Office has really stepped up a lot too, because a lot of the people, we talked about economic development. One of the things that they've allowed with a lot of people now is they aren't getting those adjudications right away. Sometimes they're getting a little extra. Maybe they're getting a withhold. They may not get a dismissal, but when you're going for a job, not having an adjudication as a felon makes a very big difference. As you see here, we talk about economic development. Everybody here is working, giving back to the community, and that's one of the things that we really try to do. I'd just like to say also that we talk about drug court, but really calling ourselves more of a treatment court these days because of the changing landscape. We do have the drug court track, but we also have a healthcare court, mental health track for people who have a primary diagnosis of mental health, because there are X amount of people who are in the jail who we've been overlooking, but now we're taking a look at those people, allowing those in, and giving those people an opportunity to get help as well. We just had 6 of those people graduate last month from the program. So that meant they'd done at least a year in the program and done very well, being clean from drugs and other activities and doing well. We also have our veterans track, and we have a HIT track for people who normally would be going to prison. Now they get an opportunity to come to drug court and get clean and get their lives in order. So I just want to thank you guys for all the work that you do in helping us do what we do. And once again, we can't do it without your support, so we just want to say thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you. We have a couple of commissioners
Thank
with comments.
you.
You're welcome, honey.
Commissioner Ball,
Those drug people.
hold on, we've got a couple of comments.
You know, it's amazing, and you're right, with what we've seen already this morning with economic development, small business, law enforcement, and now drug court. And it is, if you look at it, it's all meshed together into one. You know, it warms the heart to see every year when you come forward and you bring people with you that had an issue and now they've turned their lives around. I'm so proud of the both of you and you. Every year I look forward to seeing you, and she has really grown over the last 6 years. But you know, we could do so much more, I think. And if we realized and we look at how it all goes together. I mean, we are a community, and we need to make sure that we do whatever we need to do to continue your development, continue this drug court, you know, to make it the best it can be. I mean, just last year, we were the epicenter of fentanyl. And, you know, thank goodness it's gone down, but it's not gone. I mean, we still have a long road to take. So thank you for all of you have been through, what you're doing now. I'm so proud of you, and I'm proud of Drug Court for your success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, peer review. It's nice to actually see a name and a person that actually is one of the coaches, because we've been involved since day one. We went to the state to get the money. ZNS is kicking it. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Adina was my daughter's best friend when they were growing up, and actually Adina came to Andre and I's wedding and her mother. So I say that every year because I'm so proud of you, because it was rough for a while, and you've done so well. I'm very proud of you. You've got your doctorate or something? You've got your master's degree, and now you're a counselor at Centerstone. Amen. Thank you, everybody.
All righty. I'd like to make a couple of more announcements, though. We won't be having our grand celebration this year because if you notice, they got all the scaffolding around the building.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we can't find the grill that we normally get because the owners went out of business, and so we don't really know where it is. But we'll get it back in order. But also, I want to say OSCA, the Office of State Court Administration, through whom I work, has designated July as the National Opiate Awareness Month. So we're also going to have that as well on our calendar, and we'll be doing some type of a project in the community in July, just highlighting opiate awareness and the things we can do and what we can do to continue to fight this battle and actually overcome this battle. So I just want to say thank you guys for all your help.
Thank you.
again.
Commissioner Benak.
I just wanted to say thank you for coming forward. You know, the inspirational stories, hopefully maybe somebody's watching this on TV and will think, gosh, you know, I can make a change too in my life. If these folks could do it, I could do it. So I think it's very important that you do come forward. I also want to mention I had an opportunity. I had read something about something going on in Sarasota in regards to one of the specialty courts that they had. And I was kind of confused a little bit about it. So I called Heather Doyle. And as we know, we have Sarasota and Manatee in the 12th Judicial Circuit. And Heather gave me a great rundown of all the different courts and how things are being funded. And I really think we need to talk about some of that because there's really some, you know, you talked about adjudication, withholding. I mean, there's so many ways to make sure that we help people and don't hurt them. And I think it's... I really, really think it's very important that we continue this discussion. So I would encourage my fellow commissioners to reach out to Heather, or perhaps we need to have her come and speak to us about what some of the things that are going on and how things are changing. You know, California, I've been reading about how they've been making some significant changes, and it really makes a difference in people's lives. And that's, I really appreciate what you're doing in that regard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great success stories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Baby.
I think she'll be up here one day.
Next one's Older Americans Month.
Well, that includes all of us up here except for Reggie.
What?
Misty.
What?
Yeah, y'all can get a little older, you know.
Oh, older.
Older Americans Month.
Come on. Old hot mama. I'm not going to say I'm old.
I think we all want to.
Well, yes, I didn't think I was in this group until they were talking about Girl Scouts. We didn't have Girl Scouts when I was a kid where I lived, which puts me in the older American group when, you know, they weren't everywhere. So I guess I am old. Whereas Manatee County includes a growing number of older Americans who enrich our community through their diverse life experiences. And whereas Manatee County is committed to strengthening our community by connecting with and supporting older adults, their families and caregivers, and acknowledging their many valuable contributions to society. And whereas Manatee County recognizes the importance of bringing together all generations and engaging in activities that promote physical, mental, and emotional well-being for the benefit of all. And whereas Manatee County can enhance the lives of older Americans in our community by supporting the Age-Friendly Committee and their efforts, promoting home and community-based services that support independent living, involving older adults in community events and other activities, and providing opportunities for older adults to work, volunteer, learn, lead, and mentor. And whereas Manatee County continues to prevent abuse of older adults through maintaining and improving social supports like human services, transportation which allows everyone to live as independently as possible, and contribute to the life and vibrancy of our communities. And whereas, as our population lives longer, we are presented with an opportunity to think about our collective needs and future as a community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 2019 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Older Americans Month in Manatee County, Florida, and urge every resident to take time during this month to recognize older adults and the people who serve them as essential and valuable members of our community. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this 7th day of May 2019, signed by our chair, Stephen Johnson. Thank you.
None of them are older adults.
Yeah, I know. I don't even qualify. I wasn't sure who was first. Good morning. I'm Dr. Jennifer Bensi, the health officer with the Florida Department of Health, Manatee. I'm here with Runa Badal. She's our community health director. Dr. Hernandez, our clinical director, and Tima Medette, our acting disease control director. Briefly, what we want to say is that we're very proud that last October, we were one of 31 health departments in the state who became part of the Florida Age-Friendly Public Health Collaborative and Action Network, facilitated by the Trust for America's Health out of Boston and funded by the John A. Hartford Foundation. Our aim is to identify and enhance the role of public health in improving the health and well-being of the older adults in our community. And Runa's going to give you just a few details about what's happening currently.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Administrator, and staff. Thank you for this opportunity and to proclaim Older Americans Month. Age-friendly is truly zero to end of life. We heard a lot today about the facets between employment, safety. It's all about zero to end of life. However, with this particular project, the focus is for 65 and older. 26.8% of Manatee County residents are over the age of 65, and over 21,000 seniors live alone. So in developing and or enhancing programs to help residents live fuller, healthier lives is a critical need. Again, we've heard a lot today about collaboration and deep community partnerships. We convened an age-friendly committee, and key activities include advanced care planning that we've been able to deploy throughout Manatee County, durable medical equipment purchases. We're going to work on a falls assessment, fraud and abuse awareness, and stop the bleeds throughout our community. Falls is the #1 cause of death for those 65 and older, and our goal is to work with our community partners to keep our seniors out of the ER. We're truly appreciative of the collaborative efforts and the deep partnerships through the Age-Friendly Committee anchor partners, with whom the partners include, it just starts with our internal services, Manatee County Senior Services. We work very closely with Tracy Adams behind me. She is a key partner in this project. Emergency management, we've stood up a special needs work group, so to be more strengthened in disaster preparedness. November, we did a snapshot of our special needs registrations, and 72% were 65 and older. So this is a good opportunity for us to enhance our community collaboration and be better prepared for disaster or hurricane season coming June 1. Again, another partner is Community Paramedicine, Meals on Wheels, Department of Children and Families, law enforcement, and many others who are here in spirit. We wish to say thank you for all the programs and services that you continue to fund for seniors in our community. We're going to be hearing a lot about age-friendly and a multi-generational workforce. But on behalf of the partners who are here and are not here, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm not sure if anybody else would like to say something very quickly. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good morning, County Commissioners, Madam Administrator, and staff. My name is Bill Grenier. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Meals on Wheels Plus. Thank you very much for issuing this proclamation recognizing the seniors in our community. Just a few words on how we serve our community. Our mission is to assist our seniors live independently by providing them nutritious meals and a friendly visit 5 days a week. We serve over 600 seniors in our community, and we've delivered over 200,000 hot meals in 2018, and that's done through a visit every day, every weekday by our volunteers. We couldn't do our work without the support of this county and its various agencies, as well as the federal government and state government, and of course, all of the private donations that we do receive from very community-minded people throughout Manatee. And not to mention our 600 volunteers in this community who devote their time to deliver these meals. We also operate an adult day center. It's the only licensed daycare center for seniors in Manatee County, and we have about 130 people that attend that facility each year. We operate the food bank of Manatee County as well, not serving only older people, but families and babies, children throughout this county. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Lieutenant Andrews over at the Sheriff's Office. I have the distinct pleasure of running our crime prevention section. And one of our core functions is we go out to our older communities. We try to educate them about the various scams and frauds that go on. And it's actually truly astonishing as to how many actually get phone calls from these individuals, emails, now they're even doing text messages. And the sad thing is they still fall victim to it. Most recently, we had a lady who fell victim to the Publishers Clearinghouse scam, where she lost $10,000. And so part of our really core function is education. We go out, we talk, we educate them about the various scams, the different spins they put on old scams, and it really warms our heart over in crime prevention. When we go out to these communities, we talk to them, and they tell us, like, yes, I got that phone call, and I immediately picked up on what you said, and I hung up the phone. And I think we need to do more of that. Last year, we reached about 80,000 residents through our crime prevention programs, and we need to do more. We need to touch them through these new program that we got going on now and try to educate and reduce that loss, because these are some of our most vulnerable people in the community, and we really need to do more to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anybody? Okay, we have a couple commissioners up here. Commissioner Ball?
Yes. You know what? Older American Month. Does it really start at 65? Really? I'm just asking.
Almost 66.
You know, asking for maybe 3 of us up here. That's why I'm saying that.
I'm not 65 yet.
You're so close it doesn't matter.
I know.
You're with me,
65
baby.
yet.
You know, it's so true. And listening to all of you, Meals on Wheels. You know, several of us up here have been involved with Meals on Wheels for many, many years. It is a wonderful organization. I was involved in helping with the purchase of the the new building off of State Road 70 in Lakewood Ranch. So it's really come a long way. And the wonderful thing about Meals on Wheels is truly what you do for your senior citizens. It is awesome. You know, the deputy that just spoke, you know, ironically, I got an email the other day from the Social Security Administration, or not an email, sorry, a phone call, a voicemail from the Social Security Administration telling me that my security number had been terminated because, and I needed to call them ASAP, and I went, yeah, right, you know. I didn't call them back, needless to say, but there are a lot of people out there that really do just hunt on the, you know, and try to get into the senior citizens, and it's so sad to see. One thing I do want to bring up, where it talks about in the proclamation, let me see, where is it? That Manatee County continues to prevent abuse of older adults. That is really saying it all right there in that one sentence. There is so much of it that goes around. I can tell you this board last year, we had said as a board and voted on it that if the increase in the Homestead Act didn't pass, that we were going to take, I think it was like $60,000 or $65,000, so that a senior advocate position could be done in the judicial center. And I don't think that's been done, has it? Not that I've heard of, and I'm always asking. And I don't think it has. And I can tell you, you know, going back on that, I can tell you my own brother went through, he was definitely abused. And it's very sad with the story and how things ended up for him. And it's very hard for me. You know, he had dementia and very bad. But anyway, hopefully this year that's going to come back. I hope. And this board will see fit to see through on having a senior advocate, because I think we might have one in Manatee, if I'm not mistaken, but that's nowhere near the need that we have. So just thank you for looking out for the older Americans. It's hard for me to say it, but you know what? We really have so many in Manatee. And like somebody else said, you know, if you look at everything that we've looked at this morning under proclamations and so forth, the great thing about it is that it does all mesh together, and we're all in it together. So thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, I also want to extend my thanks, not only as a board member up here for all that you do, but personally as someone who has 4 people in their 90s in our family, and 3 of them live independently. And so every weekend, our days are occupied with helping to care for them. So thank you, Lieutenant Andrews, for the work that you're doing. Thank you, Dr. Bensi. Thank you to all of you, because although our community has a lot of resources like Meals on Wheels and others, they're stretched so thinly, and there's never enough money, and there are never enough volunteers. So thank you very much for what you do. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Whitmore.
And thank you, Misty. There's a gentleman next door to me whose wife just died, and he's living off the Meals on Wheels and nothing else. So like a couple nights a week, I bring him leftovers because he isn't eating anything else. So I appreciate it. I am still working as a nurse one day a week at a home health company, so I taking care of seniors. And the biggest thing you mentioned, falls, is the number one. That's 100% correct. Just something, I've been out with the physical therapy to the independent livings, assisted livings, to teach these elderly that even if they do tippy toes 100 times a day, because if you think about when you're in a fall, you probably don't realize it, you grab yourself with your toes and your feet. Ankle strengthening is one of the biggest things to prevent falls, and it's so easy. So I get it. I was going to ask to have this on a work session real quick, Dr. Bensi, and I don't know if you could just tell us real quick, and I was going to ask Sherry if we could do something. We have the outbreak of measles and hepatitis A, and we haven't gotten anything from anybody. I went and got a titer because my husband is ill, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to give him anything since I'm out so much, and mine was, I'm still immune to all that. But hepatitis A, I've just heard starting to come in, and I'm not sure if you are going to send us something at the county that we can pass out to our citizens, because I see all the naysayers on social media, but I'm not going to jeopardize a little baby or my husband to be ridiculous, because I'm a nurse for 40 years and I know what immunization does. But I just want to make sure what to tell the public.
Thank you so much for asking. Yes, this started back in last year, October, November, where we started seeing spikes across the state. So the ones most affected are just north of us, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, and Orange County. However, relatively speaking, our rates have increased, so now we are considered high risk. We have 19 positive cases of hepatitis A in the community, and usually we have 1 or 2. So about 3 months ago, we did start an incident command system at the health department, and we do an IAP, incident action plan, every week. Our entire team is involved. So a big piece of it is the messaging. So we're doing a lot of communication. We have flyers that our staff through environmental health are taking. It's transmitted through not washing your hands, and then that interaction with another individual. So restaurants can be a place for all of us to be potentially exposed. However, we also are focusing on high-risk populations, which include the homeless and IV drug users. So needless to say, we've been working with the jail, Turning Points, Centerstone, Operation PAR, Salvation Army. We have our mobile bus out doing vaccines in the community as well, but educating at gas stations, convenience stores. We have a lot of posters through transit assisting us as well. So really trying to get the message out any way we can to the community about getting your hepatitis A vaccine if you haven't. People get confused. They're not sure if it was B. Hepatitis C does not have a vaccine currently, so persons probably, if you worked in healthcare, you definitely got hepatitis B vaccine, but probably maybe not A. Right. So again, we are offering these free of charge, especially for those who are high risk. We are setting up pods or points of distribution throughout the community. This is an ongoing event, and so anything we can do to assist you further, please let us know.
Can you send us that? And also, is the A like the B, is the A more than one shot or just one?
It is 2. However, for those that are high risk, we just want to reach out and get at least 1 vaccine in them. We're doing incentives. We're giving bus passes for those who will come in to have it done at our shelters and in the community. Also, we have hygiene kits available to them. So really trying any way we can to get everyone their vaccine as soon as possible.
Public can go into the health department and ask for one?
Absolutely.
Measles, that's the big one.
So measles, you're hearing on television, again, another issue internationally. If you're traveling abroad, you want to check that country, call us. We can give you a booster if need be. Also, locally, we are monitoring people who have come from other countries into our communities who have been potentially exposed on an airplane. We haven't had any cases yet to date, but around us, we have seen that. So again, leaning forward and trying to educate the community as much as possible about the risk, particularly those who are not eligible yet, which are the youngest ones in our community, and those with immunocompromised concerns as well. So everybody has to do their part. And again, the messaging is key because there are those out there who don't believe that this is the right thing to do from a health perspective, but it absolutely is.
Thank you. Sorry to trade off, but I was going to ask for a work session because of all this happening, so it's good that you were here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Ball?
Yeah, I'm glad. I was going to ask you about hepatitis A. I did not realize that it was as prevalent as it is in Manatee County. I think I read it in the paper either yesterday or today, an article about it. And ironically, I'm getting ready to get the shots because I'm going on a missions trip in August, and it's required. Yep. So, keep up the good work. I mean, any way that we can help as a board, we would love to, because she's, Commissioner Whitmore is correct. Measles is out of control, I think, and hepatitis A seems to be right there with it. So anything we can do.
Thank you. Hand washing is key. Even if you go into a store or restaurant and they don't have soap in the restroom, get someone's attention.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Basic hand washing.
Wow.
Save the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Keep up the good job. Next is Teen
it's me.
Pregnancy Prevention Month.
Oh, my back. Welcome, everyone. I saw Marianne. Is she here? Did she leave? Oh, she's like the rock star of all this. Years ago, before I read this real quick, Marianne, come on down. Before I read this, years ago, Marianne and a group of people brought this to our attention, and the board put this on their priority for the Children's Services tax. Our teen pregnancy was like out of control. And we decided that's what we would concentrate on. And when I read the stats, you'll hear that. But we decided as a board that we wanted to make it a policy to figure out a way to get programs to decrease teen pregnancy in Manatee County. And when you hear the numbers, you'll see it worked. And so this is what the board does at budget time. We look at, we plan, now it's early reading for, under 3 years old, we're starting the early reading, stuff like that. But this is the great outcome from one of the programs that the board set a few years ago. Whereas the Healthy Teens Coalition of Manatee County and its teen health educators actively advocate for a continued comprehensive approach to addressing teen pregnancy prevention and associated health programs in youth, and strive for children in our community to be born into and grow up in a healthy, safe, and nurturing environment. Whereas Healthy Teen Coalition's Teen Health Educator Program has been lauded nationally and throughout the state of Florida as the model program for successful reduction of high-risk behaviors and critical health issues in our youth, including teen pregnancy, mental health issues, vaping, and STDs. And whereas there has been a reduction of more than 55% in teen births among Manatee County youth aged 15 from 19 over the last 8 years, with repeat teen pregnancies for the same period down by 66%, which is unheard of. Whereas youth health must remain a strong focus in our community, particularly with dramatically rising youth rates of sexually transmitted illnesses, serious mental health issues, electronic cigarette use, and higher teen birth rates than the state's average among Manatee County teens aged 15 to 19. And whereas the Manatee County Health Care Alliance has targeted teen pregnancy reduction as a priority strategic health issues for the 2015-2020 Community Health Improvement Plan. And Healthy Teen Coalition is in partnership with community agencies in the school district provide comprehensive, evidence-based programs and services to vulnerable youth. And whereas unyielding support for comprehensive teen pregnancy prevention must continue in Manatee County in order to maintain positive gains toward the common goal of reducing teen pregnancy. Now therefore be proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 2019 shall be known, designated, and set aside for Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with our quorum present and voted the 7th day of May 2019, signed by our Chair, Steve Johnson. So I'm going to let someone speak. And here is your proclamation. Thank you.
Good morning, Manatee County Commissioners. My name is Case McEwen.
And I'm Anastasia Ramirez.
We are both teen health educators for Manatee Healthy Teens Coalition, and with me today are the members of the Manatee Health Coalition. Everyone here behind us today has helped us tremendously in our efforts. Mr. Chamberlain, County Commissions, and honored guests, on behalf of the Healthy Teens Coalition of Manatee County, I would like to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you for recognizing May as Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month in Manatee County. We sincerely appreciate receiving this proclamation and for your support in the Healthy Teen Coalition's effort to reduce risky teen behaviors by providing Manatee County teens with the knowledge and the skills to make informed decisions about their physical, mental, emotional, and well-being of health. We know that teens are less likely to suffer from devastating consequences of teen pregnancy if they have medically accurate information and sexual health, pregnancy, sexually transmitted infections, and the importance of abstinence.
As a teen health educator, we are trained to provide our peers with such information and support, as well as educate them on a variety of health issues and health issues that impact youth. Through my own experience as a peer educator, I see a huge need for young people that have these programs like Healthy Teens Coalition and opportunities to learn this important information to keep ourselves healthy and safe and to delay kids until we're adults.
Recognitions like this proclamation truly contribute to the community-led success in reducing our community's teen birth rates. Thank you for joining us in our cause. We would also like to extend our invitation for you to attend the Healthy Teens Coalition Awards ceremony, or reception, and a Teen Health Educator graduation ceremony on Tuesday, May 21st from 5 to 6:30 p.m. at the Manatee Technical College on State Route 70. We are leaving invitations to this special event with you today.
So I just want to give my thanks and the thanks to all of Manatee County for once again a perfect example of wonderful collaboration that's made a positive difference in our community. So from the cradle to the grave, I think we're doing a lot in Manatee County, and we're happy to be a part of it. All of you were recognized a few years back, the county commission, because you've been wonderful in supporting and helping us. Our elected official of the year that we're recognizing this year is the sheriff. So come out and support him if you would, because once again, their office, as we've seen today, does so much for our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wait for Carol to get back. Okay, the next item is, are there any items from the consent agenda that the board would like to pull? Seeing none, that's a good sign. So, the next item is citizens' comments on future agenda items. I believe Ms. Rhodes has signed up for 3 minutes to discuss a future agenda item.
Good morning. I'm going to tell you a little story. It's not for future agenda item. It's about myself and one of your commissioners. Yes, this story started. I worked at the Department of Youth Center for 25 years. And after my brother, the late Seymour Earl Sales, passed, we worked one more year. In 2007, we left the youth center altogether. Now, I know for a fact, people think I'm still affiliated with the Palmetto Youth Center. If I'm somewhere, they ask me a question and everything. So they came and asked me a question about our commission in District 2. I say, why are you asking me? I said, okay. So what I did, I called over here and asked what was the protocol for a commission still the director at the youth center and getting county funded. So I talked to the attorney Palmer. And what he did, I know for a fact, if I call over here, you all, him or whoever did it, going to tell either one of you commissioners that I called for the public record. Okay, he sent me 5 pages long. So what I told the people, I said, well, he can stay because he's not getting no county money. He said his money is coming from somewhere else. That was on the paperwork. So anyway, Saturday, and I am very upset. To get respect, you got to show respect. I'm at a funeral, at my friend's husband's funeral out in Paris at St. Mary Church. And I left out to go to the bathroom. I heard somebody say, did you get your information? I wasn't paying no attention because I thought somebody was talking to somebody else. And they said it 2 more times, so when I turned around before I could go to the bathroom, it was your commissioner, Reggie Bellamy. And I went and told him, yes, I did. I got so upset because he tried to intimidate me. I have that right if I wanted that information. He didn't approach me, and everybody said that he was wrong to be a commission servant, a public service, asking me that question. Now, I'm very upset because he is sitting on this board, and he had no business asking me that. And I'm letting you all know, yes, I'm going further with it because he is serving us. I'm not mad with Reggie because he won the election. He represented me in District 2. Everything is over with. But don't approach me, asking me a question where the attorney called and say, Miss Rose asked for this information, whoever called and told him. It's supposed to be well within him soul that it was done. He didn't have to ask me. And I'm letting you all know, every one of you all, I am going further because as him sitting on this board, he didn't have no business approaching me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to come down and talk about a future agenda item? Seeing nobody come forward, we will close that item. And the next one is citizens' comments on the existing, today's consent agenda. Is there anybody from the public that would like to come down and talk about any items on today's consent agenda? Seeing nobody come forward, we will close citizens' comment on the consent agenda. So I think we are now
Move
looking
approval.
for the approval.
Second. Approval of the consent agenda. Second.
Okay,
Consent
like,
agenda.
what?
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Benak. I don't know who did the second. Who?
A bunch.
Misty?
Pick one.
Okay,
Serbia.
Servia.
I went to your left. All
To
right.
I have
your
a
left.
motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the changes and the additions that were handed out prior to the meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, consent agenda is approved. Now we will move on to the administrator's discussion of work sessions.
Where are we? Oh, 42?
42, number 42 on your calendar.
Yep. Oh, where are we, 42?
Good morning, Commissioners. Acting County Administrator Sherry Corey. I thought I'd come down to the podium, might be easier to go over this information. Just dating back to February, the board asked for us to do a review of our current space for work sessions. Working with with the Property Management Department, Charlie Bishop and his group, they did a complete review of all meeting spaces. This included current meeting spaces, the chambers. It included the Manatee Room where your current work sessions are located, included potential other sites that we have, which are other meeting spaces at libraries, the convention center, our emergency operations center, public works, utilities, and then also next door at our Merrill Lynch building. So I have a summary just to review with you and then take discussion. Based on all of this review, I'd like to boil this down to 4 key items. The Manatee Room, which is your current location for work sessions, is just a little over 1,125 square feet and has room for 70 individuals. Right now, though, we do not have appropriate equipment to videotape and or rebroadcast the meetings. While the work session space is appropriate for the board and for presenters, it's not as user-friendly to the audience and persons that are trying to follow the meeting. However, there is parking, of course, next door. It would take, we are estimating about $100,000 to bring in the appropriate equipment. One of the other concerns we have about the Manatee Room, and especially with the growth in the community, is that our Building and Development Services Department is growing at the seams. They're located on the 4th floor. There are many people sharing office space, and over the last year, we've been reviewing the potential of using that as an open space to expand the ability for Building and Development Services to use that area. However, right now, it's working as your work session space without videotaping. The chambers that you're in today is about 2,200 square feet, holds about 200 people, and has, as you know, this is where we have the meetings as we are today, has capability for taping and rebroadcasting. has parking associated with it, is user-friendly to commissioners. However, if in fact you have a large group of people involved in a discussion or presentation, you have a joint meeting with, let's say, City of Bradenton, Sarasota County Commission, you'd have difficulty having those individuals in a space below here and also having an open discussion. However, we are looking, as you know, at going forward, expanding and creating a better experience with our microphones and some of the other equipment that you have. So we'll be spending some money in this room most likely over the summer to make sure this equipment is operating correctly. It is user-friendly to the audience, it is accessible and has parking. However, we do compete with others for this room, even though it is the chambers. It is solely placed upon you have the first priority, and especially during board meeting days, obviously. At other times, there are other folks that do use the space. We would need to plan ahead to use it. At times, we need overflow space in the building for this room and other rooms, and we do then end up on occasion taking up all the other spaces in the building, and we attempt to have broadcasting done. The third area I'd like to talk about is the Merrill Lynch building, which is the building next door. That building currently has an open space that is available for staff to use as meeting space. It houses right now the fitness center and our Meow Town, which will be moving in sometime in late May, late June. There is an open, unfinished space on the second floor that is, the building total is about 5,760 in space. However, that upstairs would hold up to about 150 persons. It does not have any equipment in it, does not have any space built out, but is open, could be renovated and used for meeting space, and most likely would be somewhere up to about $500,000 to make that space usable and available. It would allow for it to be used for other meetings as well, not just work sessions, DRC, the RAM, other large staff meetings, which now the Manatee Room is used as well. It's a very used area, used by staff for training. If in fact we do lose that area, we'll be looking to have to recreate some space somewhere. Let's see. Then the convention center. You know, the convention center is a place where we do tend to have group meetings. We have the ability to go there on a topic and case-by-case basis. We work directly with Manatee Educational Television and the convention center audiovisual crew to have meetings there for taped and then rebroadcast events. And we currently have a contract in place for other events, but that would require us to expand our contract, probably project anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 a year on a case-by-case basis to try and arrange for METV to assist us with larger events that you may have. It has extensive room. It in the largest room is a little over 4,000 square feet, which is your Longboat Key Room, can hold up to 350 persons. Your smaller rooms are anywhere from 1,300 to 1,700 in space and can hold about 150 individuals. It does seem to be user-friendly. It is, though, an off-site location, but does have parking, and it would be more or less a pay-as-you-use or pay-as-you-go option. We looked at about 25 different locations. Those we feel as staff are your top 4 to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
Okay, we would have to pay more because they don't tape us now, as we know that. I'm not in favor of coming down here and doing a work session again unless you do something like we said, you know, down together on the aisle, not just us at the dais and them down there. Sarasota County has a nice room with, you know, with all the equipment and stuff, and you can sit across from them. And we've been to it for when we've had meetings there, and that's the work session room. Merrill Lynch, I would rather sell the building in the future. I would rather not keep it for just us. I know we'd have to find a place for our exercise, and I understand that. Maybe we can find a smaller space, or not the smaller space, but a smaller building to put this downtown here. We could work with the City of Bradenton maybe, because they're doing some stuff. Maybe we could coordinate with them and have one that everybody could use, maybe. So I would rather, in the future, look at selling that building. And the acoustics in that building are terrible. At least they were when we were meeting downstairs. In that one room, they weren't that good. And you're right, $500,000. I'd rather, get that money than put it out. Convention Center, to me, I do realize we do need to move off the 4th floor. I know Bradenton used to meet at the old auditorium upstairs, because I went to a few of their work sessions. They were never televised at the time. I don't know if they still are. I don't really care about televising or not, because we have the press always at the meeting, and everybody knows what's on the agenda. That's not make it or break it for me. But the Convention Center, I'm good with. 10 to 15,000. It would be a delayed tape. Like you said, the TDC, the City of Bradenton aren't live. Everything, Lomboat Key's not live. They're taped and then done later, so I have no problem with that. So to me, and my suggestion would be the Convention Center, because we do have to move anyway, and the acoustics are good, and our guys can figure that out. And you think about 10 to 15,000 to put equipment in there. Would we be traveling from different rooms depending on the work session, how big it would be, or?
It would be based on availability, and the only thing I would add about the convention center is, it may be a temporary fix over the next few years if it does, if a hotel is added, or if it is taken over to run it, the expanded use may be used for larger conventions and variety of things. But there's a number of rooms there, obviously, as you know, smaller, larger,
Right.
depending on your topic.
And also, looking in the future, we've also looked at the state's attorney maybe moving out someday and moving things around, so maybe after a year or so, we may come back here. But again, we need to have a work session. I just don't like the formality here. People do not feel comfortable when we're sitting up here and they're down there. So, Convention Center would be my choice.
Okay. Commissioner Trace.
I'm not, whether we video or don't video is not a make or break for me. I agree that I think the 4th floor is not the best place either. I think we need to start looking long-term where to have a decent work session room. I agree Sarasota has a better facility than we do. I think we keep it the way it is. If we have one that we really want a lot of public, we try to get the convention center or we come down here. But look long-term for a home. Whether or not it's a Merrill Lynch, I haven't studied that building enough to know if it's doable or we're better off knocking it down and starting fresh. That part I couldn't tell you, but I think that what we have right now is not going to work forever. So I think we need to start talking long-term on something.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, when this initially came up, I think my concern was to make sure our communications are extended out to our community. And with listening to it, I'm concerned about the dollar amounts, but we definitely need to have a plan. I do have a question as far as the difference, as far as paying for it for live or being delayed. And you can answer that later, but I do.
I don't think there's any difference.
There's no difference. It's the same. So that's not something that we have to.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Please do.
There's a
Please do.
considerable amount of setup, and we would need to plan ahead to get on the calendar. They're limited staff, but we work with them in a variety of different capacities now. They do other meetings as well, to City of Bradenton, MPO, I think, TDC board. So, they're used to traveling. However, we would have to get a little bit closer on that, but I don't believe it would be out of the range of what I mentioned.
So I guess my question would be, which option would be the best for us to address public engagement? So the public can be aware and we do make them aware. I do know that the press is there and things like that, but we do have seating. And I also agree that this atmosphere right here may be a little intimidating. In the work sessions, we want the community to be able to be open, kind of let their hair down and express themselves, because we have an obligation to make sure we hear from them and serve them. But my question is, with us, knowing that we want to put the communication, we want to have the information out there, maybe it's not a question, it's an option. I guess the Civic Center would be our short-term fix, in my opinion. But do we have something else differently that we're looking at, or we're taking this moment to discuss that openly now?
We're just, staff is providing the information we've reviewed and looked at the size, trying to give you sort of a ballpark figure on cost. It's apparent that your equipment, no matter where we go, needs to be addressed, and we were already in the process of looking at the equipment in this room. However, the functionality of the METV and broadcasting is live and well in this room. It's happening now. It would happen when you're in this, if we make arrangements. Work sessions traditionally aren't, when we're down here, are not televised here. They are taped and then rebroadcast. As well as at the convention center or off-site locations when we use Manatee Educational TV or another organization, they're taped and then potentially rebroadcasted on the Manatee Educational Television, our MGA station.
And maybe I missed that, but if we were to broadcast at the Civic Center financially, did you identify those numbers?
We're anticipating, based on the number of meetings, anywhere from 10 to 15,000 impact.
A year?
A year, yes.
And based on what we're paying now?
It would just be in addition to, right now, we provide an agreement with Manatee Educational Television. It's about $170,000 a
Okay,
year
so that's part of it.
to do all of our broadcasting, and they also have a program they do for community broadcasting that's separate.
So the priority, and I want to be sure that I clearly understand this, and I'm very thankful for your efforts and appreciate everything that you do. So the priority is to upgrade in equipment. That's the bottom line, whether we here or whether we're at the Civic Center.
You'll be seeing in the budget some requests to upgrade your equipment so that your functionality in this room, as well as in other locations, dependent upon your decisions today, would meet your needs.
Okay, I'll stand for now.
Commissioner Servia.
Sherry, thank you so much for bringing this to us and the options as you've presented them. I really appreciate it because I think that we owe it to our community to be as transparent and accessible as we possibly can. Very few people can attend these meetings or the workshops, I should say, live in person, but there still is a great interest, and I hear about it all the time. So I would like, my opinion is it should be broadcast live. It should be broadcast all the time for every work session so that everyone can understand what our local government is doing. As far as the four options, my two favorite are either this room or the convention center, just because it's the most cost-effective way to do it. I'm concerned the Merrill Lynch building, not only a big investment, but I'm not sure it's handicap accessible on the second floor. And it would have to be, and
that would be included in what we would have to have.
That would be a big cost. And the Manatee Room, it's just not functioning well for televised workshops. But I think it does function well for DRC and RAM meetings. At least that's my understanding. So those are my comments, and thank you again.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, I think this was a good presentation, and I agree a lot with Misty that, we, especially when, and you and I talked about this, about the stormwater, was just so much information, and I know we're trying to boil it down, but it's, our questions. It is always very helpful for me to hear everybody else's questions, so I assume it would be for the public as well. So I kind of like the convention center. I think that really that sounds like the best option short term. And certainly with enough lead time, we can have the staff. We always have the staff that we need there. It's not typically something where staff has to run down here in the middle of something. We do that more during these meetings than we do in work sessions. So I think that just in hearing this stuff, to me, is probably the best option for, immediate change. And if we, have opportunities to take work sessions out to the community, you and I discuss that. That sounds like something that would be good. I know I've been to community meetings at libraries, and folks like to show up there. I've been to some community meetings at some, community facilities, and you know, you do get more people that show up in their own neighborhoods. It just depends on what it is. So I think the biggest issue is having enough lead time so that we can schedule it, and hopefully we can work on that. I know it's tough when we always say, oh, we need a work session, but, you know, we just have to prioritize, do a better job of prioritizing what's important. So that's on us. So I think we can work this out. Thank you.
Okay. You know, I think, Tim, for me, you know, the Mayor Lynch building doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's just too much, and it's, you know, I don't even know if we can get the smell of cats out of there, quite frankly.
There you go.
Not the cats.
It's a good place after all.
It's that
But,
pneumonia. I'm bringing commission there. Big smell.
Oh, God.
But, you know, the other options, you know, I'm really quite satisfied with the fourth floor, but I know long-term that's not probably a viable solution, so I think the convention center is probably the best option that we have at this point. I'm not that concerned about telecasting things live. I think if it's going to be videoed and then put on later, again, it's a work session. We're not going to make a decision there. You know, so people can watch it and see what we talked about and then get back to us and say, hey, you know, I watched this on this work session. Before you make a decision, here's my input type of thing. So I don't see that being as critical to have a live, you know, TV point on it. But I think the convention center, you know, is probably ultimately, unless we've come up with some other grand space, and I don't know, maybe we can make an offer to Wayne Poston and redo the bottom of the, you know, the old civic center down there and hold it there, you know. But I don't think that would go over well, but that would be a good spot with a lot of parking and access, in my opinion. But those are just kind of my thoughts.
What do they use that for?
Do they use that for anything?
Not storage.
Oh, it's
right
empty.
now.
It's storage right now. That's a good idea.
Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, I think it's real simple. I don't think it matters where the meetings, you know, are held, but the public needs to be able to watch it on TV. That's the bottom line. That's the only reason we did this to begin with. So we can sit back and, you know, I was waiting to hear from the majority of the board to see what they wanted to do, but it sounds like to me, the bottom line is the public should have access to live meetings that we have. It's called transparency. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, you know, Steve, you brought up a good point. I mean, that may be something where we could do a partnership with the city of Bradenton, because I don't think it's in bad shape. I just think that they're not using it anymore. So, I mean, that could be a long-term thing. But I agree with what you've said also. And I know Chris is in there. They have 3 employees. And they cover all these events, and they cover us. And Thursdays are Tiger Bay meetings. I know they're at the port on when we have port meetings, but Thursdays are Tiger Bay meetings. They have all kinds of events on Thursdays. And I know in the past, we've actually had to have meetings where we asked them to come, and I don't think they could in the past for a few, if I recall right. METV's gonna, you know, be going through a lot of things, but they only have 3 employees. So 10 to 15,000 to cover the convention center is probably what our costs are for the equipment and everything. I don't know if they're gonna be able to cover it. So again, I think what you're hearing, everybody agrees that we want it videoed, that we want it taped. It's not gonna be taped live unless it's in this room, Misty, and that's just the way it is. The city of Bradenton isn't taped live. It goes on that night after he uploads it, but it still will be televised. So I think that you need to sit down with METV, Sherry, to see what to do. And then if they can actually do it, we're saying all we want to do, but if they can't do it, are we willing to pay for somebody for them to, an employee with benefits or whatever? So are we willing to do that? It's still cheaper than the 500,000, and they probably would welcome that, but I don't know if Sherry would. So anyway, I agree with the auditorium, or the convention center. I think somebody should look at the auditorium with the mayor. And maybe we could share it together, some kind of relationship. So good idea, Steve.
Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I think I heard that broadcasting live or taping the meetings was the same cost. Is that what I heard you say, Sherry?
I would have to confirm that. I did allude to that, but I would have to confirm that. I know that when we're at the convention center, we're not live, but we are taped broadcast and rebroadcast. So if live is the goal, I think, as was just said, this room, we can do that here, but others we would not on that during the broadcast.
So the reason that I support the live broadcast is this. You know, working business people will tune in to the live broadcast, which happens during the workday, and they will listen while they're working. As someone who did that for years of regular meetings, I will tell you that's a very easy way to watch it. Now, take that same group of people, when they go home at night to their families, are they going to tune in and watch the workshop? You know, some of them will. But it's reducing the accessibility to our community. And my goal is to increase accessibility and transparency of everything this local government does. And so that's why I'm asking that it be broadcast live and that it be taped and rebroadcast and held in a place that's convenient. As for the city of Bradenton, I understand they do things differently, Commissioner Whitmore, but I just don't want to model what we do after the city of Bradenton necessarily. I want to do the best we can do.
Okay, Commissioner Whitmore.
I'm not modeling after anybody. I'm just telling you the facts that none of the cities broadcast live, because I've been to the city meetings. Even Palmetto, they don't do it. They don't do it. I'm sorry, they don't do it. I'm thinking of Mark Young in there. But I'd like to, it sounds like to me that the majority would like for now, go to the convention center with discussions with, and this will be my motion, I'd like to make a motion to move our work sessions to the convention center and have our administrator discuss with METV the logistics and how that would work so that we can tape our work sessions. And I think that's it. Does that sound all right?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay.
And I guess under discussion, I'm not sure I'm ready to say we're going to move. I don't know that I have enough information.
Right.
Well, they're
I
coming
think
back
the
for
reality is,
Okay, I don't
you know,
care.
METV is a very small nonprofit. We aren't like the school board. We don't own our own TV stations.
That's right.
So we have to work with them on their limitations and their schedules. I don't think it's necessary to have all of our work sessions live, because our work sessions, we don't make any decisions in our work sessions. People have plenty of opportunity to reach out to us after viewing it. The nice thing about the televised, the METV, is you can access it on YouTube at any time. You can watch those at any time. You know, I think maybe I never watched this live while I was at work. Never.
Don't let your
Unless,
boss catch you.
usually.
Don't let your boss catch you.
No, unless it was something that was related to something I was working on, which meant I was here. So I watched it live in the audience. But no, I mean, I think that's unusual. Most people that I talk to watch it at all weird times, you know. And I always say, every time they say, I watch it on TV, I always have the same response. God bless you. But I don't think it's necessary for it to be live. But I really would like to know, because we're talking about adding workload
Right.
to METV. I want to make sure they can handle it before I would make that. I mean, it just is part of the decision that I don't feel I have that. So I have no problem with researching and bringing us back exactly what it would take. You had some very preliminary stuff. I think we made that step. When are we going to have to get out of the fourth floor?
We are not scheduled to get out of the
can still
fourth
use
floor
it.
right now. It is reaching sort of a critical need for that department to have space. So we would like, at least even for the staff, to know that we're planning something. And so, you know, this decision is contingent upon helping us move towards that.
Well, I think I'm fine with moving toward that as quickly as possible. But I guess I'm just the fact that we definitely said we do it when we don't know exactly can
It
they
did say
handle it.
discuss with METV staff to see if they were able to in the motion.
I would say that right now, we currently have all of the work sessions scheduled there for the budget hearings. Any of your formal action items would be scheduled here. So that would put us through June. And so things can, then you have your recess from June 21st, I believe, to July 23rd. So what we had hoped to do was if we were able to make improvements here to make this a perfect location for your regular meetings, we were going to attempt to do some things for the mics and et cetera here, or at least a study. You know, we have to have really a study of how this all operates. You can sort of see there where you're sitting. There's lots of cables and lots of things going on. We'd like to really make sure that if we're making a fix here and spending money on it, that it's a long-term fix for this room. And so that puts you back at about, I believe, July 20th, 23rd to be back here. And so right now, our schedule is basically set, but we can alter it, you know, based on the decision.
Can I ask a question? You said all the budget work sessions are set there.
We originally just in the Manatee Room, like you've normally done as a discussion, except for your public hearings, which require you to make a vote. Any of those would be scheduled here. Unless you desire something different, and we were just waiting until this point to discuss that.
Center, right.
Well, I think we should look at taking as much as we can. I think there's a consensus that it's better if we get them televised, so to the extent
And we may be able to move those
we
here.
can move them to convention
We
center.
may
I
be
think
able to
probably
move
should look
those
at that.
here if they're available as well. We can take a look at that calendar.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Christie.
So I agree with Betsy's comments. Great comments. Thank you for that. And I don't know, Commissioner Whitmore, are you willing to bring in her comments and amend your motion? Or Betsy, do you want to amend the motion?
Our motion kind of said that, but can you read it? Because it all depends on METV,
The
really.
motion was to have work sessions at the Convention and Visitors Bureau and have the county administrator discuss with METV regarding taping the work sessions.
Oh, well, yeah. How about options, whether they can accomplish this? I'll amend my motion. Is that okay, Betsy?
If you were to have it, the second person first,
Okay.
if it can be held at the convention center, if they can do the job, whatever.
And if I may
Starting all over.
suggest,
Let her get it straight.
So if
Discuss with METV if they are able to tape our work sessions in the future at Bradenton Convention Center. And then the rest. Okay.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
and so may I, am I still on the board? So may I suggest that we also explore broadcasting live, what that would cost, if it's possible, if METV is able to do so, just to have that information. I think it is a good point that it's on YouTube and most people who are internet savvy can access it and take a look at it. So that's a good point. But if there's little cost in doing it live, and if METV is able to accommodate us, then I would be in favor of that.
So, okay, I think we're getting a little.
I'm on the board and I
confused
haven't
here.
spoken really.
You're
I
next.
just want to make sure before we vote that I get to speak.
Understand.
There's 4,
Just
so
trying to
yeah.
clarify as to what the heck we're voting on.
Go ahead and
Commissioner
cares?
Trace, because I don't have a clue. at the
Done
moment.
anyway.
let the clerk read it again and then you'll.
Well, actually, I have a little problem with the motion because I personally want a little more information before we say we are going to the convention center.
That was my point, too.
I have no problem with going to the convention center, but I think we need to remember, we're putting a lot of stress on METV, so we need to clear them. We're putting a lot of stress on the clerk.
Right.
We're putting a lot of stress on our staff.
Right, you're right.
I have no problem with having, when we know that there is a work session that is, some of the work sessions we do, people, that we have no attendance whatsoever. I'm not saying we ought not to start working towards that, but on the short term, I have never met anyone that watches our meetings live, period. Period, except that they're fully retired and they have nothing better to do. And, I'm just telling you, so I think it's good to be out there. I do know one fellow who watches them every morning at 2:00 because he used to get up at 2 to go to work, and that's when he watches them. And he says they're funny.
Done.
So,
Yeah,
So-
I'm gonna withdraw my motion because I tend to agree with you. We're
So
not
I
ready
would
yet.
like us to have a lot more information. I have no problem when we know.
Goodness.
And I do agree that we need to have a permanent home, and it seems like the consensus of this board is to have them at least taped. So fine. But I think in the short term, we stay where we are. We know if we have a big meeting, we go and we task staff with finding us a permanent home where the meetings can at least be taped. And that would include either METV or somebody else.
I
if they
withdrew
cannot
my
do it.
motion. I don't know if the second.
Good, I
I
can
agree.
speak.
I agree with the withdrawal.
Thank
I think
you.
we've got enough.
All right, I have the floor now. I have a couple of questions. When were you asked, or not you, but when did this board decide that we needed to look into moving our workshops and televised? And when did we make that
Robin?
request?
Robin's made it.
I don't
for
know. I
ages.
want to know the date.
The most recent time period was in the end of February.
The end of February.
Yeah, so we
Okay.
started our research then. We
Okay.
talked about it, and now we concluded to bring you back the details.
Okay, has there been any discussion with METV?
Yes, there has.
Okay, because what I'm hearing up here, it's a waste of our time. All right, and you know what, I got a lot on my schedule, and I got a lot of committees that I'm working on. So it seems to me that if it was going to come back before us today, that a lot of this information we'd have, and we're just kicking the can down the road again. I'm hearing that we don't know what METV might charge. We don't know if it should be live. We're not sure really where we could handle it, the meetings. I mean, I would think that all these comments that I'm hearing from these commissioners, we would have answers to, or it wouldn't have come back to this board. Because what I'm seeing right now is that the questions that are prevalent, I'm hearing that they haven't been asked. So all I'm saying is, commissioners, and county administrator, you know what? I mean, if you don't want to do it, say so. If you want to do it, then let's do something. But stop running back and forth and, the four of you going, well, no, let's do that. I mean, let's either do it or not do it, period.
Who's the four?
And I'm not done yet. I still have the floor. And Ms. County Administrator, perhaps you could, give us more information in a memorandum or something next time so that if there are any questions, we could individually have that conversation. I haven't had that conversation with you. It wasn't brought up in my briefing. I don't know about the others, but, let's have the information that we need, especially with, METV. I'm sure that they could give us that information pretty readily and easily. So
Chairman?
let's stop kicking the can down the road.
We've talked with METV. There also are some changes about to happen with METV. We've talked with them at various times. I think what staff and the county administrator is looking for is direction from this board to finalize what we would bring back. As you've indicated, there's not really a clear-cut decision here. We're also trying to monitor that to bring you guys back what you want. So upon whatever motion you make, we will bring back your information and be very clear on it. We can do that at the next meeting.
Yeah, it might be a good idea, maybe we just need to table this for the time being. I think you've got enough comments from all of us to know kind of where we are, and then, we'll put it on another agenda, but we'll keep everything status quo until that time. But I think we know that, we need some more information from METV. Convention center seems to be an option. Live or not live is a decision the board will have to maybe, vote on at one point. But otherwise, to keep, that's kind of the way I feel at this point is, you've kind of got all of our feelings, giving you some direction anyway, hopefully.
Have ya?
But I don't think there's enough here to make any final decision one way or the other today.
Thank you.
That's just my opinion, but Commissioner Serbia, you're on the board.
Yeah, thank you. I don't object to the chairman's suggestion. I am a local government nerd. I did watch it live all the time as much as possible.
Me too.
Even while working. And I have other colleagues and friends who did the same. So I'm in a strange club, I guess. But thank you very much, Sherry, for all of your efforts. And if you can help us just to bring our work into the public more often, that will make me happy. It's something I've campaigned on from day one, and that's because I heard from people that they want to know and they just don't have enough access to our government.
Thank you, Commissioner Servio. One thing that might be helpful, at least for the short term, is we have, when I took position in March, we started providing all of the work session memos directly to you that are done based on the department that's presenting the item. Those are certainly things that can be shared with the public. Those are documents that are out there. They may or may not reflect all of the comments of the actual work session, but it's a summary. So we've at least taken that one next step further.
Okay. Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, I appreciate what the commission, what the chair said. The fact of the matter is we have discussed this, and it is on the agenda, and I did discuss it in my briefing because it was on our agenda, and I'm pretty sure that's what agenda briefings are for, is to discuss the items that are on the agenda. And I appreciate that you brought 4 alternatives for us today. I think that's what you were directed to do, so I appreciate you doing that. But I'm hearing a consensus for the convention center. We have limited questions that we need to answer. Is the availability, the cost versus live? I think you can bring that back for us, and as well as a time frame for when we can start these. I think we have consensus that we're not going to hold these, we're not going to just have work sessions here because it is too formal. That was mostly what I heard was the consensus, and if others object to that, I need to hear that. So I think you do have enough direction. I don't think you need a motion. That's the way I feel. And my time is also very valuable. Thank you.
Add me.
Commissioner Whitmore.
That's all right.
You shouldn't say
Okay, everybody take a
Neither
deep
should
breath.
you.
The memos that you're sending out, I can't throw them away. So Misty, and I know how you are because you go up and you do your things after the meetings and your social media. These are wonderful. I got the Community Land Trust Work Session Summary, the FDOT for April FDOT update, which I sent to people already, Northwest County Plan, and these were all in our work sessions. So you're asking them to give us an update on what happened, and that is great information. So I use this stuff, and I'm sure some of the others have you too, so I really appreciate it. On another issue, let's talk in the future about the Merrill Lynch building, because, the only thing we're gonna have in it is the health club, and we could put that, maybe that's the joint venture, we could work with Bradenton in the auditorium or whatever. I mean, there's something we can do, because we want them to be able to walk, to exercise. I don't wanna have a major riot in the building when they hear this, but that's all, that's a building that's valuable. And I think it may have historical value, or I don't know, somebody may want to keep it like it is, or somebody may want to do something, and it may be an opportunity for all of us. Thank you.
Commissioner Trace.
I actually think we need a motion, and, you gotta remember too, people that I talk to, there's no TV or computers around either, so,
On the farm, yeah, I get it.
saying. But I think we do need a motion, and the motion that I'm going to make is, I think we all agree that short term, we will do what we continue doing, maybe with a special meeting. But I would like to make a motion that we task the staff with finding a long-term solution to this problem, that work sessions can be videoed in the future, so that they find a space, long-term solution.
At the beginning of the motion, you said something that,
I said I want to task the staff with finding a long-term solution to the work session. I think we're in the consensus that we will remain what we're doing today, with a possible going to the convention center if there was something that we really thought the public would show up for. That's not in the motion. The motion is to task staff with finding a long-term solution to work session space that can be videoed.
I'll second it for discussion, because they gave us options. So I'm just discussing it. I second it so I could discuss. They gave us long-term options, the Merrill Lynch building, which was $500,000.
I think we have not come up with an option that any of us like yet, so they gotta go
Okay.
find some more options.
Okay, Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, let me try and explain. Back in February, when we asked for this to come forward, I was under the assumption, and even in my briefing yesterday, Commissioner Benak, but thank you for singling me out more or less, and that's okay. But I was under the impression when it came forward that we would have the answers to all of these questions. Obviously, one of the first questions is what METV would charge. And I remember this board having that discussion about METV when we wanted to try and bring it forward. Now, it sounds like to me, again, it wasn't meant toward our county administrator, it was meant toward this board, because all I'm hearing up here is that we're kicking the can down the road again. It came before us, we decided to do this in February, here it is May. At this rate, we'll wait until we come back from recess, and then, we'll have questions then too. So either, say, no, you don't want to do it, you don't want to be bothered, which is basically what I think this new motion is, or, do something about it. Because, and Commissioner Burnett, she's so busy, she doesn't have time to wait, and neither do I. So, if we're going to do something, do it. Stop making excuses and get it done. That was my point, not toward the administrator. Thank you.
I agree with that, except mine was, I didn't like the options we had. So I don't see just voting for something like, oh, that's just the best option.
Neither.
So I'm kind of like, I was kind of saying, we need to start all over again and keep going until we find something that we like. Well, I wasn't happy with these options, personally.
Okay, Commissioner Servia.
And so I respectfully disagree. I'm happy with the options presented. I thank you for those options. The motion that we heard, what makes me uncomfortable is the language that says long-term solutions. I'm looking for a solution that we can begin as soon as possible, and we should always be looking long-term for better ways of doing things, and I know we will continue to do that. I would like every effort to be made to move, as I think Betsy said this, move our budget workshops to the greatest extent possible to the Civic Center where more people can attend. I just want to bring the public in every possible way. And so that is my goal. And I think that the work that we do at the workshops is important. Although there are no decisions made, it is really important discussion. And I think that we should invite the public to listen to that and to participate. And Sherry, I also want to say thank you, Commissioner Whitmore, for showing those memos, because I'm reminded to say thank you for the great communication. You have been an outstanding communicator, and I really appreciate all of that feedback. It does help all of us. So thank you for doing that.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yeah, I was just a little bit confused by the motion, and I agree with Commissioner Baugh, actually, that, that was the motion before, I think.
Okay, well.
I think that was the motion before, that we needed to find a place where we could televise work sessions, and that's why you did what you did. I think the problem with trying to do this long-term is, we're talking about maybe some significant investments. I agree with Misty that I think we need to do this. We have what I thought was a consensus that we could move to the convention center. We can at least, because they always show up in there televising, it isn't live, we can at least do that. I think that's what we're saying. We start that, we do that, and then, who knows what kind of space needs this government is going to run into when, looking for a space. I'm sure there's some study going on there, usually is on space needs, right?
Well, this building's 30 years old. It's 30 years old, and we've, I think Charlie Bishop and his staff have done a great job of trying to mend it around to work for all the staff. But if you think back 30 years ago, there wasn't much technology going on at the time. I didn't have a computer when I started. We didn't have email when I started in the building 30 years ago. 2 weeks into the building being open, I moved in. That was my first day. So I've been in the building the whole time. We have made a lot of improvements. Our information technology department is working right along with Charlie, but I'm going to tell you, you're going to have to make some kind of a financial investment to get to the point where you'd want this all to be. And I'm hearing everything that's being said. We're not comfortable with what that may be, but it's going to be some sort of, if it's in this building, if it's in a building that we own, it's going to be an investment to do what you want to be done.
Lakewood Ranch.
Commissioner
Just real quick, I'm not going to support the motion the way vote for it the way it is, because it says long-term. If you take out that long-term, I would.
Actually, I'll be happy to rescind the motion.
Okay, and the seconder agrees. And I just, I think you've got the direction. I don't even know if you need a vote. I think we want to go to the convention center as soon as we can, right, everyone? And then we'll try to televise it after you talk, but may not be live or may be live, and you'll come to us for that. But if you really need that fourth floor, if you can wait, if you can wait, we'll stay on the fourth floor, I think, until you need it, or go to the convention center and try to get it televised, but talk to Charlie's and them. I mean, do they really need a motion? We all know we want the convention center. We all know we want it taped. Now they got to work out the details and come back to us or give us a report like Vanessa said, right?
If I can interject, you might also try Lakewood Ranch Town Hall. They have a beautiful facility there, and I can get it for nothing because I'm a resident. So
That's the
that might be
center-
an option as
That's
well.
not the center of Manatee County.
Okay, never
yet.
mind.
However, I know that you did.
It is the center of Lakewood, of
You did mention
Manatee
that
County,
you
but
might want to take some of your meetings out to the community, so I think that's a great option, and if we have others, we could include those, because that would accomplish some of the things you wanted to do from the
just a thought.
standpoint of moving.
I don't really care.
But yes, I do, I think I have clear direction, Mr. Chairman, we'll be able to accomplish your information.
Okay, Commissioner Servia?
Here's Mud. 30, you had to say 30 years ago. This building's 30
30 years old.
Because I was working on 6th Avenue, and so were you, when this building was being built. And yes, you're right, we didn't have email. We wrote memos to each other and had them delivered. Remember that?
Yes, and typewriters and.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
government functions just fine.
And
Might add.
everything was
Probably better.
was right in the world back then.
That's right. And they didn't televise the meetings probably then. Who knows?
Yeah, we didn't have cell phones to watch it on. Right.
Everybody watches them.
Okay, Commissioner Ball?
No, sir, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to close this up. Do you think you've got some
Thank you.
direction? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the, the census, the exciting census. Another, what is that, every 10 years?
That's correct.
I think I got something I wrote. My husband is dead.
I guess it's still good morning, Commissioners. Debbie DeLeon with Neighborhood Services. April 1st, 2020 is a very important day. It is Census Day, and we have a campaign in Manatee County called Make Manatee Count. We started this April 1st of 2019 when we did a press release, and we also had a video that the acting county administrator participated, and it went out to over 70,000 residents in Manatee County. And today what we have is, we have Shayna Lloyd from the 2020 census to talk to you all about the census.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or good afternoon to the board. How are you? My name is Shauna Lloyd. I'm the partnership specialist for the 2020 census here in Central Florida. So I'm going to give you a little bit of information about the census, what's new, the role of Manatee County and other counties in the census. That's a packet with information that I'm going to go over with you. Ooh, maybe not. There we go. Thank you. Local governments are very key to the census activities, and they're very key for a lot of reasons. The first is LUCA, which is where we do local update of canvas addressing. The census always sends over our previous list of addresses, what we see as homes, boundaries, etc. The county then works to send them back, so that way we have an updated list. Any new developments or schools or anything of that nature are added back in and sent back to us. So that started about 18 months ago and is wrapping up now. They also assist us with recruiting census workers, formation of the complete count committees, as well as field operations, which I'll get into in a little bit. Why do they have a vested interest in assisting the census? 2 reasons: the power and the money. The census affects our apportionment in the House. So when the census count is done, the population dictates how the seats are distributed amongst the states. So that's very important. The other important fact is the money. We're talking about $675 billion per year in federal funding that's distributed to the states, counties, and cities due to the census population. Here in Florida, it's over $29 million per year. Here is the current statistics of the 2010 census. America mailed back at a rate of 72%.
You can see Florida on average was at 74, and Manatee was right at 74. We're looking to help increase that response rate. In the 2010 census, Florida actually gained 2 additional seats in the House due to our population increase, which made us the 3rd largest state. So it's California, Texas, and now Florida. Going forward, they're actually anticipating that we will gain an additional seat or 2 based on the projections and the increase in population here on Florida. So that's very significant to us, and in order to get that, we have to make sure that we get our count right. Why is this census different? It's different because it's the first census where the primary method is going to be completely automated. So your first method of response is going to be online. You can respond on your cell phone, your Surface, your iPad, anything that can connect to the internet, you can respond. So that's very different. So we want to be sure that all of our residents here are aware of how it is that they should respond. The secondary method is going to be a 1-800 number. Anyone that does not have access can call the 1-800 number, complete their census form, ask for assistance while they're filling it out online, and we currently have, I believe, 17 to 19 languages. They're looking to increase that. You can also request a traditional questionnaire as the third method. However, do keep in mind the resident has to request it, we have to send it, and they have to send it back. So we are really directing people to return the response online or on the 1-800 number. It's important to note for everyone that there are things that the census will never ask you. We're never going to ask for your full Social Security number. We're never going to ask for donations or money, requests on behalf of any political party, or PINs, passwords, or any other sensitive information. We will never ask for that. The forefathers have accounted for this information being highly protected. It is a count of everyone that is here in the U.S., so the information is highly private and confidential. Title 13 says that this information is not released to any other governmental agency. The only way this information is given is in the aggregate. So we report on a census tract, which is a little bit larger than a city block, that there are this many people on this census tract. That's how the numbers are reported. We don't report on Shauna Lloyd at 123 Maple Street. It also carries imprisonment as well as fines, Title 13. We also protect the information for 72 years. It's sealed. It's not released until after the 72 years. Most people either are not here or don't care at that point. What are our impediments to a successful enumeration? The Census Bureau has identified what we call hard-to-count areas. Hard-to-count areas have several characteristics: high percentage of renters, high percentage of small children, areas where English is not a primary language, minority groups, people receiving public assistance. These are some of the indicators we've noticed in areas that have a response rate that they do not send it back. So we focus very heavily on these areas. This is actually a map of Florida, the larger middle, where you can actually see the darker the orange, the higher the non-response rate. It means the larger amount of people do not respond in those particular areas. This is actually provided by a tool called Roam, which is available on the census website. You can drill down to county, district, census tract to actually see where these hotspots are in your community. What is our outreach strategy? The census believes in, we've learned, that complete count committees work really well. What is a complete count committee? A complete count committee is a group of trusted voices from within the community that help us in disseminating the census information. They work to ensure that they're reaching everyone in the community with the messaging and understanding of what the census is, why it's important, and how to respond. Manatee County currently has a CCC, so we're going to be working to ensure that there is a training so everyone is on the same page, they understand the information and what it is that we're communicating to the residents here. Communities also can form complete count committees. If you have a group of organizations that have a very similar message, let's say they speak to the elderly population or small children, they can join and form a coalition to get the information out to their particular group or target population. Now, the messaging is always going to be the same. Complete count committees are formed at the state. The state has one, city, county, and then city, as well as community. But the messaging is always the same because it's one census that we do have. This is a census design. We talk about where we are. We establish first during LUCA where we're counting. Then we move into motivating people to respond. That is partnership. That is the education phase that we're in. We're ensuring that everyone knows what the census is, why it's important, and why they need to respond, and how it affects them. We then move into counting the population. In the early spring, everyone will receive mailers, a little postcard in the mail that says, "Hi, the census is coming." Then it'll say, "Hi, the census is coming. This is your code for your address to respond online." "Hi, we're here." Now it's please respond. And then if you don't respond, it's we're going to come to your house and knock on the door. So that all happened starting in the spring. April 1 is Census Day. That's when we really hard target everyone to respond. If they don't respond by then, we have non-response follow-up. That's where an actual census worker, enumerator, will come to your door, knock on the door and say, "Hi, you didn't respond. Please respond." Then they release the data on December 31st. It's due on the president's desk. Again, the numbers are due in aggregate. And then the following spring is when we have the reapportionment. The census also brings jobs into the community. We hire from the particular areas because people who are from the community understand the community. They understand the unique populations that they will be working with and the actual terrain and where they're working. So we like to get information out about how people can apply for the jobs in the census. It is a temporary job. However, we do offer high pay rates to entice people to come and work with us. They also have a flexible schedule. So now that I've given you a background about the census and where we are, is there any information that I can answer for you?
How do you sign up
For which one?
to fill out your stuff? Is it
What-
census.gov?
What's the start date?
Oh, I'm sorry. For the jobs, it's this website right here.
Where, census.gov?
Yes, 2020census.gov/jobs.
No, not the jobs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To register. for the
No,
census.
no, no, you get a mailer, so when
Oh,
the
you still
census
get a
comes,
mailer.
yes,
I thought it
that's
was
the mailer
online.
you're gonna get. You're gonna get a postcard that says, "Hi, the census is coming.
Got it.
Here's your little promo code." That promo code is what you're gonna go online, you're gonna enter that promo code on the census website, and that's where you will respond to the questionnaire. Or you call the 1-800 number, and that's not gonna happen until spring.
Oh, okay, that's what I was curious.
Yes,
Not
spring.
till next
You'll get the
spring.
initial mailers giving you, yes, spring of 2020. You'll get the initial mailer giving you exact dates because those haven't been decided yet. So as soon as that information is available, you'll start getting that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Well, sorry, go ahead.
Keep going. That looks like,
Excellent.
We're good.
Well, thank you very much for allowing us to come in and speak, and we appreciate it.
thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Count them all.
It's a good presentation, though.
Okay. Well, we've got a few minutes left before lunch.
You would do comments?
Yeah, let me, if I can, because I've got three things that are all interrelated that I thought maybe we could do before lunch, because they're maybe a little time sensitive. And if I hand them out this way, then you can kind of read them as we look at them. And this is another one. It's the same letter, just a different name, basically. The first two that maybe we could handle with one motion is, this is a request, one from LECOM and the other from Rural Health Services, that we send a letter to Governor DeSantis supporting their budget item that they've been appropriated in the budget for this year. In the case of LECOM, it's 2.1 million in round numbers. And with Rural Health Services, it's, where did it go?
700, no, 4 million.
I thought it was,
These are basically to keep figures that are been approved, not to be vetoed.
they may be vetoed. This is a letter to ask.
Ask them not to veto.
Not to veto
So it's
these.
already, they're in the budget.
They're in the budget.
2.7 million, if I do my math right.
How many letters we have?
Yeah.
For,
two of them.
million plus 700,
700,000.
yeah, 2.7 million for.
I move we send both letters to the governor.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. We'll open it up for public comment. Anybody from the public? Seeing nobody from the public, we'll close it. We've got a motion by Commissioner Trace, seconded by Commissioner Benak.
To clarify, it's the letters for LECOM and MCR. There's only two letters.
Those two, right.
True, these two letters, yes.
Right.
You just hand it.
So we have a motion, like I say, from Trace, seconded by Benak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one's another letter, and this is the one that we do annually to feed, the mayor's Feed the Hungry program. And that's again a letter that, that we send out saying that myself, the mayor of the city of Sarasota, Bradenton and everything. So I need a motion to authorize me to sign this letter to
So
send it.
moved. Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Whitmore, seconded by Commissioner Benak. We'll open that up to the public. Anybody have any questions about our mayor's Feed the Hungry program? If not, we'll close public comment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much to get those housekeeping items done, and we get those letters out while the governor's contemplating what he's going to and not going to veto.
Right clear he is.
Well, I get, we could, I guess we got, we want to start with some commissioner comments, or
I just got a few.
would you rather wait till after this
I'd rather
afternoon?
wait.
I would rather wait. I have to get to Kiwanis.
Okay.
Y'all have been invited to the Braden and Kiwanis Club today at noon. I hope y'all saw the invitation that was sent out. We are, two things. Steve Litschauer is doing a presentation on emergency preparedness, I assume. Actually, I don't even know what he's speaking on, but he's speaking. And also, we are awarding the Burt South Philanthropic Award, which is a big deal for the Braden Kiwanis Club, to John and Amanda Horn for their service to Manatee County. Children specifically is what the award is recognizing, someone who has contributed to our community, and they also get an award, a funding award, $10,000 that they're able to present to the charity of their choice that meets the Braden and Kiwanis Foundation requirements of serving children in the community. So it's kind of a big deal. I serve as chair of the committee, so I've got to be there. But y'all are invited to attend in support if you'd like to attend.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, at this point, we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Howard's winning.
Everyone ready here?
Go without a paycheck.
Call the meeting back to order.
Here she comes.
We're on to item number 44, at time certain, status of the Confederate monument, and I believe Commissioner Trace will lead us off on this topic.
All right, we were all made aware back in February that the state would not allow the monument to be placed at Gamble Mansion. Even though I thought Gamble Mansion was the ideal spot, I had promised a lot of folks that I would make sure this memorial was not forgotten. So I came home from Tallahassee and began working on it. What did I want to achieve? County-owned with no restrictions. I do not want to ask the state for permission again. Respectful. A place where veterans and those who visit can be relaxed and peaceful. And educational. We should always learn from our past. If we don't learn, we will make the same mistakes. The staff, especially John O., Sherry, Nick, Charlie H., and his team have helped me look for spots that fill this criteria. I asked John to make the presentation and answer questions. After his presentation, I will tell you which option I think best and why. But the list is good, and I hope this board can agree on a site. And before John starts, Sherry has a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, other members, just wanted to mention Mr. Osborne's going to step up and provide some background information. And just for the public and for the other commissioners, when a commissioner places an item on the agenda for any particular purpose, if there is service that the county administrator's office can provide with background or backup, we're there to do that. And so with that, John worked on a little bit in conjunction with Nick Azera and some of the other staff. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Osborne, I'm a Deputy County Administrator. We can go to the slideshow. Thank you. So today we're going to talk about Manatee County's Confederate Memorial. And a little background information. I know most of y'all know this, but for the benefit of the public who may not have been around a couple years ago. But the memorial is a granite obelisk that was dedicated on June 22nd, 1924 by the Judah B. Benjamin chapter of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. And it sat outside our courthouse across the street at the northwest corner since 1924. It was relocated actually in 2014 to the west side of the courthouse. Back in August 21st of 2017, we had some protests about that monument. And the next day was a regularly scheduled county commission board meeting, and the board discussed that monument. We received public comment at that time, and the board voted to remove the memorial to a secure location until a permanent location could be decided upon. And this is the motion that was made on August 22nd, 2017. And based on concerns for public safety of the citizens of Manatee County, I move to remove the Confederate memorial from the courthouse grounds until a decision can be made with public input as to an equally prominent and respectful location. And among those replacement locations to be considered shall be the Veterans Memorial Park adjacent to the Manatee River and including consideration of the Gamble Plantation. The monument was removed by the county on August 24th, 2017, and it remains in secure storage. So as Commissioner Trace spoke, the Gamble Mansion was a site that we all, I think the board agreed that was an ideal location for the monument. However, it was declined by the state of Florida to be located there. And the Veterans Memorial Park was also declined for the monument to go there as well. And this kind of goes back to some of the complications that we could have with some site selection, and of course going back to the motion that we'd seek public input. And we just want to be very forthright about the public input process when people think about what a good location is. Recently, about a year ago, we owned Lena Road. We have some utility properties out there. Well, about a year ago, we went back and we had to amend the deed and covenants on that so we could use the property. Even though we've owned it for 30 plus odd years, we bought it from the original owner. There were some restrictions on those deeds. We had to go back about a year ago and fix some of those things. So property ownership is an issue. Sometimes the deeds and restrictions and covenants also could be issues depending on what property you're thinking about. And also who owns the property. Sometimes we manage properties that we don't always own. It could be the county, we own it. It could be a city entity owning it. It could be the state owning it, and of course federal as well. And a lot of times we've actually done a really good job looking back in Manatee County's history of using grant monies to purchase property, especially park property. But when you buy property with grants, there are restrictions that come with that. There is a plan that goes with that and specific uses, and identify that that's what the state or the feds or whoever gave you the money, that is what you're using it for. And if you want to do something different or add something, sometimes you have to go back to that agency and request an update and a change of all this. And a lot of times they don't like that. Also, a lot of the sites that we have that are opportunity sites for relocation, they could be located in a city where they fall under a different set of land development regulations. We could have a site selected, or one of many sites selected, that could say, you may require some site improvements. We could find ourselves going before the city council of fill-in-the-blank city here in Manatee County for a site plan approval and things like that. It could be complicated. So my focus today is to really provide you some background information and put some things in your mind about, as we talk about opportunities and sites, I've gone through and sort of whittled it down a bit to what are some feasible sites. And with this in my mind, I began looking through lists of properties. And the property list that we have in Manatee County, really, it changes almost, not quite every day, but we do purchase property. We also occasionally surplus property out. We buy property for road projects and things like that pretty regularly. But there's also we have a lot of county parks. But not every one of these parks is obviously in unincorporated counties. Some are in the cities. Again, if you think back to what I just talked about, some of the deed restrictions and grants and all those things, a lot of these on that list fall under that as well. But there's also a lot of other county properties that were bought for various capital projects. We also have an inventory of county buildings. But again, think about the location, where they're at. Are they in the city or are they in an unincorporated county where we have more authority over those? Are they owned by us or are they owned by the city or the state? Again, if they're owned by the county, we have more authority over those. How was the property acquired? Did we buy it through our general revenues, or did we buy it with a grant money? Think about that as well. And of course, any deed restrictions from the people that we bought it from. They could have some limitations on what we can do with the property. And just like I mentioned, the Lena property, we had to go back before 30 years later and go back and amend some of those restrictions as well. So as you think about that, you kind of narrow down the options in your mind. And I did this using our Geographic Information Systems database, which is available to the public at mymanatee.org. It's a computer mapping system that we have. And one of the things that I really started focusing on is really on the county-owned and managed properties. And one of the things I also thought about too is, as we think about this as, and many people don't see the memorial exactly the same. I'm a soldier. I think of it as a soldier's memorial. And I think about what are things we could be thinking about when you place a memorial. I was actually visiting New York a few years ago. Not a big New York person, but I was there for business, and I actually went to Times Square. And at Times Square, you could sit on these, you sit on some bleachers, and you kind of look out and see all the Times Square, all the stuff that's going on. And this thing was in my way, and I kept looking around this big thing. I was sitting on the bleachers, and I walk around to look at it, and it's a chaplain from the New York Army National Guard, a World War I hero. And it's like, well, wow. So I took a picture of it. I'm a former member of the Army Chaplain Corps. I took a picture of it. I'm not a big Facebook person, but I was going to put it on Facebook. So I got home. Of course, I didn't do it then and there. I got home and I looked at the picture. And in the background, there was this pretty risque photo of a Broadway show by the background. So, I'm not going to post that and show it to all my chaplain buddies. So, but yeah, think about this memorial that was placed there, a soldier's memorial. Back when they put it there after World War I, Times Square, while it was a busy place, it was very different than what it is today. So keep that in your mind too when you think of a soldier's memorial. What is a proper place for those things? So you can think about this, and my mind is I'm narrowing it down. This is some of the lists that I came up with, and I'm not certainly infallible. This is certainly, I have in the very bottom here in bold, there could be other options as well. But when I went through the list of properties that we own, I came up with a list of parks and also one utility property that we have on Church Street. Not Church Street, Orlando, but there's a Church Street here locally near the Gamble Mansion. And I'm going to go through these a little more detailed for you. So if you plotted these out, this is what the map would look like. Each one of these is a green dot on the map. So they range from, if you follow my cursor here, they range from West County, closer to town here, and of course out to the eastern parts of the county of Mayaca and out in the Duet area as well. There's a couple of sites. I'm going to go through these. So I'm going to start off in alphabetical order. This is not a prioritization. This is just a list in alphabetical order. So Bunker Hill Park, and Bunker Hill Park is actually a really pretty park. It's very new. It has restrooms, ADA facilities, pavilion. It's a very nice place. You can play ball there. There's a hiking trail. There's a lake you can canoe on. And there's certainly room for something like this there. It's a newer park. It has that space. There's no apparent connection to Confederate history. It's a little further out there. It's certainly not at the county line or anything, but it is a beautiful spot that could host it. Now back into town, you can see the dot has moved toward Palmetto to Church Street. And this side is actually located in the green there. That's actually the Gamble Mansion, the state park. And you can see the yellow square there. And this is the property that we own that's very adjacent to the Gamble Mansion. And you can see where we're located here. This is US 301 here on the bottom. This is Ellington Gillette. So if you were to drive into this place, you would actually go up Ellington Gillette. You could take a right onto Patton Avenue and turn down south onto Church Street, and the road kind of dead ends. And right over here is the Gamble Mansion, and the visitor center is right over here. There's actually a fence here. But when you actually go to the site and you take a look, this first picture here on the left is looking west. So that's the site that we own. It's right next to the Gamble Mansion. If you do an about face, this is what you see, sort of the back side of this thing, of some of the visitor center, some other equipment that's related to supporting the visitor center at the Gamble Plantation. From the perspective, it is near the population center, and certainly the Gamble Mansion has a lot to offer, and a very reverent display for Confederate veterans and the memorial as well. There are some limitations on this exact site. While it is adjacent to plenty of parking next to the Gamble Plantation, there's no real parking at the site itself right there. It is a smaller space, and unfortunately, it's kind of in the backs of a lot of things. It's the back of businesses. It's the back of somebody's house. It's next to somebody's house. And if you think of Chaplain Duffy was the chaplain I was trying to think of at New York, you think of where you put it in a memorial. Is it the best to put it somewhere that's prominent? Think of your motion, or is this place an option or not? Moving a little further west to Emerson Point. Emerson Point's a beautiful park we're all familiar with. It is a county park. We operate it, but the way it was purchased, essentially it's state-owned land. It's the way it was purchased with grants, so it has some issues with that as well. So that could be a challenge for us to do anything at Emerson Point. Moving back a little further east, Fort Hamer Park. This is a view looking south, actually. That's the Fort Hamer Bridge. So this is the northwest corner of the Upper Manatee River and the Fort Hamer. And you can see Fort Hamer Park, and there's the boat launch that's been approved and the rowing facility here. And there's certainly an opportunity there. It is more of the centrally located in the county. It's a little bit further east from the population center. But if you were to go there on a weekend, you'd be fighting for a parking space because that boat ramp is busy. So it is a little bit tougher. Hidden Harbor is right next door to that. It's actually just the other side of the bridge, and this is a future county park. Right now, that park is actually undeveloped, though, so it would require some significant improvements to do anything there. And that may have some grant issues as well. That was purchased with a grant, and so we'd have to have some challenges perhaps with that one. Going back out east onto Myakka City Park here, Myakka Community Park. It's a beautiful park. It's has a lot of assets to it, a lot of parking, has restrooms, ball fields. It's a pretty spot. Definitely has a space for the expedition, and maybe a little known fact for some, I learned this from Commissioner Trace, that it was the county seat during the Civil War, actually, Myakka. No other connections to Confederate history, but it's certainly interesting. And it is certainly one of the more, not necessarily remote location, but it is definitely a little bit further out from the population center. So next up is Riverview Point Park here. It's more in town here in northwest Bradenton. And many of you are familiar with that one. This is one of those places too, it has some grand issues associated with it. There's also some limited open space perhaps that we could have if you really wanted a bigger area for the monument. But again, because of the grant issues, it's also could be problematic for us to try to put something like that there. Rye Preserve is actually located more in the central part of the county. And this is actually the intersection of, a lot of people don't know where Rye Preserve is. I go there quite a bit, actually. It's not too far from where I live. It's Upper Manatee River Road. This is Rye Road here. There's a bridge over the river, and you kind of turn right, follow the entrance trail, and you can go all the way back to the Sheriff's Youth Ranch, which is in the back of it. This parcel here, actually, which is not highlighted in green, actually, we own that now. So we've got to update our map layer here. That's owned by the county now as well. And this is actually an aerial showing you where to drive in. So right here, when you first drive in, there's pavilion parking, restrooms, a campground. And again, not many people visit this park, at least over the years I've been going there. I've camped here with my kids many times, hiked these trails many times, but it's always been a very quiet park, not very heavily used. But recently, I was there a couple weekends ago, as I just take a stroll with my dog and my wife, and it was actually pretty busy. So as the growth has occurred around this park, it's gotten busier. There's actually a historic cemetery out here in the park as well. A really interesting spot to hike to. That's what it looks like there. And this is actually one of the ways you can get there. You can drive, you can park up here or walk on a trail. Actually, you can see this trail here. My highlight here. There's actually a shell trail. Now, if you wanted to see the cemetery, wanted to hike the shell trail, there's a pretty good river crossing. You got to be able to balance over a log across the river. So if you don't like getting wet, you may want to go this way up the settlement trail here and walk this way to see the cemetery. And that's what it looks like when you look from the road looking towards the cemetery. It's a little bit of a hike back there. The trail gets a little tighter. It's definitely a hike a trail back to the cemetery. But there's also opportunities right there at the entrance. So there's some cleared area as well that if there's an opportunity for a monument in that location. But also it's complementary perhaps to the cemetery. As there's a veteran Confederate soldier buried back there. And now there is a grant associated with this park as well. But the grant requirements are really consistent with this type of activity. So there is a positive for Rye Preserve. Now, looking back to the west, Robinson Preserve. Everybody's familiar with Robinson Preserve here, one of our probably premier parks. I know people travel from other counties to come to Robinson Preserve. It certainly has all the facilities that we need to have a monument there, but again, some of the grant funding for some of the parcels could be problematic for us. So no matter where, and keep in mind too, I have other options bold there on the list, but no matter where whatever site chosen by the board, we'll certainly follow whatever relevant land development regulations there are. We may even require a site plan process depending on where we decide it to go and eventually. But staff would also like to make additional improvements to whatever site you all choose to make sure it's respectful, equally prominent, and also have some interpretive signage. We also like to seek assistance from our historical commission with that signage as well, if they would do that. But here's that list again. It's the same list I showed you before. And again, there could be some other options with this we could look at for you. The ones in green are the ones that didn't have the same sort of grant commitments. It'd be a little bit easier for us to do. We own the sites, we control the sites, we manage the sites, and that kind of thing. So here's a summary of options for you. So one of the things it said also in your motion was to engage the public input process. But we just wanted you to know if we were to go out and ask for public input and people come up with a variety of sites, that every one of those sites could have a set of handcuffs with it because of how it was bought, or there could be deed restrictions. It could require some additional research and a lot more meetings like this till we narrowed it down to something that we actually could build it on. You also could select a site. You could amend your motion and select a site at some point. They also, you could convey the monument to a willing agency or a private landowner. That's certainly an option as well. The monument could remain where it is in storage, and certainly we're not infallible. As your staff, our ears are open, and you tell us what you'd like to do as a vote, and we will certainly carry out those orders and move forward whatever you decide. And we're open for any questions you may have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, John. Great job. Commissioner Trace.
Thank you, John. We have worked on this really since about the 1st of March, since we got back from Tallahassee. And I've looked at all of them, and I really like the Rye place, where we could put it right on the Rye Wilderness Road. We could place a monument, do some Florida landscaping. This is the type that these soldiers went to battle. This is what Florida looked like when they went to battle. Make it a nice, peaceful place. We can have proper signage, which tells about why they went to battle, what conditions of Manatee County were. It's about probably, 300 yards down to the cemetery, John?
Yes, ma'am.
Give or take, I don't know exactly, but it's a nice walk, it's a nice trail. We can put signage along the way. The creek he's talking about that you have to jump over if you take the other shell, there used to be an old mill there. So we can have some educational signage there, then you can get back to the cemetery, and Mr. Rye, who was a Confederate veteran, is buried there. He actually was a prisoner of war and walked back from, I think, Tennessee. And we can have all of that history right there. And like I said, I promised a lot of folks I would treat this memorial with respect. And I've looked at a lot of things. And I'm hoping that as a board, we can come up with something we pretty much kind of all agree with. And so, but just to kind of let y'all know, because I've probably done the most studying on it, and actually on the Manatee County sites, that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore.
There's a local person in town, Ron Prouty, that wrote a book that I think I passed. I know Priscilla and I have read it, and I passed it to you. It was given to me not too long ago, and it was on Miguel's Bay, and it actually is a story, and it actually talks about, in history, actually, a citizen of Manatee County and how Miguel's Bay was named after him and how he served in the Confederacy. So it was a really good book, and I'm so glad that we're going to at least do something. We were really disappointed in February, but we were hoping that, the session just ended last week. We're hoping that something would happen, and it didn't. A lot of the other parks that you're mentioning were purchased with other funds, and I can relate to this. The Holmes Beach City Field was actually owned by the Holmes family, and even though they gave it to the city, we were never allowed to put anything up there without getting the city's permission. Like, we were going to put a cell tower on it years ago, and they said no, we couldn't put it there. So I can understand when there's things tied to the parks. I'm going to listen to the commission on their feelings of it. It sounds like you guys have done a lot of research, but a lot of these parks that you've mentioned, I know, were bought with a lot of state grants. And the state's the one that turned us down. So how are we going to let them, we can still talk to them, but they've already said that they were not going to open up their 10-year plan for their parks to allow us to put this in or consider it and let the citizens see if they were okay with it. So I have a feeling that, and I know Charlie's here somewhere, Charlie Hunsaker, and I'm sure he can probably verify that a lot of these parks that we don't have, we'll have issues with because of the grants attached. So I'm going to listen to everybody. I'm just glad that we're finally moving forward. I'm not going to, the one place I don't like is the one by Gamble. Church Street?
Church Street.
To me, it's hidden and you can't get to it, and to me, it's totally a no. To me, that's not a very respectful place, but I'm glad you at least gave us an option, so I wouldn't support that at all. Other things, I'll just listen and decide. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Benak?
Yeah, I just happened to talk to Steve Dye at lunch. He's in my Kiwanis Club, and he asked me about this. what was going on, and I said that there was a discussion this afternoon that Commissioner Trace had brought up, that she was bringing it back because she wanted to talk about where it could go. So appreciate looking at the different sites. I feel a little bit differently about Church Street especially, and I don't know if I know that we were told the Gamble Mansion, and what Steve Dye said to me, that he was disappointed with that because the Daughters of the Confederacy created Gamble Mansion.
Really?
And he said, and they're the same ones that dedicated this memorial. And of course, if you read the background, you can read all of the history of when this happened. It was his grandfather that was, in fact, the county attorney at the time, and he gave a speech. It's all in the old Braden Herald that you read about how the Daughters of the Confederacy raised the money to put this memorial there and the celebration that occurred. It was back in the day when newspaper articles were like 4 pages long, so it goes on and on. But it does tell the whole history. And he said that it was really too bad that they wouldn't accept it. And I said, well, because it's now state managed. I think that's a different scenario. But I wonder, since it is adjacent, if there'd be any possibility that they might allow us to do some sort of connectivity to the Gamble Mansion. I know they didn't want to take it on for whatever reasons, and I didn't have that direct conversation with anyone, but hey, they get a little bit more land, maybe they might, be willing to make a deal. So that would be the only way if we could broach that subject. I did have a question about River Point, because I was just there a couple weeks ago, and you do have a large cross there. You do have a large monument to the Catholic Church. I can't remember who. I mean, it was owned by the Catholic Church at one time. Do they still have control over that? I'm unsure.
Here comes Charlie.
Charlie's coming.
Our historian. I don't think he knows the answer exactly.
And I say that because it might be as a memorial, and the fact that it was owned by the Catholic Church, I don't know if that creates problems or opportunities. I'm just trying to figure it out.
There are 2 memorials there within Riverview Point that we think is part of Riverview Point. But the first memorial there was I think it's going to 63 World's Fair in New York City, a monument to DeSoto and his forces.
Oh.
That was relocated to that property.
Okay.
And the Catholic Church also placed their cross there in honor of DeSoto and his works here in Florida. And when the National Park Service was enjoined to acquire the property around it, they could not, hold the cross as part of a federal facility. So the Catholic Church retained ownership of a 40 by 40 foot square around the cross. They retain that ownership to this day.
Okay.
And around that is the county-owned Riverview Point Preserve, acquired with almost 90% funding from the Florida Communities Trust. And with it, an overlay of a conservation easement that gets very, very specific as to the passive park nature of the facility and what we can and cannot do on that facility that is enjoined in a management plan between the Board County Commissioners and the state of Florida Governor and Cabinet.
Okay, and it probably doesn't make sense because it occurs to me that's all pretty much the coastal area as well, subject to storm surge big time, I would think, just having walked that area.
All of the above. But thank you for letting me come up, because many people wonder about that. Does the county have these monuments and why? And the question is, no, we do not. The original owners have retained their ownership of that small parcel, and we're good neighbors. And we help them. Sometimes they have work days to come out and help us in terms of maintaining the parks and its vegetation. So it's a good partnership, but we do not own any of those monuments as the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Trace.
The Gamble Mansion is my second choice. I could see us working with that. I could see us then working with the state to try to have a connectivity. But I really, after studying it for a while, I really think if we wanted to sort of keep control of it, so to speak, we can really do a very nice, honorable presentation at the Rye preserve, just with the whole way we can kind of make it into an old Florida look. I don't know, but I'm fine with the Gamble Mansion. I could see that being an option. That's why it's on there.
Okay, well, thank you, John. And seeing no other comments, I'm now going to open it up for public comment. I've got some cards for people who are welcome to come up. State your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. The first person I have is Andy Strickland.
First of all, I'm surprised that you folks don't open your meetings with an invocation or the
We
pledge.
did
But
at 9 o'clock this morning.
Okay,
We just had lunch.
my apologies. Yeah, I'm an attorney up in St. Petersburg, and I thought I had 10 minutes, but I'll make this quick. The Paraclete just came out. It's the St. Petersburg Bar Association's publication, and in it is a Judge Crockett who's been a member of the bar for 51 years. And I'll read from the magazine. Do I have a clock? Okay. November 28th, 2018, Judge Crockett Farnell celebrated his 51st year as a member of the Florida Bar. 1939, Judge Farnell was born in Tampa. His mother was a Tampa native. His father was born in Columbia County, Florida. Both sides of his family participated in the American Revolution, and his family fought for the Confederacy during the Civil War. Count Pulaski Farnell, Judge Farnell's paternal great-grandfather, partook in the Battle of Olustee, which occurred east of Lake City and was a Confederate victory. I'm a member of the Judah P. Benjamin Camp, Sons of Confederate Veterans, and let's be honest, folks, the real reason why we're here today is because 2 years ago you guys succumbed to a leftist mob, all right? When's the next time you're going to succumb to a leftist mob? You want to know the real public opinion? Put this thing before a public vote. Don't hold yourselves hostage to a bunch of leftists running around with communist flags and have their faces partially covered. What sort of men are they, huh? But nevertheless, these guys here, I'll tell you some stories of real men. All you need to do is just reference the Confederate soldier who walked from Tennessee after spending all that time in a Union POW camp. He was a real man. He wasn't running around here pretending to be a social justice warrior, hiding behind some mask and a communist flag. So anyways, folks, some of the leftists that may be here today, they're going to say, well, we can't have this memorial in front of the courthouse. It is bad for justice. Has justice improved since the memorial is gone? Can anybody point to that? Can anybody point to how justice was harmed by having that memorial there to begin with? The answer is no. Second of all, leftists like to say the war was fought about slavery. Well, I tell you what, if Lincoln said, hey guys, let's recruit some soldiers, we need to go to the South to free the slaves, how many folks do you think would have joined the Union Army? Not a whole lot. How many folks do you think would have still fought for their families, their property, and their hometowns, and their sacred honor in the South? Well, guess what, folks? We're still doing that today. And last but not least, the leftists today, it doesn't matter if it's the Confederate Memorial, they're tearing down Jefferson, Washington, statues all over the place. We all know that. Just read the news. And they will not stop unless you guys put your foot down. No more succumbing to the mob.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Referendum or replace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Carol Driscoll.
Thank you. I am Carol Driscoll, and I live in Palmetto. I want to thank you all for representing all of us in Manatee County. As representatives, I want to remind you that you answer to us, the Manatee voter, and it is our agenda and not your agenda that you answer to. Many of you were part of the previous commission that got us into this situation, because many of us as voters did not were not aware of what happened until after it happened, which did not please us because you were supposed to represent us and let us know what was going on in order for us to approve of your actions. So from 2017, and now we're in 2019, and we are here to remind you once again that it is our intention to let you know that we want a referendum. Because of the actions of the previous commission, we no longer trust a commission to do what the voters want. Therefore, we do not want you to choose the site for this memorial. We want a referendum for the people of Manatee County to choose the site. John and Priscilla Trace have the right intentions for making this happen. There are so many things in his presentation that could be put in the referendum. It is an unbiased report. He used the pros and the cons for each location. This is good information. It is not biased information. And this is what we want. Asking about Gamble Plantation is like beating a dead horse. We no longer want to go that route. We no longer want to hear about it anymore. We really want to move forward. And the only way we can move forward is that we, the people, want to decide, and not you. You no longer can be trusted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joe Kennedy.
I really didn't come with anything specifically prepared. I am in the Sons of Confederate Veterans. I was also on the Manatee Historical Commission for a 4-year term. I've been a city councilman in Bradenton Beach. I've lived in Manatee County for 50 years, so I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the stuff everybody's been talking about. When they were talking about relocating the monument back, I believe in 2014, so they could restore the courthouse, they wanted to move just the Confederate monument and also the other veterans memorials on the courthouse. Of course, there was not much objection to the Confederate memorial. However, because there were living veterans of World War II and Vietnam and Korea and the more modern wars, they objected. The American Legion objected. The VFW objected. So status quo was kept. They didn't move. They wanted to move it down to Veterans Memorial Park down by the hospital, I believe. But anyway, I'm kind of here in a dual role. One as an individual, but I know the state, Sons of Confederate Veterans, wants the monument relocated back to its original position. It was there since 1924. Most people would walk by it and not even know it was there, myself included, until I became a Confederate veteran, son of a Confederate veteran in 1994 or 95. Then I took observance that it was there, but most people just walked by it and not knowing what it was. Anyway, as far as the location of it, I had already asked the Gamble Plantation well before you all did, several years ago, in fact. And of course, the Gamble Plantation Preservation Alliance, who also their president or chairman, whatever his status was, and his wife, one was in the SCV, the wife was in the UDC. They didn't want it there, which was kind of befuddled me, but because it was state property, I think that was part of the reason. But alternatively, of course, that would be the ideal place. if you're putting it out in Rye Preserve, to me, that would be like taking the Iwo Jima Memorial and stick it in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. I mean, it needs to be near Confederate veterans. All of our cemeteries, there's about 102 or 103 Confederate veterans buried here in the county. Most of the cemeteries have, the bigger ones have 10, 11, 12 veterans buried in them. Fogartyville, historical, because I mean, I've researched all this, I know all this off the top of my head pretty much, but both Palmetto cemeteries, you have the Parish Cemetery, the Fortner Cemetery. I know of all the cemeteries way out east that are in the middle of the orange groves that have Confederate veterans, but anyway, alternatively, if we can't do I mean, I was totally unaware of the one where the adjacent to the Gamble Plantation, but that would have been a great place to put it if it didn't get relocated back to the original position. I know my 3 minutes is up, but I mean, I will also answer any questions myself if anybody has any, but I mean, I could go on and on and on, so.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Willie Orr.
I'm Willie Orr, born and raised Manatee County. I do a lot of projects, civic projects, a lot for veterans. I really appreciate veterans. You have a veteran of the United States military sitting in your board. Thank you for your service. These are veterans from that memorial. The three that are on it were graduates of West Point and were in the United States Army. So they are not traitors, as some people say. This country, thanks to our veterans, does not live in fear. If we do not put back that monument where it was, then we're telling the domestic terrorists that they can come here anytime they want and threaten us and get their way. If we move it to another place, get it all set up, and they come back and threaten us again, are you going to move it again? I say put it back, put a fence around it, protect it, and if they come back again, have them stand up here, look them dead in the eye, and say, nuts.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is David Dean.
Good afternoon. My name's Dave Dean. I've lived in Mayaca City for 25 years, but I'm from a long line of New England family heritage, many of which fought in that war. I'm glad to see the commission has taken a reasonable process in this, especially you, Ms. Trace. Being a veteran myself, I have no objection to the one side of the monument that is dedicated to the soldiers who fought. The other three are objectionable to me. Jefferson Davis and Judah Benjamin were not brave soldiers. In fact, they both ran away when it looked like their cause was lost. And to call it a noble cause in the first place, I also object to. That was for the protection of slavery. The Florida Declaration of Clauses makes it clear that it was to protect their property and their rights to slavery. It was the states' rights they were after. And besides, that declaration is full of racist comments toward the 44% of the Florida population at the time was black. In Manatee County, your own statistics show there were only 854 people in Manatee County, and that's when it included Hardy and Sarasota counties. But at the same time, you had 253 slaves owned by 18 individuals in this county. The statue was put up during the heyday of Jim Crow and the KKK, and if you're going to move it, whatever money you spend, I would appreciate it if the commission would spend this equal amount of money putting up historical facts to place it in context of what a horrific thing slavery was for those 253 people in Manatee County, and for the 600,000 soldiers that died trying to overcome it. But again, I appreciate it, and the Rye Preserve, even though I live close to there, I would have no objection, but I ask for some historical context so it's not as biased as the Daughters of the Confederacy put up there. Noble cause, my butt. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. William King.
I'm William King. I practiced dentistry here for 49 years on the 7th floor of the professional building. I walked by that station forever, and nobody ever looked at it. It's crazy. He said he's blaming the Confederacy for 650 people. I think the correct number is 640, and that was both sides. So I don't think the people on the southern side were fighting for slaves. And most of the people on the Union side, until the Emancipation Proclamation came out, didn't know they were fighting for slavery. Lincoln, when he had to run on the Republican Party from the Whig Party, agreed that the states could handle the slave issue. He was more concerned with saving the Union. And I mean, this is history. You can look it up. The Republican Party on their platform had the same thing. They didn't want slavery to go into the free states. And if the people with Jefferson Davis and them had been sharp, they would have taken that and run. I don't know what else. I'm on the Fogartyville Cemetery Board. And I know the Helms, if y'all had hired the Helms, it took them 3 days to move that thing. And they did it successfully and for very little money. And the base, they charged like $250. I got that out of the clerk of the court's office back when this happened. You hired, a contractor that liked to move plastic pipes. And if you watch the movie of the thing coming down, you knew right away it's going to break. And I'm going to let you have it now.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Davis, I actually talked to Powell Helm. You're correct. You're correct.
Deborah Clark.
Hi, thanks for having me. Couple of things. I happened to be at the protest that day, me and a good friend of mine. And I will tell you that the citizens of this community were not presently protesting that monument. There were buses of very, very scary people, and believe me, they wanted to have me arrested and put in jail. I didn't do anything. I touched somebody. I am Southern. Sue me. But anyway, I had never been so scared in my life. But having said that, then the next day or two later, I understood it just evaporated. But I also heard it was under the cover of night, just like this woman says, that nobody had a right to vote on it. Nobody had a thing to say on it. It's just this commission. And correct me if I'm wrong, I heard it broke in 3 pieces. So did it? I don't know. This is what I heard. But anyways, I'm with the other gentleman right here. I want it put back where it was. You know what? It never offended me. And here's my point that I want to make. I am totally saying slavery was the worst evil that ever happened in this country. The racism and everything that's been born of that is wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Here in the South, it wasn't good. I kind of grew up with that attitude. Well, I don't have that attitude. But it is a part of history. And that's the part that concerns me with the liberal left and all of that. They want to erase history. It's important for us to always remember what happened then so that it never happens again. And that's my point, okay? God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna Bernstein.
Good day. My name is Jenna Bernstein. I'm going to start with my Lord's Prayer. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. I'm proud to wear this battle flag because 12,000 Jews served in the Confederacy. Judah B. Benjamin. I've taken on the Ku Klux Klan. I've taken on Black Lives Matter. I've taken everybody on, and we always have a peaceful dialogue. Because after I educate them a little bit about the 21 million Africans that were sold into slavery, that are still sold into slavery today in Africa. You can buy an African slave for $40 in Libya all day long. 5 countries illegal. What are we doing about it? Human trafficking, drugs, right? It's really mortifying to know that 10 million of my people were gassed. It's something called the Reicht that this flag is compared to. But yet your grandparents did nothing. The United States stayed neutral until 1944. All the Jews were dead and gassed. Rwanda genocide. I'm going to quote Dr. Carter G. Woodson. Does anybody know who Dr. Carter G. Woodson was? No, of course not. He wrote the African Negro Journal of American History in 1916. Who, by the way, was subjugated. He was a coal miner, got his doctrine. You know, I know he was subjugated because my grandfather migrated from Russia in 1918 at the height of the Ku Klux Klan, 8.9 million followers. You know where they were from? Illinois, Indiana, Massachusetts. Right? To block my grandfather's migration. 12,000 Jews served in the Confederacy. They did not put up war memorials to subjugate themselves. I was just at the Battle of Fredericksburg for the 154th anniversary. Talked to a descendant of a free people of color. 850 free people of color were in Fredericksburg. When them damn Yankees came through, you think they knocked on his door and go, don't burn that house, that man's black? Or did they loot and burn the black and white Southerner together? We were invaded.
That's correct.
The economic institution of slavery was legal in the southern states. There was a Corwin Amendment on the books in 1861 to entice the southern states back into the Union. Thomas Jackson was against slavery. A lot of the Gustav Teuton Bogard. Matter of fact, he worked with the Freedmen's Bureau to give the blacks the right to vote in Reconstruction in Louisiana. Nathan Bedford Forrest gets a bad rap. Paul Bears. Has anybody ever looked at the Nathan Bedford Forrest dedication to the statue in 1909? How many people of color were there? He had 35 slaves. He said, hey, you ride with me, I'll free you if we win. If not, you're free anyway. 34 rode with him. Do you know how many were at his funeral? 33. So you know what? This reconstructed lies, this narrative of lies, and I've taken on neo-Nazis that tell me I have no right to wear this flag because they denounced Jews were in the Confederacy. I get it from the alt-left and the alt-right. So I'm just letting you know, put the monument back. Put the war, not a monument, war memorial for dead Americans. I'm sick of it. History is repeating as we speak now. The anti-Semitism in this country is out of control. In France, they swastikas on 35 Jewish headstones that were occupied by Nazis.
Thank you.
So I'm begging you, put it back.
Okay, that was the last card. Is there anybody else out in the audience that would like to come down and speak? No, I think,
Only once, sorry. No, you can't do that. Yeah, your minute left.
not seeing anybody else, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Servia.
Oh, I'm first. Thank you. I want to thank John Osborne for the great presentation, and I want to thank everyone who spoke today and everyone who took time out of their day to be here. I really appreciate all of you. You know, just earlier this morning I was talking about this. Trust is really hard to build, but it's quick to erode it, right? We promised, this board promised, I wasn't a part of it at that time, but this board promised that there would be a lot of public input into this decision. And so that's something that I really want to see take place. I know that we have ways to do that on our website, at our libraries, and many other civic places throughout this community. I want to make sure that we hear from everybody who wants us to hear from them in the community, not just all of you who have the time to be here today, but I do thank you for being here. You know, that two-way conversation is really at the core of transparency, and I keep saying that, and we need to be as transparent as we can. I'm hopeful that wherever this monument ends up being placed, that we all understand that education is going to be a big part of it. You know, whenever you have two polarized, passionate opinions on anything, you can count on that there is a need for education on both sides. So I hope that that is a part of wherever this monument ends up, because education is how we change the world. So thank you all for being here. Those are my comments, and I'll listen to the others.
Commissioner Bedak.
I was just going to ask John, where'd he go? Oh, you're hiding back there. This cemetery, I know we looked at our historic cemetery, which has problems over by the historic village because of the proximity of 15th Street and some of the other things, the property lines. But the idea of maybe putting it at Fogartyville or Palmetto or Parish Cemetery, has that been broached with anyone? I don't know who owns those. I was going to ask the gentleman if he knew.
Can answer those. Palmetto, no. Parish, no.
The people that own it have said no? Okay.
I can
How about
answer those.
Fogartyville? I'll ask the gentleman if somebody knows this, if you know what the status, who owns Fogartyville, and who would we ask?
You
I
have
mean,
to
if you
come up,
come to
Mr.
the
King.
microphone. Can you come to the microphone,
Have
please?
to come to the
Go back,
mic,
yeah.
so you're on TV.
Just for the record. Both of you, if you want to
Gillette
come
is
answer.
another possibility, my compatriot here says. I'm on the board, and I've been on it for I don't know how long. It's a privately owned cemetery.
Okay.
And I can't speak for the rest of the board members, but I think we have a really nice memorial out front that was an Eagle Scout project. And, I think it could be done at Fogartyville. And I live across McLewis Bayou, and so I'll get to visit it if I wanted to.
I've been there, so I think that would be really cool if it could be, and I agree, it is a memorial and not a monument, and we need to, language matters. It is a memorial, so I hope we will continue to call it a memorial. So thank you. If John could get with you perhaps to talk to who to talk to, because I think I think what we're in an exploratory, and I do want to hear from John about how we would engage the public. But I will tell you, I am in favor of the motion that we made before. I voted for it. I'm going to stick by that motion, and we need to find a location. And I thank you. I appreciate you coming forward with this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benak.
Commissioner Whitmore.
So John will find out about Fogartyville, and I have to ask you to come up, Joe Kennedy. And it's not the other, it's the Bradenton Joe Kennedy, not the Palmetto.
Yeah, there's several other,
Yeah, I know.
Ellington Gillette Cemetery, that is also privately owned, as far as I know. They have about 12 to 15 Confederate veterans, as does Fogartyville. I could give you a list of all of them. Let me think.
It's okay about.
But I mean, they're ones that have, substantial numbers of Confederate veterans in there. The thing is, if there's approximately 70 million descendants of Confederate veterans, and if you would look at some of the headstones, you would notice that a lot of the descendants, modern-day descendants of politicians here, lawyers here, doctors here, they are descended from Confederate veterans that are, like I said, they're buried here. Of course, I heard a reference earlier to when Manatee County encompassed 6 other counties as well. A lot of those are in DeSoto County.
And then after this meeting, Joe,
yeah.
if you can give John your contact info. We had thought about that, and that's all, thanks, Joe. But we had thought about this, but then I think, during our heated discussions at that time, I didn't know if the community would want this memorial in a graveyard, and there was, but there are some historical perspectives, so we can at least look at it. My mission, and I promised this the day that I did this, was to make sure that you guys had input. I have no problems waiting for you all to vote on it if we find some good locations on it. But that wouldn't be till 2020, because we're not going to spend $400,000 or $500,000 for a special election. We'd have it in 2020, and I didn't think the citizens of Manatee County want to keep it where it is now in a state, because we don't want to move it again. We want to get it fixed right. I mean, in 2014, I don't know when we moved it, if it was inspected then, and if there was some kind of fracture that we never saw. Then unfortunately, when we moved it, or they moved it, it broke. So, but that's even beside the point. We're going to fix it. It's going to be fixed right. It's going to be somewhere. We promised the citizens we would. Again, another option is to wait till 2020 and let the citizens decide. We pick locations and let them vote on it. I always said I would do that. And I talked to a lot of people. I mean, we have some passionate people here today. I talked to a lot of people in my world around here and in my medical world don't want it back up at the courthouse. So I know we hear people that want it, but there's a lot that don't want it there. So I think you all should have a say. We promised you when this came, that when we took it down, we would let you have a say, and I think the only way is to let you vote. But I do not think you want to wait till 2020. And an election costs $300,000 or $400,000. We want to make sure it would be a presidential election, so it would be a big turnout. So then we really, I think, would get a true flavor of what you all want. Because I don't want to make this decision. I'd rather have the people make it. If they want me to, I'll make it. They didn't like my last decision. So, let's see. Right, Joe? So, that would be my option. And, I've said this many times. Joe wasn't here that day. But I got calls from the hospital, and Debbie was right. I watched it on Facebook Live, and I've lived here for 50 years. I've never seen the mood there, the hate. I've never seen that in my entire life. And then I called the hospital, and I said, did you get any people come to the ER? And they did, and that's why I changed my vote. Everybody makes fun of it. I don't care. I don't want to have anybody's blood on my hands for something like this. Many people died there because of the war on both sides, and I just want to make the right decision for the citizens. If they want to vote on it, I have no problems. But I think the cemeteries are good options. That could be something they could vote on. I don't know if I would want to put it at the courthouse and have somebody, terrorize it again, and we'll be right back here again. So I don't know yet. But I do think you all should have a vote on whatever we decide.
Okay, you done?
Yes.
Okay. Just, pipe in,
Nick can answer the question.
who?
Nick.
Well, Joe,
Nick.
What's the
you have
question?
something to say?
Oh,
About
Do you?
public input.
well, come on, because that's where I'm going.
Yeah, that was actually my
Well,
question. I can't
actually,
remember if I asked it out
we
loud.
looked at this also about public input, and Nick will kind of say, and we have a way we could vote. People in Manatee County can vote, and we could still put this back in August, September.
No, so not a referendum, but Nick's going to explain what.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
can't offer the ironclad guarantees that the supervisor of elections can offer you in terms of the integrity of citizens' preference, but the idea, the concept that we've talked about, Commissioners, Nick Azera, by the way, Information Outreach, is that we could set up an area of our public website and in your public libraries that explains a little context of why we're asking citizens for their input, why it was removed, and the locations. If you were to narrow those down today, we would explain where those are and give people a little information on each of those locations. And then we would ask them, they could remain anonymous, but we would ask them to give us their address, whether online or in the libraries via comment card, with their preference of where their first preference is for the monument. We could even ask them where they don't want the monument to be placed, and then return to you after a period of time, whichever you'd like, with the results of that citizen input.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I guess going back to where my comments were going to be again is in the, I do feel like we promised the public they were going to have a lot of input on this. And, I think, 2020 might be a long way away, but we've sat on this thing now for 22 months almost, or more. And, we're talking about something that's hopefully would be done the last time. So, what's an additional 2 years to wait and put it on the ballot then?
18 months.
And, well, okay.
Just happen to know.
I'm glad somebody's doing the math. But, I think it's so critical because it's such obviously a hot topic. And, I think if we try to do some type of voting on the website, my concern would be how many out-of-towners
Right.
are going to bombard it
live here.
and start putting, I think we have to go through probably a reputable place like our own, supervisor of elections, so we have some control to make sure this is what the citizens of Manatee County want, not some outside group of people one way or the other. So I think it's fine, and I think we should continue working on trying to maybe narrow down the different areas. I think the one site, again, I voted not to take it down, and I'm still sticking with that. I think it belongs back where it was. But I think that should be an option on the ballot, quite frankly, along with us at this point making a decision, not today necessarily, of these other sites that John and the staff have come up with. Like we said, maybe the Fogartyville site, maybe that will come up, as a good possibility. But then, to me, I just would prefer to see the citizens, and if we have to wait, we have to wait. But that's just one commissioner talking, if you will. Commissioner Benak.
No,
No, I'm sorry,
no.
Commissioner Ball.
Thank
I get
you.
the B's mixed up.
That's okay. A lot of people do somehow get us mixed up. I don't know. This is probably one of the toughest items that I have dealt with on this board in my 6 years. I tend to take it personally, and I tend to get emotional because I know all the lives that were lost on both sides, and I see both sides of this issue. I would have to say that we promised, actually, I didn't vote to move the monument. I never would. I think it should go back where it was. But I also think that the people deserve the right to make this decision, not this board. Amen. And I've tried since 2017, when it was taken down, to bring this up several times, to try to put it, I tried to get it put on back in 2018, last year, during the elections. So here we are now, we have to wait until 2020. Again, I think the people should decide. It might be that the people decide they don't want it put back up. Okay, I know of another place where it can go. And I understand both sides of this issue. But I also know that the war was really more than just about slavery. And it breaks my heart to even think about the word slavery. That's an excuse that the left uses for this war. There were many lives lost by people that fought in this war that had no slaveries or slaves. I know because it was my ancestors. And there's a lot of us out there. I've talked to many of you in this audience today, months ago, about trying to find a new location for this monument. And it always went back to the same, that everybody wanted to see it back where it was before. I agree. But it's not going to happen with this board. And I understand. I understand where they're coming from. And it's a very hard issue. And you know what? We've got an election coming up in 2020. I think it should go on the ballot and let the people decide. Now, what that should say at this point, I'm not the one to make those decisions. I would love to see, and I'm gonna probably hear from some people with what I'm about to say in the audience right now. But you know what? I think this board needs to get out of this equation. Priscilla, I really thank you for what you've done in trying to find a place for it to go. I really do. But I think the people should decide. And y'all know I think that, because I've told you that months and months and months, ever since you voted to move it. Let the people decide. So I really believe in my heart that we'd be better off, this board, to come up as we've done in the past, where we have asked different people to sit on a committee and try and look at different locations. I know that the cemeteries that have been mentioned here today, they've been mentioned to me. The problem is most people are afraid to touch it because they don't have the support system that we do necessarily, and they're afraid that some of these groups that were here before would come and harm it.
Right.
Okay, it is a war memorial. And you know what? I understand that, and I understand that, it's an issue that has to be taken into consideration. My point is, even if you look at Charlottesville with the protesting that happened in Charlottesville, Virginia, where I'm from, and, they covered that monument. Well, it's been uncovered because they decided they had made the wrong decision and realized that this was a war memorial. Congress voted that the Confederate monuments, as they're called, they are considered war memorials. Whether or not you're in the Union or the Confederacy, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. And it's not something in our history that we need to forget. Because somebody mentioned earlier that we're seeing things happen all over again. I think that's true. Because we're forgetting what this country has been through to get where we are today. I don't care what party you're in or where you're from. It is our history and we can't change it. Is it necessarily something that we should be proud of? No. Look how many people died because of it. War is never something to be proud of, but it is what it is and we can't change it. I would really love to see this board select, we could all pick someone to be on a committee, and I'm not going to look at anybody in particular right now because I know they'd get mad at me, but there's several in this audience that would probably be good. We could all choose somebody. And you know what? Look at the cemeteries that have been mentioned here today. I think that's a good thing, but definitely put it to referendum. Put the courthouse back up there as one of the locations. I think it's only fair. I think a lot of people want to see that. I've heard from a bazillion, it seems like, over the last 2 years. You know what? Let the people decide where it should go. Give them alternatives that they can vote on in 2020 and let the people make the decision. It is up to them. We're all Manatee County residents. We should all have a say because somebody mentioned that this is a very emotional thing. I can tell you it breaks my heart. I cry every time I try to talk about it. So, that being said, and by the way, guys, I can tell you also, you have some staff members that cry when they talk about it because they've cried with me. So, let's not forget the lessons that we've learned in the past that people died for. Let's make sure, and I think it's a great idea. We talked about the Historical Society doing a plaque. I think that's a great idea because both sides of this issue need to be told so that it never, ever happens again. Because slavery, no matter what the color of your skin, is wrong. It is wrong. So let's make sure we do what we can to say, this is what happened in this country. It's not just about slavery, but part of it was. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again. Let's move forward so we can realize what a great country we have and the obstacles that we have overcome to get where we are. Let's not go back to it again. I would urge this board, and y'all know how I feel, and I would urge this board to let it go back to referendum. It's the only right thing to do. The people should have the right to make the decision. That's all I'll say right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, and as Misty said, you know, education is going to be important. So I just need a little bit more education myself on how we would put together a list of alternatives, and what would be the cost of those alternatives. I guess I feel as a leader in the county, that's something that anytime I put something on the ballot, I want to make sure the citizens have a way to evaluate what they're voting on. And I'm not sure how we get there because the costs for protection, the cost for the cost for signage is probably minimal, but the cost of putting it on a public place will require protection. We know that.
Any place.
Or private.
A private, you know, how do you enter into that agreement? There's a lot of questions, I guess. So I kind of like the idea of a committee, maybe. You know, I hate to sound like a bureaucrat, but kind of like the idea of a committee maybe to explore some of these options. But I think we got a ways to go before we would put it on a ballot. I just don't know how we get to the alternatives and how we make sure that the, you know, folks voting understand what they're voting for. So that's my question.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. Great discussion up here at the board. Thank you for that. You know, I would support the decision to take this to the voters and ask for their opinion on two conditions. Number one, that we narrow the number of locations down to a subset. And I think your idea, Betsy, of a committee maybe getting together to
That was my
identify,
idea.
or Vanessa's idea, sorry,
We'll take it and run with it.
to identify the proper locations is a good one. But the most important thing for me is the number 2, and that is that no matter where we end up putting it, that we agree that there is an educational component that is needed here on both sides of the argument. We need to have a plaque that explains why this memorial is so important to Confederate history. And we need a plaque that explains why this memorial is viewed by many people as a symbol of hate. And both of those things have to be right beside this memorial so that everyone can understand how we got to where we are today. Those are my opinions.
You're pretty good.
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore?
Sorry.
And some people will think this is good and some people will think this is bad. And I see a gentleman there. He didn't speak today, but I remember during a candidates forum came up to me and he gave me holy heck because he knows I had voted against it to take it down. So I'm glad you're here, sir. I remember you at the church. I agree with Vanessa, guys. And
What?
I know.
Ethel, it's the
I'll
big
write
one.
that down. Well, I always have. It's not that I totally don't agree with how all this happened in the world, but this is history. You know, it's history. You can't whitewash what happened. Like in the year somebody's wanted us to take down the Vietnam Wall. I mean, and my late husband was in Vietnam, and very important people to me in my life were. But I mean, but it also, I agree with Misty, it has to be, because some people don't believe in this war, this was a terrible thing for our African-American community, and that they were all here. We had a former commissioner up here that kind of started the ball rolling on this, and unfortunately, I think that's why we're here today, because of it, because of the fear that was installed and the hate, and then seeing it, it kind of disappointed me to see what I saw, that this was our community went that day. And for some of you that were in the midst of it, I saw it overall and was watching it. People Facebooked it live, and I'm telling you, I was really disappointed. I never ever said that I didn't believe we should whitewash history. I never said that. I do believe in the safety and the protection of our community, and Joe would understand that coming from me. So I think we should narrow it down to, like, if we do this on a ballot, it has to be at least maybe three options, and a major education, and I have no problems with the committee doing it. And I will tell you right now, guys, I've known this person for, out of the 50 years, maybe 45 years, and I would want Joe to be my liaison.
That was mine. You can't have
His
him.
wife and I, she's a nurse at the hospital, we're very close friends, so.
No, I gotta choose
So
somebody
anyway,
else. I know who I'll
that'll
get.
be coming down the line, but I think this is a very passionate decision with our community, and I think we should leave it in the hands of the voters. And I think 2020, and this committee needs to get together. You can talk to Fogartyville and come up with the 3 top options. Madam County Administrator, I'd like to know financially, when we get to the top 3 options, how much it's going to cost and what it will take for the county to do, whether it's going to be on a private property, you know, the deeds and all that, if it will be able to be. We need to have a handicap accessible, and whatever we need, you know, that needs to be included, like Betsy said. I'm not promoting either cause of the war. It's a memorial that's been here since the 1920s, and we took it down. And for me, it was for public safety purposes only. It wasn't the memorial. Joe, I didn't even know it was there until this came before us. A county commissioner brought it up at a meeting. I only went there to get married, and I never got a ticket or anything, so I only went there to get married. I never stopped and looked. So, you know, that's weird, but, and that's why I hated for all of us to get in the middle of this. But I think the people should decide, because there are a lot of people that don't want it at the courthouse. So I think they need to have their say too.
Okay, Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, you know, I got to tell you what I saw when this came before us before. It wasn't our community that was doing this.
Well, there
This
were
is,
some I knew
it
in
was
there.
not Manatee County.
There were some.
It was not many.
No.
Most of it was from out of town. And as far as, you know, yes, it is an issue. You know, there might be people that would come and try to do something to it. But you know what? I can also tell you, I've talked to the sheriff, who, by the way, in the first place, when we looked at this before, didn't say he wanted it moved. His job is to enforce the law. And yes, are we going to have to do, no matter where the location is, probably put something around it? Yes. But I think Commissioner Servia and Benak have been correct as well. It does need to be an educational situation. It's good and bad. But I think it's a step in the right direction. You know, I heard somebody get up here just a few minutes ago and said, you know what, they don't trust us anymore.
Right.
The citizens don't trust us anymore. I think it's true. Because trust me, I've been getting phone calls on this topic since you voted to move it, to take it down. And you know what? I've gotten people that said that they didn't like me, didn't trust me, would never support me again. And I didn't even vote to move it. So, you know, I think it's a step in the right direction. I think it's a way to try to make up to the people in this county that feel that we have wronged them. I agree. But I also know, for some of us up here on this board, that is a tough, tough decision. And I think we need to all stand together and realize that it's good and bad, it's pro and con on this monument. There, like any war, there was good and bad. And, you know, I got to tell you, though, I wouldn't be here had it not been for some of them that fought in that war. I had 3 different ancestors fight in that war. I'm proud of them because none of them ever owned a slave. I've researched my family history. We did it because they were trying to protect their families and their homes. And you can't be against somebody that's just trying to protect their family and their homes, and they lose their lives trying to do that. So I thank this board for the ones that I've heard that are willing to set up a committee. I do think it's a step in the right direction. Joe, we're going to fight over you, though, I got to tell you.
I
Sorry.
already got 'em.
All
Sorry.
right, you can have, I got others.
I know.
But I do think that we should each have someone on this committee to look at the issue, come up with, I think 3 selections are good. One of them, I think, should be putting it back at the courthouse because you hear it so much. Do I think that'll probably be the one selected? No. But I think the people should have the option. And I think this board needs to show unity because we are all in this together, all of us. I think the things that went on in many, many years ago, you know, we're all ashamed of them. We don't condone any of the bad things that took place by some. And we ought to stand together and show that we're not supporting it today and we're not going to let it happen again. So that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we each select a committee member who gets together, looks at 3 different locations, and brings a report back to us periodically so that we can have it put on the ballot in 2020.
Would you amend your motion to have John O. as the moderator?
Oh,
Yes.
That's good.
Motion amended.
Are you going to second it, Chris?
I'll second that.
Okay. Make John
Absolutely,
O. as
staff's
the
done a great
moderator.
job.
Okay, let's see, Commissioner Bellamy.
Oh, my heart's aching for him.
He's good.
I'm okay.
Are you?
He's a soldier.
Anytime you have a sensitive item and you have a lot of passion, there's a lot of opportunity to easily misinterpret messages that's supposed to be trying to get across. I will say this: I'm a proud United States Army veteran.
Woohoo!
And when I served my country, I did not have an opportunity to deploy for combat, but I was responsible logistically for making sure a lot of individuals transitioned through Fort Hood, Texas. When you start talking about this issue and you start talking about history and the different sides that come up, I can easily see how some of this can be misinterpreted. and I can easily understand the passion for the leftists, the rightists. But I like to be consistent in the things that I do. And when this came up, when I was on the campaign trail, and they asked me what did I think about this, and at that time, I honestly said, well, I don't know whether or not 7 individuals need to make that decision. And now, at that time, to be honest with you, and I'm probably still not, I did not have a lot of the political things that's going on in my life right now. I've been a public servant since I got out of the military. Well, when I joined the military, I've been a public servant. So at that time, I said, I think it's very important that not just the 7 people have input. What we have here, we have emotions, and we have passions, and we have history. If you take any other topic, that's going to probably create some problems. It's probably going to create some problems. But we, as adults, we have learned from our mistakes. And I always tell my son to challenge his challenges. And with that being said, the challenges for us is to take both sides in consideration. Now, I do want to make sure you all understand the interpretation on what it has had, what has taken place, and the impact that it has had on the African American community. It's been devastating. It's been devastating. And do not think for one moment that me, as a proud graduate of Bethune-Cookman University, that I do not have the educational background and the support to make sure that that's clear. This particular issue right here does not lie amongst the 7 of us, and it should not lie amongst the 7 of us. I honestly do think that we have an opportunity to come up with the committee. I would respectfully ask that there's representation from the African American
Agreed.
community,
Agreed.
because we have sweat equity, we have blood,
Yes.
Yeah.
tears, and my ancestors' lives have been lost and things also. So I will not, as I take and I stand here, sit here and I listen to a lot of this, we have to have a say-so also. We must have a say-so. So coming up with the 3 options, I agree. And identifying the committee, I agree. The only thing that I want within the committee is to make sure that we have some representation from the African-American community. And more importantly, once the decision is made, we have a great staff that do great things with the projects. And I want them to embrace this project. And when we start highlighting the education on both sides, make sure it's factual and it's highlighted, so the opportunity for our community can be educated, and my child and his children and his grandchildren can be educated, so we can make sure that we do not repeat some of the things that happened in the past. Thank you.
Good job.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you for your comments. I really enjoyed hearing from you, Commissioner Bellamy. I'm going to ask Commissioner Baugh to consider amending your motion, your emotion and your motion.
She did.
Just a bit, because I want you to hear what Commissioner Bellamy is saying. Rather than each of the 7 of us suggesting one member to sit on the committee, which is almost just an extension of our 7 votes, I would like to give staff the authority to, with our input, to find members of the community who reach out to us and want to be involved. I would like our staff to appoint them to the committee so that we have a balanced committee that represents both sides of the issue and that represents the African American community, excuse me. So we got to make sure that everyone on that committee represents all of the interests of our community. Okay, so I'm going to ask
Like
if,
an advisory board is what you're saying.
well,
Bring the appointments and we would confirm like an advisory board?
well, because otherwise it's just going to be who my friend is and your friend is and your friend is, and that's not the best way for us to really come to that decision. So I'm going to ask you to please consider amending your motion in that regard. And it's important to me that the motion also require the educational component. I didn't hear that in the motion, and I want to make sure that no matter what we do and no matter where its final place is chosen to be, that we have both sides of this issue highlighted on plaques or however we're going to do it, both beside this memorial.
All right, Amy, can you
Read the motion.
read the motion back to me, please?
Okay. Motion was made by Vanessa.
Can't
or
hear
by-
ya.
Sorry. Motion made by Commissioner Boff, seconded by Commissioner Trace to select a committee member to find 3 locations, report back to the board periodically. And it was requested to amend the motion to have John Owens as the moderator. And just asked to be reflected to change to require educational opponents.
Commissioner Servia, I know where you're going with it, and I'm not willing to do that to my motion because I feel like that it's up to this board, not to staff, to put the committee together. But that being said, I did hear Commissioner Bellamy. He's absolutely right. The African-American vote needs to be there. They need to be on that committee. I think we should definitely have 3. I was going to mention that before you said what you did. On that board, Commissioner Bellamy, do you think that's adequate?
Well,
I would ask you that.
I think you need to consider, I don't know whether or not the board is going to make the decision, but the number of people that we're going to have on that committee. I mean, I don't think if you're going to have 4 people, 3 will be adequate.
No,
Yeah, but I
I'm
just want
talking
to give you
about
that example.
7
Probably
people,
Right.
7 people with 3 of them being African-American is what I'm talking about. Do you think that's fair?
Then 3 whites.
Okay, and I will not amend my motion for staff to name the committee because I don't know that the people of Manatee County would support that and want that. But I do believe that we should be able to choose those people. I will definitely turn mine over, my committee that I would pick, my person, I'd turn it over to you. My vote for you, Commissioner Bellamy, to decide on who you think would be best in that regard. I would assume that probably we could have another commissioner that might do the same, but I do believe that Commissioner Bellamy's right on needing African Americans on that committee, but I think it should be up to this board to designate those members.
Is everybody talking about her motion?
Y'all can
That's
if
on
you
the
want.
button? Okay.
Commissioner Trace.
I have no problem to where this is going. I basically, when I left Tallahassee, I had promised people I would deal with this. And that's really what I wanted to do. I wanted to give us options. I didn't know where this board wanted to go. I didn't know where we were going to go, but I wanted to have it well researched, county-owned, which I think I did. And John did it, but I have no problem where we're going. I have no problem with the committee. The only thing I would say is we really have to be, and that's why I wanted John as moderator, we have to be very careful that the options that we give are viable.
Right, agreed.
We cannot put something down that, yeah, we'd all like. I mean, like I said, we all want a Gamble Mansion, but that's technically not an option.
No way.
So we have to
I
be
didn't.
in agreement that the options, the 3 options we take, even if everybody else writes in a write-in, and it's what? I think we need to stick with the options that we come up with as a viable, that it is viable.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't like them too much, the ones. But I think that with John Osborne on the committee, he can definitely make sure that it's not a place where it's not possible for it to be. I mean, that's why I think you're right on that.
Well, the options I came up with were the options that are viable as county-owned, are viable,
Yeah.
as long as we hold control of it, but
Well,
I have no
I think the
problem with that.
people should make that decision. not
I
us.
can see which way this is
I'm
going,
just
and I have
saying.
no problem with that.
Just saying.
But let's deal with it, was what I was basically
Agreed.
coming up today.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm fine with the motion. I also agree that I think it should be our responsibility to set this committee, and not staff. We've got a qualified guy in John, who I think could be the coordinator on it. But hopefully maybe everybody else can have another talk, and then maybe we can get some action on this and move on, if you will. So, Betsy, your next
Yeah,
step?
and I guess I'm just a little bit confused about the number of having 7 people on this committee. I guess I feel a
Break
little
a
bit
tie.
uncomfortable about that, and Reggie gets to pick 3 of them.
What's wrong with that? I think that's
It just
fair.
is, to me, I guess I'm thinking more like just a regular plain old advisory committee that we would have, that the nominations would come forward and maybe a bigger number than 7, like 10, just so that we could have a little bit more representation on the committee, and that it could be, people apply for it to serve on this, and then it would come before us, and we'd select them like we do any other committee in a vote of these board members. I definitely agree that it needs to have a representation of the African-American community. In regards to the education, the one thing I did want to say is we are not alone in this issue.
No.
I did some research last night online. You can find all kinds of things online about how many of these memorials have been taken down and are still being taken down, are still under consideration. The laws that have been, in our own capital, we saw where they replaced Kirby Stewart with,
Our state seal.
excuse me, did I say it right?
Edmund Kirby Smith.
Excuse me, thank you, with someone. So it is happening at every level of government, but what are the success stories of how it was best done with the least damage to the community? Is there a success story out there? I don't know. I didn't have enough time last night to do that
I don't
research.
think we've got one
But
here,
I
for
have
sure.
seen, it handled in many, many different ways. I like the idea of a committee. I like the idea of having at least 3. I don't want it to come back to the only place that we can put this is back on at the courthouse.
Well, that's for the people to
lot of
decide, not
reasons.
us.
But if we give them one choice,
Or 2,
then that
3.
would be it. We've got to have more choices.
Yeah.
We said that.
So,
3.
I think that if we could do a little bit more research and maybe a committee of 10 people, that we can appoint people like we do any other committee, that's kind of my thought.
Is that what, would
Wait.
the board prefer 10?
No, well, I want to make.
I mean, that's my
I'll
thought.
make
I'm
a
just-
comment.
I'm
No, I
throwing
got
that out.
another
I don't know.
idea.
We're
I got an
brainstorming
idea.
here.
What do you think?
Whose turn is it?
Mickey Palmer's.
Mickey?
I was going to Reggie.
No, it's my turn after Mickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. As is typical, your lawyer will advise you to tap the brakes just a little bit
Right,
here.
advisory board.
Of course.
All of your advisory bodies, which is what this is, this will be an advisory body,
Right.
are appointed by resolution or ordinance, one or the other. You must formally structure this advisory body by way of a resolution at a minimum. This advisory body will be subject to the Sunshine Law. This advisory body will be subject to the Public Records Act. And furthermore, I would advise an odd number of members.
Right, to break a tie.
You can't have tie votes. To the extent that this advisory body is going to be casting votes, you cannot afford to have tie votes. So those are some of my immediate recommendations. There is no advisory body out there that was not created either by resolution or ordinance. And so, first steps first, working with my office, of course, the administration will have to come back to you with a recommended resolution that will formally create this advisory body.
Right.
So would
I'd
somebody-
like to amend my
Turn.
motion.
Somebody like to
Wait.
amend their motion?
Will you wait till I speak? Because I want.
Oh,
you
I'm
may
sorry.
wanna
Go
amend
ahead.
it. You may want to amend it again. Okay, can I?
Go ahead.
All right.
You're up.
I actually had written this down because it has to be an advisory board. That's what was suggested by Misty and Betsy. And staff does not pick the advisory board. It's advertised and people apply. So I still think, and I understand where you're coming from, Vanessa, but all the people that you may want to appoint, ask them to apply. And then we can
Fair.
pick.
Fair.
Because, if you apply, Joe, I may vote for you, I don't know. But then we
I
must
will.
say, we must say in the thing that we are requiring like a 9-member board or a 7-member board with 3 African Americans if it's 7, and then, vice versa. That's what I think we need to decide today. But I really think it has to be advisory board because it's under the sunshine law. They can't talk about it only
Right.
at the meetings.
And I knew that. I
Okay.
just didn't call it an advisory board.
And
but you're
staff
right.
has never picked the advisory board. We've gone out for advertisement. We've always
Right.
picked the advisory board. Okay.
Okay.
So would you like to amend your?
Can you
motion?
amend your motion?
Amy, get ready.
Get ready, go slow.
I'm going to
I'm also
amend
on the
the,
board, right?
Yes, you're up next.
I'm going to amend my motion to have the county attorney's office do
Resolution.
a resolution for us for an advisory board of 9 people, 3 of which must be African-American, to serve, to look at the Confederate monument and come back with 3 locations that will go on the 2020 ballot.
He wants 4, since we went up 9.
You want 4? Okay.
No,
Make-
I'm just saying if you did it
Okay.
based on the numbers. it should-
Seven.
Amy, I'm sorry, instead of the 3, change it to 4.
Let's do
please.
4, because if
Second
you're
the
going to have
motion. I'm going to second it.
courthouse 1, that,
No, we're talking about African Americans.
oh.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought we were
African-Americans,
talking about.
Mr.
oh.
Chairman.
How many Confederate soldiers?
Representation.
You want to read that back, Amy, when you get it straight? I know that's a lot.
4, though.
Sorry.
The motion was amended by Commissioner Boff and seconded by Commissioner Whitmore to have the county attorney office craft a resolution for an advisory board of 9 people, 4 of which must be African Americans, for the Confederate monument to find 3 locations to be placed on the 2020 election ballot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just a point of order, do we have 2 motions or 1?
No, I rescinded the other one.
Okay, I was
amended
I was
her
a
motion.
seconder on the first one, and then you just said, uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm fine with it, I'm just, just point of order there.
Misty.
We're making progress. So I'm in favor of the advisory committee. I think that's a great idea. I'm going to suggest 13 members instead of 9, and here's why. Because I do a lot of work with the advisory committees and boards, and the number 13 is the highest number of board members that is the most effective by many studies. So I'm going to suggest 13. I think we need a broader representation. I'm also going to suggest, in addition to the 3 African Americans, that the resolutions say that the committee be made of a balance of opinions. Okay, I think we're probably going to get there anyway, but I think it's really important to state that, because this committee is going to represent all sides of this issue and come to us with a recommendation. So I don't want it to be too one-sided in any way. I'm going to ask you to, again, please consider making this committee balanced.
Dr. Doom, Mickey?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just a reminder, the larger the body, the more difficult it becomes to get quorums at the meetings. So that's just a little footnote to bear in mind as you make the decision on how many people will be on this committee.
Okay. Commissioner Benak.
I'm okay with the motion. I would just like it to say at least 3. At least 3
what?
locations. At least 3.
At least, what are you talking about?
Come back. What if they have 4 and there's 4 great ones? I mean, I
Down
just,
to 3, not 5, 6, or 7, because.
The ballot,
within the-
yeah.
Trouble is, 2 of them are going to be,
Go back where it is.
yep.
go back, and the other one's going to be throw it away.
No, we weren't going to put that on there.
Well, you don't know. You
No,
don't know what the
we're-
committee's
oh,
going
it's
to
up
come
to
back
them,
with.
yeah.
The committee
No, 'cause
say,
it's 3 locations.
throw it away. So at
3
3, I don't
locations.
think is adequate. I think you want to potentially at least have at least 3, but give them the option of coming back with 4 or 5.
I mean, they know it's going to be a ballot. If they want a ballot to be successful, it can't be a bunch, but I want to have it be at least 3. Because I know one of them's going to be the court house.
We said 3.
Basically, what we're looking at respectfully is Rye Road, Fogartyville, and the courthouse.
Or whatever they.
Well, I
come
don't
up
know
with.
that.
Camelman take.
I'm not gonna
Those are the 3
designate
that's-
any
Annexation.
3.
I get it.
Yeah.
But
We don't even know if Fogartyville
Yeah.
can be done.
Right.
I mean,
That's up to them.
I mean, I love the idea of Fogartyville. That's my favorite, but if it can't be done, I don't know. I mean, if they're
there's no reason to be
privately
on the
owned.
ballot.
We have
If I may.
Ask Mike
I think
Bennett.
in order for us to
Homer's
look
on the
like
board,
it's
so-
fair, I think we need to not say any of those and let the committee decide.
Me too.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, Mr. Palmer.
Commissioners, there is one way to bring today's conclusion to a quick conclusion, and that would be to direct my office to prepare a resolution that will come back to you in, let's say, a 95% complete state, with certain blanks to be filled in.
Okay.
A blank to be filled in for the number of advisory board members, a blank to be filled in for the number of African-American members, a blank to be filled in for the locations that will be the options. And so with a hard copy resolution in front of you at a future meeting, and I'm thinking, within the next, 6 weeks.
Before we go on recess, would be nice.
So with a resolution in front of you, you can then narrow down your discussion to simply filling in numbers in those blanks.
That's great.
Is one way that you could sort of wrap things up today, and then we can bring it back to you for those final decisions.
Okay, Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, and with what Mickey just said, I understand that, but you know what, with what we've already designated and what the motion is, it's gonna come back to us anyway, and we can change it if we want to. So it gives us time to think about it if we do want to change it when it comes back, but the motion stands as was made,
I support it.
because I feel bad for Amy.
Okay, Commissioner Whitmore.
I agree, but 9 and 4, and we can always change it at the meeting.
Right,
4 African Americans, yeah.
yes.
Let's move on.
Okay,
This
we've
is
got a
okay.
motion. It's been made by Commissioner Ball, seconded by Commissioner Trace, I believe. I don't think we have to open this for public comment. We already did. So we're taking a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0 for a resolution to come back to us.
Joe.
Commissioners, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
We've all been wanting to do this, Vanessa. It's been hard, and we couldn't in February, so thank God you guys brought it up, and let's get it over with and move
Mr.
forward.
Chairman, can we take a 5-minute break, please?
We only got comments. I can start first, and you can take a deep breath. All we got is comments, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You want to go for it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore.
I got a few things. First of
Okay,
all.
well, there's the problem.
First of all.
We're taking a 5-minute
yeah.
recess.
No, are we? No.
No.
Okay, today, it was brought up about, Today, things were brought up today, and I want to remind the commission, and Mickey Poston, what's your name, last name, Palmer, brought this up at a previous meeting. Gwen Brown used to be the head of Head Start, and she voted on this board for her agency. So I know we keep having citizens brought up before. Gwen had an opinion, I think, from the state at that time that it was okay, and there are rules that if you when we're talking about certain things at work, that you can't vote on. So I had to bring that up because the citizen had brought up the issue, but it's already been set to bed. This has been a practice, and I think Larry Ann Harris had a job, and I thought it was for an agency years ago too, and we just had to do the same thing. I'm not sure, but so I want to bring that up. Also, I wanted to compliment Sherry. She's not here. Karen Stewart. Karen Stewart. I asked her to meet with me and Indian physicians who are very good friends of mine. I've known them since the day they came in town. They got into the development process. It went down in the tubes, and so Karen met with us and staff, and I want to compliment her. She started out the meeting by saying, "Okay, how do you want what are you expecting out of today's meeting?" I almost fell over dead. I haven't heard that in a long time. It was ran so professionally, and the physicians after called me, and it was mainly a communication, the process getting lost in the system, and her and staff, the building department staff, got together, and code enforcement and CJ, and I can't tell you how much it meant to them. It's been a problem for years for them, so I want you to please compliment her tomorrow if you can. Nick is here. Yeah, look at poor Nick. I called him during lunch because, and maybe you all know more than me, maybe Vanessa has been keeping up on it more than me, but the state, I got a few more things, but the state legislator has House Bill 7103. It addresses many aspects of local permitting, and it imposes a 30-day time frame for a county or municipality to review a development order or permit application for completeness. It limits audits of private providers of inspection services, and it imposes additional prospective changes in impact fee credit use. This, to me, may cost us staff time. We've just lowered our building permit, our fees in our building department. And at one point, if you didn't have if the person applying for a permit didn't have their permit within 30 days, it was automatically approved. I don't know if that's changed. But I've asked Nick's supposed to be getting together with Carrie and staff to go over this and then come up with something to us to tell us how this is going to affect the county. I think Sherry wants to say something. She's
We're
mic down.
Well, Nick's here too, but we are aware of, we're following the status of that, and we're working along with the building department, and they're also monitoring it on a statewide level as well, and we will come back to you with the impact if so.
So it's gone to the governor, so if it's something that we don't, you know, if this is going to cost us money, lots of money, the building department is its own enterprise fund. They pay for themselves. So we lowered the fees, and it went from, our reserve went from 14 million, and I think I asked it was 9 million it's gone down to now. So,
Still a lot of money.
yeah, I know that, but you've got to pay for, I mean, if we have to pay for staff and stuff to make sure these permits are following the law,
Yes.
it's going to have to come out of that fund. So if you all can just keep us informed, Nick, and give us something in writing or give us the
We need more
impacts.
people.
Commissioners, this was a piece of legislation that moved very quickly toward the end of session and was one of the ones that Carrie worked on hardest on our behalf, speaking regularly with John Osborne on the potential impacts of the impact fee changes, and with John Barnott on potential impacts to the inspection services that the building department offers. So, and even after the bill was passed, you know, Carrie is writing Senator Galvano's staff explaining, you know, our concerns on this. So basically where we've left this is later this week or early next, we'll have a call the Johns, Mr. Palmer, or Mr. Clegg from the attorney's office and strategize what the next steps should be, and whether we need to, you know, as I mentioned to you over the phone at lunchtime, we wanted to waste no time getting our letter to the governor in support of the funding. If we need to send another letter to the governor articulating our concerns with this bill, we will do that after we hear and understand better what the full impacts will be. So, yes, I will keep you posted after that call.
Okay, and then I just got a few more things. DEP, I'm on the Sarasota Bay Estuary, and I met with Mark Alderson for my briefing, and he showed me a diagram. I don't know, it may be presented at our meeting Friday, but it's very disturbing, and it's about the impaired waters. And if you look, and I just heard on the news yesterday that there's an algae bloom in Sarasota. Where we're seeing issues with impaired waters is all of Sarasota County. From Manatee down to Sarasota down to Charlotte County. And if you look at the diagram, it's all red. We're clear, Charlotte's clear. Sarasota has major issues. They have a Bee Ridge lift station that has major issues. I'm very, very worried about this, mainly because of what we've just gone through. Sarasota now has an algae bloom, and I think somebody has some kind of legal action again. That's nothing with us. But, and I want to work with our neighbor, and there's nothing we can do financially, and I would never do that. But we need to give them, like, if they need to get some kind of a program with the state to try to get this cleaned up, and we support that. Right now, this is going to hurt our waters. You know, we have 3 estuaries: Tampa Bay Estuary, Sarasota Bay Estuary, and Charlotte. And Sarasota's in the middle of it, and we have some issues. And I was very disturbed. I don't know if you all have seen this, but I don't know what we need to do. So if anybody has any ideas, I don't want to blame them and point the finger. I want to figure out how to work with them. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, Commissioner Whitmore's right, and I was out actually at Cortez Kitchen probably a month ago, And I have pictures on my phone that I took that day. I was with Rusty Chinnis, you know, Carol.
Yeah.
And he took me out and showed me where the algae was already starting to grow up by the shoreline. And I have pictures on my phone that shows at the bottom of the water, the grass is just dead. And there's this green algae on the bottom. It is a major issue. It is part of Manatee County because it's coming from Sarasota County over to us. And it is a problem. And I'm not sure what the answer is either. I know that several of us have meetings with Michael Crosby, and I had talked to him about this once before, and I'm going to bring it up to him again, and he is aware of it. So I think we need to probably, in all fairness, talk to Moat and see what can be done, because if this is left, when I was out there 6 weeks ago, it wasn't even really hot out, the water's not warm, wasn't warm yet, and, you know, it's obvious that when the water gets warm, it's just gonna
But how can
develop so
we,
fast.
how can we take action? This is serious. We went through the red tide, and it's south of us.
Well, it's not really red tide.
But all
what
we
you're talking
have to
about
do, no, the runoff.
Yeah.
And the quality of the water, and they're getting ready, DEP is getting ready to name a part of their waters impaired. They're gonna rate them impaired. And it could bleed to the north and the south. And we'll probably talk this at the Sarasota Bay Estuary, and I don't wanna put my fellow colleagues under the bus.
Yeah.
Can we get a
Okay, well,
report
we
from
got something
staff?
from Sarasota Bay. I don't know, I don't know who here would, yeah, Sherry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we need to be strong on this, and we need to work with our neighbors to get this resolved. They got a major problem with Bee Ridge, their stormwater plant there.
Want to know what they're doing to fix it? That's what I would ask.
I only know what I read on the news.
Well, I want to hear from
Reach out to them.
staff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We need to reach out to them. Okay, now, Mayor Poston and myself made best local elected official in SRQ, and Vanessa came in right after. She's been in it a couple times, so.
Was in it
The
twice,
mayor brought it up to me, and I go, are you sure? So, yeah, and you mentioned
two
it.
times in a row.
Rural health, I was with Mary Ann Barnamy and John Thaxton. That's how long ago it was me. Rural health has a great program that they did that maybe it's something in our community services we could look at, Sherry. I don't know. It's called the Farm Workers Long Sleeve Program. And Rural Health got together, and their company got together and donated 300 long sleeve shirts to the farm workers, mainly for skin cancer and stuff. So, I mean, thought it was kind of cool. It was in the it was in the parish newspaper. Also, last week we had as chairman of the TDC, we had the Tourism Week celebration. We went on the paddle boat, and Lisa Kubik got the Improving Tourism in Manatee County, and then Janine Amick got the Ed Hunsaker Hospitality Leadership Award. So that was good. They were totally surprised. It was a great event, and I think everybody wants to do that one again. It was pretty nice and relaxing. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Reggie?
Exactly. Got my vote for us to do the boat tour again.
You love that.
I loved it.
Relaxing.
I loved it. A couple of things. I did go out when we were talking about the workforce housing project, the sidewalk along 29th Street, and whether or not it was connected or not.
Oh, right, that's cool.
It's not complete. They're from a subdivision that was started that is actually an eyesore in the community right now. There's a sidewalk that's coming from there, but we do need to make sure we look at that so we can connect it, crossing 29th Street and the Canal Road. So I did look at that. Ms. Corrier, the Somerset Lighting Project, can someone please let me know where we are on that? Because I've asked about it a couple times, and I think the last time we were waiting on FPL to respond. We just need to know what our options are. I mean, that's a very, very dark community, and we want to make sure that we do our part as far as supporting public safety out in that area.
Yes,
I
we can
did
update
talk
you.
to the county administrator about this as far as a request coming from T. Barter. Is this the place I discussed that at, Ms. Benak?
Sure.
Um,
Go ahead.
Okay, and I just asked because she was on the T. Barter board. But there has been a request for an increase of the amount of money that, and I'm going to get that information, and I'm just going to let the board know. I will let the board know my intentions is to go back and identify the potential impact that our dollars are going to have. I think the conversation was ROI, to see what we're getting out of it. So I will follow up with the executive director, Mr. David Green, and make sure we get back to discussion. Thank you.
Did they get $1.5 million in the state budget?
Yes.
They get $1.5 million last year. They got $1 million. What they're working on, right, Reggie, is the kind of their big project, but it doesn't include Manatee County, which
Does
is their
not.
BRT.
It does not.
275.
And there's no other time that I can ask or discuss this with Ms. Benak, and I was a little concerned about that because Manatee County would not be impacted, but they're having an increase in our dollars. So what I'm going to do is go back and get a specific understanding, of what will be done with the money, and if Manatee County will not be impacted, unfortunately, and I like them, that's a great group, but I will have to look at it a little bit differently with taxpayers' dollars. That's just me and my position, but I think the board members need to know. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
That important.
I'm not sure there's anything the board can do it, but I think y'all should know. Parish is, of course, you all know we're getting ready to open a new high school in August of this year. We will not have the extension ready, which we knew we weren't. We will not have sidewalks ready.
Right.
We have a serious problem with 121st, which is going to be the main road. That, is basically they call it a two-lane road, but no one in town would call it a two-lane road. And there's no sidewalks. We're fighting with a half of a light at Rutland Road and 69th. And had a meeting with the school board, the sheriff, some stakeholders, people that live there, and there's really no good consensus, So I just want y'all to realize that there's a lot that needs to be done. We will not be ready for school. School is going to open. But I'm gonna have to probably come back and ask for some money somewhere once we figure out exactly. But the Erie Road with no sidewalk, which is about, Harrison Ranch is about 6/10 of a mile, maybe 7/10 of a mile down from there. There is nowhere to go to the north because FP&L owns it and the CSX Railroad. And to the south, we're gonna need close to 60 foot to make a railroad, the utilities, and to get a 3-lane road. And you might as well build it big enough because we're gonna have a college there within 7 years.
Right.
And so just to kind of give you all a heads up, it's, and I don't think we have plans for a sidewalk for 5 years. So I'm not sure what those kids are going to do that have to walk to school. But that is something staff and everybody is very worried about and working extremely hard on.
May I ask
I
a
have a
question?
question.
Yes, you may.
Ladies first.
Thank you, Reggie. Are we always responsible for the sidewalks, or does the school board participate in that?
I think it's pretty much like we did on this development that we were
remember.
voting on the other day. The school is only responsible for around the school. We are going to have
That's what I
a
thought.
beautiful sidewalk around the
Yeah.
school. And then everybody is on their own, so to speak.
Yeah.
So, that's why I was very happy we voted the way we did on that one development that was in Reggie's.
Right.
But basically, if we put the development there, we have to consider the kids that are gonna have to walk to school. Like I said, we're working on it. Staff's doing the best job they can with what they have available. I'm just kinda letting y'all know that with budget and everything coming up, that there's some serious safety issues, some serious problems in that area that are not going to be ready for when that school opens, and this school is impacting that area
Can
tremendously.
impact fees be used?
I had a question.
We have used all our impact fees because Neil is building the roads through 2023, John? John has that information. 2023 is what pretty sure that's what John had said. So as far as the roads, we're using, we just prioritized our IST sidewalks, and I basically said, take all of my money and put it in this one spot.
Oh, good.
But, we're talking, we're gonna have to
It's
have.
not enough.
It will not be enough because we can't get the sidewalk unless we get 60 foot of right of way
Oh,
for
my gosh.
probably a mile and a half.
I mean, we got to buy property.
So, there's no way that the sidewalk.
I'm sorry,
actually-
our impact fees are all being used to build 44th, but I would help you, but I can't.
I get it. But we got one thing we're sort of working on. We're hoping that maybe Florida Power and Light will give us 5 feet on the north and we
There
can
you
build a
go.
sidewalk right on there. But still, it's gonna help today, but there's just kind of let you know, there's a lot of things going on in Parish and most of them aren't good, infrastructure wise,
I can relate.
so.
Not as badly as you, though.
So I think my question was based on some of the things that I learned over the weekend about the half-cent tax are there countywide half-cent tax allocated? And I'm just asking, I know we have them for our different districts.
Oh, I don't know.
Because
It's all
it's
county.
IST, so it's all,
It's separated.
well, we have them separated based on different
it is all
areas.
county.
But I knew in some of the areas, they were countywide projects.
Yes, the two at-large commissioners reviewed the entire list of
That's us.
projects.
I-
The district commissioners, their district.
I just do not want to sleep on the fact that there is nothing out there to assure safety on Erie Road when that school comes up. There's nothing out there, and I'm very, very concerned about that. And I don't think we can wait, 7 years? I don't think we can wait 7 years. And what I don't want, and I'll put this on the record for RJB, I don't want something unfortunate to happen. And then we have a knee-jerk reaction. I think we need to have our minds with some forward thinking and identify what our options are and find a way to make sure we aggressively move to address that area.
Well, like I said, we have
Okay, we won't
worked
have much.
extremely hard with what we have to work with. If there's no reason to fix the road, to put a Band-Aid on the road. We know the college is coming also, so when we go to buy right-of-way, you might as well buy enough right-of-way to last you at least with what you think's going to happen in 30 years. Like I said, we're trying to work with Florida Power and Light, and if that happens, we can at least get a sidewalk on the north side, and that could be done by the opening of the school in 2020, which would be the ideal if that happens, and then we can work on Erie Road as we can. I'm more just kind of letting y'all know as you speak that there is a serious safety problem that's going to be there in August of this year, and there is not a thing we can do about it August of this year, because we had basically 25 months to do a lot, and there was no way we could do everything. I mean, it's, at least, it was
Sounds like poor planning.
Well,
No, money.
Yes.
Poor
Undoubtedly,
communication, anyway.
Yeah.
my favorite expression is, basically, money, what's your question?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Money? What's your question?
Money's the answer to every question, so.
Everything.
So we're gonna have to continue to look at that, with the infrastructure and where we are with our taxes and everything else and bonding and, because, like I say, we all gave back our priority list, I know this week.
I haven't yet.
And moved some
But I don't
of
have
That's
much
it.
on there.
And,
I have less than everybody
and then
else.
it'll be,
Your money?
and then it'll be up
Don't have
to, Jan and her group to take their magic wand and try to figure out, money coming in. I mean, we've got, again, we hope, the 10 million for 44th from Bill Galvano, which will be, be
Maybe
great.
free up 10.
That's gonna
Maybe
free
next
up,
year we'll get another 10.
Some of your impact fees out there. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, that's right. Oh,
You could get another.
wow.
You could get another.
Right,
That would
and then
be
hopefully we can
refreshing.
get
Perhaps
more
I
the
could
next
get
year.
something done in my district.
I think we just may have to, like I've said before, we're gonna have to prioritize our priorities.
Mr.
Kind
Chair, I know a cheap way, and everybody's so concerned about this, and they should be. We don't have the money, the cheapest way to do it, and we usually don't do it, and you all have a stroke. There is a way to do it so that there is safety for these kids, and you put a traffic calming in that area to go to the school, and unfortunately, that would be a speed table. Nobody's gonna wanna drive it. I mean,
Too bad.
safety until we get the right of way and can build what you need to do.
Agree with that.
Okay, I'm sorry, Sherry?
I just wanted to mention that we're aware of what is being brought up. Our Public Works Department, utilities, and our offices working on, and in conjunction with the sheriff and the school board, to bring back some ideas. But we're concerned as well. We have been since, as you stated, commissioners, this was brought forward, and we really had not enough time to properly plan, but we have every intention to bring as many options for safety back as we can. So we will come back to you at the next meeting, and we're just within about 20 days of your budget presentation for next 2 years. So you will also be seeing some of these things for both next year's and current if we need changes considered.
Okay, Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, and it is on our list of motions that were already made. Maple Ridge sidewalks to Tillman Elementary School, right? We already made a motion, so we are addressing
That's not-
that location. I know your situation
Is
is
different,
not.
yes. That's what I said.
But-
I'm happy we did make that motion on
Okay,
that one.
and I would like There'd been so much talk about how things were gonna be done around the high school. At some point, maybe we do need a presentation about the high school, what there is, what's lacking, and what the cost might be to provide some of that, and who's providing what. Some of the developers in the area, what are they providing? It'd be nice to have a unified effort, because you've got so much going on up there. We could make sure everybody coordinated. I know that would be hard, but it would take somebody to take a leadership role in that.
And there is
Not
a-
a commissioner, I'm saying the staff.
And there is just say how bad the traffic, there's a candlelight vigil for someone that died at that Rutland Road, 69th tonight at the Methodist Church. We've had 2 deaths in 6 months there.
I had some friends.
And Mr. Chair, along the lines of show me the money, give us the money and my office will go out and condemn all of the right-of-way that you want to acquire.
Lord have
Okay.
mercy.
No, I've got to respond to that.
I heard
We
it's
are
gonna
not
be more
going
than
to
44.
acquire right-of-way that way anymore if we can help it.
Well, we always
Because,
say that.
with all due respect, Mr. Palmer, that is the most expensive way to
Oh,
buy land.
absolutely. That's why I premised my commentary with, give me the money.
That's why we've
Show
got
me
to
the
do it
money.
differently.
That's
We
it.
have
Show
to
me
have
the
a
money.
plan and hold the folks that are developing in the area to trying to coordinate together. We had a white hat group that did it, made 301 affordable. That's the only way we got 301 expanded, is because we had a cooperative, public-private partnership
White hats.
with the development community. There are reasons they did that, though.
Where are
I
they?
know, there are reasons they did that, though. And we need to have that kind of pressure to make sure that we get a coordinated effort so we can do a public-private partnership. And, yeah, then we'll turn it over to you, but we're not letting you condemn.
Absolutely. And if I might wear my political hat for just another moment, I did not intend to suggest that we would go out and condemn right-of-way and forego any opportunities for private developers to build roads.
That is what he said.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And if anybody took it that way, it wasn't intended that way. So at the point in time where we have exhausted all of those opportunities for dedication of right-of-way, for construction of roads by private development, let me know, and we'll condemn the balance.
Since you have the floor, Mickey, let me ask a question.
And my political hat is off. Or, excuse me.
You shouldn't have
Yes,
one.
it's off. I know I shouldn't have one.
Could
I've
you
only done that maybe twice in my career.
update us as to how the FDOT eminent domain proceedings are coming, that where we're going to be receiving $3 million, I think, at one point? Is that still in the works?
Yes, that's still in the works.
May I?
Check hasn't cleared yet.
I don't know.
That still has to come to the board to approve the sale and purchase contract. There are a few little things going on.
Yes.
So, go ahead, Sherry, to the extent that you want to comment.
Somebody's 301 and 75.
We've been providing the board with a monthly update on the FDOT projects as they stand. You received one. They are all sort of have been wrapped up in a lot of discussion back and forth with FDOT. There is some final, as Mr. Palmer mentioned, some final conclusions to the financial 3.5 million, but there are also other significant impacts that those funds may be needed to be used on. We're bringing that back to you. We've been communicating a lot of the status of those projects in that memorandum. So you have at least 7 or 8 different FDOT impacted projects that are in reference to that. So I would ask that you allow staff to bring you back that, those concepts before we try to find another way to spend the 3.5 million.
I'd like to see the check clear before we spend
DOT
it.
is revising the scope of their acquisition. They are revising the legal description and the scope of their acquisition, and that's one of the recent things that has come about. So yeah, we still, at some point, hopefully in the relatively near future, there will be a proposed sale and purchase contract that will come before this board for action.
Sounds like some sidewalks.
Anything else, Judy?
Oh, I got a bunch of stuff, sorry. First one, John, if you would help me. I just want to recognize some folks from Manatee County staff, and I'm going to do a horrible job because I don't know who they all are, unfortunately, and I haven't
How
still
can you
gotten it
recognize them? Oh.
clarified. Well, there's a picture. John's going to put a picture up.
Good.
These are your staff members from Manatee County that worked, was it last Saturday, the week before? Brain dead. It was such a busy weekend. Okay, to put together this was an Earth Day and a Better Manatee Day project. Those are the sponsors in the back that you can see who sponsored this. It was Manatee County and the Kiwanis Club of Bradenton. But we rebuilt the community garden at Daughtry Elementary. And there you go. You see folks putting in, we actually built a littoral shelf, which I thought was kind of cool, in the pond. And there you go. There's Ivan carrying stuff. It was hard labor, quite frankly. I'm not used to that hard of labor. And I was very sore for the next day. But these folks worked from 8 o'clock in the morning till afternoon. And then in the afternoon at Pride Park, there was an event. And it was a really cool event. Misty came over to the Pride Park event, and it was just beautiful. So I do want to give a real shout out. These guys are doing this on their off time. They're not getting paid for this. Ivan Groom, that's Ivan right there. His wife worked with us. You saw Shay Barnett in the previous picture. Okay, so you see Shay right there. You see Christy Hagan from Neighborhood Services. I don't know which one she is. You have Mac Lessig. Mac is the guy that was in charge. He's in the middle. The woman right next to him does work for property management, I think. And then next to her is somebody, I think she works in the library. And I have a name, Lack Lessig. I don't know which one Lack Lessig is.
Doesn't matter.
Maybe that's
She's
her.
there.
Anyways, and then Neil Van Nykirk, who is with Drive the Cars. What's the name of it? You guys know Neil from up in up by the port.
Yeah, the race car thing.
Anderson. All I could think was Armstrong. Anderson Racing. He was the chair of this event, but it was really cool. And we got plants donated. We built a butterfly garden and a vegetable garden. And so I just want to give these folks a shout out for working so hard on that day. So thank you to those folks. Something I want to bring up, this is kind of out of the box, but I was at a MPO meeting and I heard about Sarasota County doing a swap with FDOT on River Road for the road to Siesta Key. And they're swapping, so River Road is going to become a state road.
Wow.
And I thought, well, that sounds like yeah, I never heard that. So I talked to LK afterwards. I said, that sounds like a deal for Sarasota County. Because River Road needs a lot of improvements. Now, they are public-private partners. They do have some improvements. That big development down there is building, expanding it, but to take it over for maintenance. And I said, well, you game to do something like that? How about 44th? How about we give you 44th, and what do you want us to take back? He said, I'll take you up on that.
Oh, God.
He said,
State Road 70.
no, the road on the beach, which is already part.
789.
Yeah, whatever that drive is called. Gulf
789.
Drive, is it called?
789.
But that's already partially owned by the state
It
and
is owned by the
partially
state.
owned by the cities, right? Or the county? What is
All
it
by
called?
the state. In front of Publix, all the way to Lombok Key is state road.
I thought it was part local.
No, I'm
No, I
positive.
thought,
I was
in
mayor there.
Anna Maria, they maintain it.
Anna Maria, they own their streets. They don't have any partial ownership by
right,
the
well-
state. It's only in front of Publix all the way to Lombok Key is 789, the state.
From Publix, okay, so.
Yeah, it's a
Right,
Manatee
so
Avenue
then
area.
north,
Yeah.
it is private.
South.
So I want to authorize our staff to look into this. I think it'd be a good
Is that
deal
a
for us.
motion?
Wait, you're not clear because you're not clear. You're saying some of it is private. It's not. It's all state road.
Well, you just said Anna Maria owns their
And
streets,
so
but
it's
not
not-
that road?
That's not, no, the only thing that is state road, everything else is privately owned in the whole island, is from East Bay where the Publix is, all the way to Lombok Key, that's the state road. The cities own all their own streets. The county gave it to them in the 80s, and like fools, they took it.
Okay, the portion that is state road.
Like fools?
The portion
That's when
that
you
is
were mayor?
state road is what I'm
No.
talking about.
In the 80s, it was in the 80s before me.
I'm just
Before me.
joking with you.
Portion
You
that
couldn't
is the
resist, could
state
you?
road.
And he'll tell you.
On
he's a
the
great-
island.
Yeah,
Second that motion.
no.
I don't think I've made it yet. I would like to make a motion to ask staff to look into the possibility of making a swap for 44th Avenue, the part that, remember, part of it is a state road already, the part that is Manatee County right-of-way, for the portion of the state road that is on the island.
They already own it. Why would you
Fine,
want
if
to?
we've already
We
paid
swap
for
it, we'll take it, Carol, and they'll
44th.
take 44th. That's the
We're going to
reason.
maintain the island roads.
Yes.
I don't
It's
know
a
about
better
that
deal.
one.
Well, basically, she's saying, let's look into it.
Yeah.
I'm all over that.
right,
I
that's
second
my-
that motion.
All right,
I
I
don't know
want
if
to,
the
I want to
cities would
explain
agree.
again
I don't think
why
the
I
cities
think this would be a good
Oh,
deal for the
Lord,
county.
mercy.
If you'd let me try. This would be a good deal for the county because you can't expand that road. What are you going to do to that beach road? You have to maintain it. We already do. We already do a lot with the parks, with Coquina Beach. We already do a lot of maintenance out there. I think it's a good deal for us. 44th is going to be expanded. It's going to have lights. It's going to have,
Yeah, but I've already paid for it.
well, but you know, the state money is the county money and it's all the taxpayer money. But there's a
No,
lot
it's
more to
impact
go.
fees.
There's a lot more to go, and maybe we don't have to go ask for 10 million to the state. Maybe they'll come up with the money. We need to look into it. And
Yes.
when LK said, yeah, we'd
have a
consider
problem
that.
looking into it.
And I said, well, what do you want us to take back? And that's what he told me, the beach road. And I said, okay, I will ask for that, for staff to look into it and
The
bring that back.
city,
Throw the bridges in too, just.
yeah, because
No.
because the
What I
city,
want to know
the
is what it
cities.
is we don't know, the reason
Right,
he
well, I'm
wants to get
telling
rid
you,
of that road.
as the mayor, we leverage grants with that state road with FDOT to get things done in the cities. So, just so you know that,
Staff will
but
come back
we'll
with
look
a
into
report,
it.
then we'll make
Yeah,
up a
I
mind.
don't know if the cities would
Yeah,
even want to
sounds
do
about
it.
right.
DOT.
Cities probably don't want to do it. They gave it to us once.
You actually make a motion and did
I
I
did.
actually second?
Yes,
and I
and you
seconded
seconded it.
Okay, all right. Please.
Would you read back the motion just because there's so many people talking at once?
Motion by Commissioner Benak to have staff look into the possibility to make a swap with FDOT for the 44th Avenue, that is Manatee County right-of-way, for the portion that is state road on the island.
That hardly sounds
And what is
even.
that road, just so I call it the correct thing?
789.
And
789.
Gulf Drive.
If I could add that,
89 is not.
Gulf Drive, add that to the
No, it's
motion.
789.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Public comment.
Okay, anybody from the public would like to discuss about our land swapping?
Maybe.
Maybe, depending on maybe. Seeing nobody come forward, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay, because I'm not ready. I didn't have enough information.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, I have one other thing. At the Circuit 12 Juvenile Justice Advisory Board meeting that I went to, actually it was a while ago, it was April 15th, there was a presentation by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Tanya Bryant Smith. She is a member of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. They do an incredible presentation, Know the Law presentation. They do it to youth and they do it to adults. She comes down from Tallahassee and does this presentation. I didn't know if anybody had heard of this. I'm actually thinking Reggie might want to run with this, but I think we should look into it, having her come down. She said she would. There is a organization here in Tampa, but it was an incredible presentation that our young people need to know how to work with police. They do role-playing, what the police experience, what is the role of the person being pulled over, very, very interesting presentation. I've had it sitting on my desk thinking, how am I going to bring this up? But I think it's Reggie's deal because of the, what's the group you sit on?
Public safety.
Public Safety Commission, yeah. So I'm going to pass this along to you. I think we should look into doing that. That's my, okay, there you go.
That's your reports?
That's my report.
Okay, Misty.
Okay, I also want to thank Elliot for a great time on the paddle boat in recognition of great things like tourism in our community. So thanks to staff and to Elliot for that. Sherry, while we're here and talking a little bit about the budget, and we've begun our review in our districts, I would like, as a reminder, for us to please look at if cameras in Pride Park have been discussed. I don't know if it's the sheriff's office or if there's some other organization that has discussed funding for cameras in Pride Park. I've heard that there is. I'm not clear on where. And if we don't have any funding in the near future for that, I'd like to discuss putting that on my list of priorities, as well as lighting in that area.
Commissioner, is it the current cameras that are in Pride Park that you're referencing? The 11
There are
cameras?
currently cameras.
There are 11 cameras currently in the Pride Park area that are in the Old South County CRA area. They were replaced 5-6 years ago, maybe 4, to upgrade the quality, and they are funded out of the original South County CRA funds.
Okay, fantastic, because I had a request recently that we look into that, and so now I can call that person and let them know.
They're currently
So,
11.
thank you. I also want to let you know, if you didn't already, that at Robbins Apartments, this past weekend, the Spot opened, which is a Mexican restaurant. And they used to be at the Red Barn Flea Market, and now they have moved their restaurant over to Robbins. It is a fantastic place, and the grand opening was just wonderful. There were so many people there. But you know what? Everybody came up to me to complain about the DOT improvements on First Street, that they can no longer make a U-turn at 30th. So, yeah, there were a lot of complaints about that. But other than that, it was a great time, and I would encourage you all to take a look at that place. It was
Misty,
wonderful.
none of us got invited. We saw it on Facebook, so if you could talk to whoever, because we're their district commissioners too.
Well, I understand it was sent to Marianne upstairs. Marianne
I don't think
received
so.
the same email that I was copied on. I will just say that. That is my understanding.
Of it as well.
And you got a copy, so.
No, and I did have talked to Travis, and he said it was an oversight that we were not invited, and we are invited to go out and visit it.
Would
But
y'all have really gone?
I couldn't have gone Sunday.
Yeah.
I couldn't
mean,
have gone
really.
Sunday, but I am going to go. He sent me an invite to go
Represent it.
and meet and talk, and I said, yes, I would love to.
Yeah, well, it's a great place whenever you can get there.
Can I make a comment to you, because I forgot on Pride Park, since I forgot all about it. When I was there for the, when I was at Daughtry, I looked at the soccer field, and the soccer field is dirt. And I sent pictures right away to Charlie and to both Charlies, actually, and said, you know, what's the deal? Soccer field is dirt. They did not realize that the county had an agreement to maintain that.
Oh.
So we will be
Yes.
putting it in the budget to do replacement sod. I asked for that, for replacement sod, and for putting it on the schedule. Sherry, did you want to comment? Because I know I brought it up.
Just again, it was an item in the Old South County CRA funds. It was original commitment there, and they're looking at that source for this initial replacement.
Yeah,
Okay,
so,
great.
so you may not be aware, but I got
She did.
I got Schrader Manatee Ranch to donate the sod to build the soccer field.
Awesome.
It was actually on the books for a long time that it was going to happen. It just was kind of a way to get it kicked off, and so we did. And so I was a little bit distressed when I saw that it was in such bad shape. But I think it kind of slipped through the cracks because it's on school board property, and we had to enter into an agreement. So they didn't realize that the responsibility for maintenance was actually county and not school board. So I think that's how it slipped through the cracks. But I've been promised that it will be fixed.
I
So
appreciate
that's in
that.
your district. So I
Yes,
forgot.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. And that's all that I have.
Okay, Vanessa?
Yeah, I just wanted to let everybody know, I went to an MPOAC meeting the other day in Orlando, and there was something I missed because I was in Orlando, but anyway. Interestingly enough, the Secretary of Transportation was there, and they also did a presentation on roundabouts. And the interesting thing about this presentation from others that we've probably seen, it really answered a lot of questions about the roundabouts that they're talking about putting on 64. They actually did a video in motion of semis and so forth going through the roundabout and how they maneuver and how it's done. It was really very interesting to see. So that was really good information. So I just wanted to share that Al Mayo and I went. Oh, that was the day that the resiliency thing was going on at the convention center. So Al Mayo from Sarasota and I went to the MPOAC meeting, and it was really good. It's good information. I think y'all will be impressed. I asked them for the video to perhaps be able to show to the commission of how that will work. That's it. Oh, and thank you for today.
Mr. Palmer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I now have more specific information on your question regarding the sale of right-of-way to the DOT for their US 301 improvements. Assistant County Attorney Pamela DiAgostino has emailed me with the following commentary. The purchase agreement is fully negotiated. The only thing we are now waiting for is our in-house survey folks to complete their review of the legal description as prepared by the DOT. Once our in-house survey folks approve that, we will be ready to bring the purchase agreement to the board for a sale price of $3.165 million for approximately 4.2 acres.
Thank you
Under
very much.
301 and the interstate.
So that will be a $3.165 million infusion into this government's pocketbook.
It's like sidewalks.
Is that Ellington?
Technically, that's in his district, though.
We can move it around.
You're on the south
Cut a
side of
deal
301,
with it.
I think, to the interstate, aren't you?
Sherry, do you have anything?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, seeing nobody else, we are adjourned.
Nikki has
Mr. Chair, that's all right. I just wanted to remind everybody, if you haven't signed up already, the Local Government Law Seminar is on Thursday, May 23, I believe.
Yeah, we have a choice. We have to be there. What are you talking about?
Oh, you can choose some other educational forum to attend.
No, Nikki.
Yeah, Thursday, May 23 at the Convention Center, so I hope everybody's signed up.
Can I just answer your question real quick before you adjourn?
We're already adjourned, but go ahead and answer the question.
Chapter.
Yeah, you can
I asked
now.
a question about any success stories with war memorials. Commission. 2006.
We're not on the record.
Wait.